surrender, a somber reverie, slowly drifting down into twilight, left us sifting through faded memories. Though our places for what is worthless, evanescent, this writing on the wall. Brother, stay this descent to madness. Come and save us, catch us before we fall.
Hello? Hello, gamers? Do we have some tales of loss and fire and faith? No flames. I'll never know the lyrics there. I've heard this every day I log into Final Fantasy and I will never know the lyrics. I will literally never know them. Faith. Oh my god. And vape. Tarkan, back to work. Welcome back, you guys. Hello. Hello, it's Trauma today. You know what? I'm gonna say something, and maybe this is a bit bold of me to say, and maybe I should show my face. Hello? 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 Maybe this is a bit bold of me to say. I kind of want to do both the trials today. I kind of want to do both of them, because the first one was a little sad, but it wasn't that bad. I like took the moment to step back and be like, okay, let's just process this. And then it wasn't that bad. So we might do both. We might do both smiley face. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Terra/playtime? Yes, the minute I log in. I haven't checked yet. I haven't even launched the game yet. Already know, stop the stream. I can't listen yet. Other things. Oh no, Valera. Surely it will be fine. Hi, Entropic. Welcome back. Surely it will be totally fine. Also, hi, Serena. Hi, Derek. Hi, Zua. Hi, Rando, Ray, Tarkan, Terry Lynn. How are you guys doing? How's everyone doing? Hi, Dion. Hi, Anagim. I did them back to back. Everything was totally fine, smiley face. It'll be fine. I got tissues. Worst case. Everything is fine. 14 never causes any kind of emotional trauma. Yeah, never. It's totally good. Not having customs to do now? Oh, no. Hi, Sith. Thank you for the preemptive hug. Hi, Lamb. Please, streamer, can we get just a little MSQ? I think, so I know I promised Bosnia tomorrow. But maybe MSQ instead. Because I'm kind of thinking, timing-wise, I kind of want to enter Endwalker in a moment where, because I know you guys love to greet people as they enter expansions, and I kind of want to enter Endwalker in a moment that the most people could, which is probably a Saturday or a Friday. So I almost kind of want to delay things and line things up so that we enter Endwalker on either a Friday or a Saturday to give as many people that want to greet me in the new Endwalker zones the best opportunity to do so. Yeah, because I know it's kind of like a custom to greet people. It is Friday. I know, but given the timing right now, I don't think we'll be able to line it up in time. I love being free on Friday and Saturday for these kinds of things. Hell yeah, right? Palace, we're gonna do, here's what we'll do. Oh, what should we sacrifice? Because today's Friday the 13th, so we wanted to do Palace of the Dead. Would we rather sacrifice Palace of the Dead today and do MSQ today? Or would we rather sacrifice Bosnia tomorrow and do MSQ tomorrow? It is Friday the 13th. MSQ today. Can do Bosnia and Palace on the same day, to be honest. So we could do MSQ today, and then tomorrow be like a variety Andy and do Bosnia and Palace. Dip our toes into both. Screw side content onto the emotional trauma train. Today, please, I have to leave the house tomorrow. Oh, Terry. You know what? I'm kind of in the mood for it. Depending on how Wurlit leaves us off, after the ends of them, maybe we just dive right into MSQ. Or maybe today's just like a full-on cry day and I just accept it. Let me clean the glasses. Let me clean the glasses so I can fully absorb the trauma. But I am really excited to step into Bosnia. Well, Kat, thank you for the hydrate, by the way. I'm excited to step into Bosnia. I don't really have many expectations of Palace of the Dead, other than it's supposed to be a roguelike, and I like roguelikes. So I don't really know. I think I'm more excited to do Bosnia than I am Palace, but we'll see. Could be the reverse in terms of enjoyment. Friday is cry day. Hang on, I kind of like that. Sup nerds, time to cry. Hi Demi. I think we are resolved to probably do a little bit of MSQ today. A crumb of it. Hell, we could even, depending on timing, we could even do a little bit today and a little bit tomorrow. I know there isn't that many quests left in 5.5. Every day is a good day for Ishikawa's Wild Ride. Hell yeah. Welcome in, Right Stick, and welcome in, Token Cat. This is my first time catching a live stream. Been loving watching you on YouTube. Thank you so much. That means a lot to hear. We've had a lot of people saying that lately, and my heart. I like doing Palace solo because pain and trying to get the best title in the game. Palace of the Dead is fun, but gets old, especially when you use it to level alt jobs. You get sick of it really quick, eh? Have to agree, I simply must watch and cry along with Terra and feast on his emotions like the vampire I am. It's overwhelming at first, but with everyone here, you should be okay. That's what I'm thinking. It usually is okay, because chat's here. I don't know how y'all play this alone. Like, I talk of like streamer privilege, but honestly, the true streamer privilege is just having people there beside you while you are dying. That is the true streamer privilege of this game. I need to decorate my house. Now that Ike has given me $1 million, I need to start decorating. First live stream of yours I've caught. Just caught up on your VODs and boom. Live icon lit up. That is insane timing. That is awesome. Welcome in. Spamming Palace for leveling is how to hate Palace very quickly. But if you're a casual content enjoyer like me, I probably won't do it that way. Streamer privilege sounds like Fandaniel. Fucking Fandaniel, dude. I'm still convinced of my theory of Fandaniel, though. I'm still convinced of it. I'm just gonna talk 5.4 really quickly. If you're not in 5.4, get out or mute or like whatever. You have like 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5.4 bomb. I'm still convinced of my theory. I think the voice actor delivered on Fandaniel so well. Because he was talking like, oh, I'm big bad. I am going to end the world. Look at what a problem I am for you. And then as he was talking, the only line that really felt real to me was, why did I go in my house? Why am I here? There's nothing here. It's just like, I just like threw everything down. The only thing that felt real to me was him saying that he wanted to die. That's the only thing that actually felt real. Everything else felt like a big show, like theater kid doing his best part. Do you know what I mean? Mid-MSQ theories are always super fun. Literally my favorite thing in story games is to theorize. And people think like, oh, Terra, your theories are so good. No, 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 no. I just spit so many theories at the wall that you only remember the good ones. The only thing that felt real was Alex music. Did Garuda hard unsync all by yourself? Islua, you're growing up so fast. I'm proud of you. It's nice to play with others. When you die a lot with strangers, it makes you want to remove your Burger King crown in shame. Tarkan, do you have Burger King crown? Ike, I don't know if you're here when I said thank you. I saw your mail. I saw your $1 million to decorate my house. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. You did not have to do that. You know, you have no idea how much willpower it takes to tell you stuff. Oh yeah, so if anyone's new here and you're like blowing up on anything that I'm saying, in the Discord, we have a spoiler chat just for Final Fantasy. I do not look in there. The channel is muted for me. I do not talk in there. But if you want to talk about things that are happening on stream and don't want to spoil it for me, that is the place to go do it. I can't wait until I'm done with MSQ and I can go read everything that you guys have been talking about in there. I've been told it blows up some days. So go have fun, drop all your spoilers, make sure to tag them in case a sprout wanders in where they shouldn't. It's so much fun to hear people playing this game for the first time and trying to guess what's next. The beauty of this game is that a lot of it is, story writing wise, not super predictable, but kind of predictable. It doesn't feel like the writers are trying to like throw you through a loop, you know? They're not trying to like beat their players and be like, ha, you didn't see that one coming, did you? There's a few moments like that, but for the most part, if you're paying attention, you kind of know what's coming, and there's a comfort in that, and it's a really good way to tell a story. A bitch is medicated, also food. Let's go, studs. Proud of you. Hi, G, welcome in. Tara's gonna read all our shit talking. I am. So you better clean up your nasty words by the time I get in there. Not even there, and I can envision, oh my god, he just said, he doesn't know. That's not exactly right, Stick. I'm sure it's exactly like that under there. So many good stories get ruined by writers trying to trick their audience. Season 8 Game of Thrones. Literally, Demi. It's just good story writing. I don't get worked up on theories. I get worked up when people are wrong about who's voicing random NPCs and insist they're right. I pick the oddest battles. Okay, listen. Okay, wait, but I kind of did that in 5.2. Was it 5.2? Yeah, the first time that Fandaniel is shown, I thought it was Ardbird's voice for like the first like 30 seconds of the interaction. And I was like, oh, no, that's not Ardbird. Sorry, I laugh every time I see Celeste fish scene in the BRB moments. Now that I'm playing, I'm scared. Celeste is so good, Coco. Celeste is so good. I think it also has a very hidden, very beautiful story, if I'm not mistaken. Very true. It's not twists for twist's sake. There always seems to be foreshadowing. If you were paying attention, even the twists are kind of like, oh, like they make sense. Time to grind out more of Eureka. I want to get back into Eureka. I remember Game of Thrones tried to beat everyone's expectations, and we all know how that went. God, Game of Thrones was so good up until then. Discord accomplished. There's 5 players waiting around for the trial wagon at the moment. Come to the bottom of this. Oh yes, listen to Ray. Come to Dynamis Maduin, the little wagon there, and roll off for party spots, because we're gonna start today with the Wyrlit trials. Your Twitch is frozen! Linnea, I'm praying for you. I'm praying for your connection. Had dumb theory about Soma. It killed my desire to play it when I found out it wasn't true. Oh, because your idea of the story was better than the game itself. Studs, hate that for you. People genuinely think they hear Jonathan Bailey, Graha, everywhere. I'm at the end of my tether, I think. This is your 13th reason. Speaking of 13th reason, I don't know who's in the Discord that saw it. I did the leap of faith. I'm kind of sad that I didn't do it on stream. I did the new leap of faith off stream with my friends last night. Oh, oh my God. The pine cone acorn moment. I think I was there for 5 minutes. I was screaming. I was not a happy camper. The new leap of faith is sadistic. I don't like it. It's so hard. I did end up clearing it, but not before ripping out a few strands of hair. I may join you for the later one. Going to die in a palace while lurking. Derek, good luck, good luck, good luck. Me joining Terra's Discord, fixed my Discord, and now it opens again. Let's go, Lucian. Happy to be there for you. I get that game she plays. I'm a very audio person. It destroys me when people misattribute the voices. I get it, but it feels so obvious. Especially, but you have to give them, especially if it's a first time player, you have to give them the benefit of the doubt because they're a baby. They're a baby and they're excited and there's a lot going on. So what I'm saying is please don't bully me when I say dumb things. Please no bully is what I'm trying to tell you. The locks. Oh, wait. It's in Girabania. Porta Pretoria. Leap of faith spoilers, Terra. Well, you'll know it when you get there, Sith. I'm sure you'll feel the same way I feel. Maybe a little bully as a treat. You guys can have a little bully as a treat. You guys know I take everything you guys say with a grain of sand. Sand? Salt? Salt. Not gonna go into specifics, but having watched your recent couple VODs, so much hits different post Endwalker, and I'm sure it does. And I'm so excited. Completely unrelated. You know how when cats get into a deep sleep, they're like dead? Your kitten's having one of those naps. He's like, yeah, I have bad news for you. No, I'm kidding. I like to swap from Catboy to Lala whenever I turn into a little potato. I feel like I'm running at, yeah, it's, okay. That's the beauty of being Lala, and your mounts are smaller too, so it feels like you're moving so fast. You are become speed as Lalafell. It's not first timers, it's people who've been, in every MSQ stream ever, still announcing loudly, it's Graha's VA to every NPC. Okay, justified anger. Justified anger in that case. I need to farm MGP2 for the new Blackjack mount. How much is the new mount? Isn't it an absolutely horrendous number of MGP? They just recently made us that the leap shows up less in the gate spawns. It used to be all Leap of Faith all the time. Oh no. It's 4 million! Wait, where's your... I got some saving to do. I was just about to buy the Nier mount for 300,000 and I was like, I was still humming and hawing it because I have this. I got this now. My first puppy. Look at that. It's so cute. And that's like all my MGP right there. Woo! First dog I got. Better get grinding. I don't have specific examples. I've had a couple times I've heard random NPC voice in game or commercial. Had to go on an IMDb dive until, yeah. There are times where I hear a voice and it sounds familiar, except in this game I can't look it up. This game you cannot. If you're a first time player, you can't look up voices. So I pray that chat can spoiler free give me the voice. Hi Trongan, welcome in. I legit bought the Sabotender after saving for months, and now this one. Already bought the Sabotender, I'm weeping. No, Gray. That's so heartbreaking. Some people are bothered by the amount you need, and then it plays the basic mount music. It plays the basic Let's be real, most people have mount BGM off anyways, but that's still really upsetting. Met a new dog on your walk yesterday. She's very cute. Much kiss. Aww. Studs is exciting. Can't look up. True. Literally cannot. Think I finally got things fixed. Let's go, Linny. Worst case, you enjoy 160p Terra. Okay, Linny? Worst case, you go basically audio only mode. Emmett's voice actor has done a washing machine commercial. I need to hear this. I need to hear Emmett selling me a washing machine. Not gonna lie, I toggle my mount BGM. As a little baby sprout, I used to always mount BGM for this one. Because Oblivion's a banger. If I had a long way to run, I would always pop up the Shiva mount. Someone animated it as Emmett. Is it kind of short? Can we watch it? Can we watch it right now? I kind of really want to see this. My mount BGM has been off for like a year at least. It's heartbreaking. Link to the thing. You can. Where's the link? I need the link. It's like Ardbert selling energy drinks, literally. Is it in Discord yet? Is it literally already in Discord? I see no links. I see no links. Was busy with work. Did you already watch the patch trailers? No. That's another thing we want to do. We need to splash that in. Specifically, we need to watch 5.5 trailers before we get there. Have I checked out the Ruby weapon skins? I forgot. I forgot, Dion. You turned off mount music 30 minutes after getting your first joke about da 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 da. What, you don't love that? That's not your favorite to travel to? Is Stinian doing Subway? No shot. He used to be in a police drama in the UK, and one of the officers, Emmett? I feel like, I don't know. I feel like seeing Emmett in other things now would hurt me. Even though it's not the voice actor's fault, I feel like it would still hurt me and I'd be like sad. Watching the patch trailers after the patch shows you how heavily they spoil. But Trongan, don't forget, also thank you for the follow. Don't forget, I have no context. So it's not really spoiler for me because I have no idea what's happening. Don't think I've ever turned off mount music. That's impressive, Izagi. I definitely toggle it. Listen, I'm a big Final Fantasy fan. I love Chocobos. I just can't do it that much. Fair. I'm not sure if I'm getting Terra mixed up with someone else. Did he play Outer Wilds but not the DLC? Right, Stick. If you're on my YouTube, my entire Outer Wilds playthrough is on YouTube, and I did do the DLC. I did them back to back, so I bawled at the ending of Outer Wilds, and then I bawled at the ending of the DLC, and it was just like pain. Emmett sold a Honda Redline too? What is this? Oh, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hold. Thank you for the coffee biscuits. Oh, the coffee biscuits. You did that on purpose. You bully. We went for coffee biscuits, guys. All right, let's have Emmett sell us a Honda. Ready? Is it unmuted? Yes, it is. I don't know how loud it's gonna be.
Hashtag Honda Redline developed new data-driven social technology that rewarded fans for their engagement and participation. By connecting Twitter and Facebook, they created their own Honda Redline. Fans earn points by uploading images, signing in with Twitter or Facebook, sharing, encouraging other users to view their Redline also earn them points. Fans unlocked exclusive content on their Redline on the road to Geneva. Data created a leaderboard.
Oh my, I'm dead.
Pushed out Honda's message that the Type R Redline was on its way.
Okay, listen. The whole time I'm watching this, the whole time I'm watching this, all I can think is, this is what pushed Emmett over the edge. This is what pushed Emmett over the edge. This was his 13th reason where he's like, you know what? Nah, I'm done. I'm done. It wasn't us not being able to contain the light. It was him being forced to sell Honda Redlines. Oh my god. He put the washing machine link in Discord General. Well, now we got it. We're going down a rabbit hole really quickly before the trial series. We're going down a quick little rabbit hole. Oh, it's a TikTok. A TikTok. Hang on, I'm a boomer. Wait, why is it? Hello?
Your washing machine's broken.
I can't handle this. Holy shit. Okay, hang on. Here we go. I can't handle this. This is incredible.
Your washing machine's broken and the laundry is starting to pong. Not good. Okay, step this way. You've got 3 kids, so a large load then. Oh, even larger. If this is going in the kitchen, how about a super quiet motor? And to protect your little ones from allergies, a deep steam program would be good. This hot point's the one. Take it home today, or we can deliver it tomorrow. At Curry's PC World, we start...
Oh no!
Your washing machine's broken, and the laundry is starting to pong. Not good. Okay, step.
The shot at the end. Oh my Lord Almighty. Oh. We're going down a quick rabbit hole, he said, lying. No, that's it, I promise. Wow. Emmett got very bored during the 1,000 lifetimes. He definitely did. Took a few commercial deals that he regretted later and was like, you know what, fuck it, we're wiping the whole species. We're combining them. Someone sent him the video of Emmett trying to shoot ground. Oh, we saw that one. We watched that one a few days ago. That one is so good. That one is so good. And then that same creator on YouTube made a video of like sprouts, helping sprouts clear the vault, and the look that they give the poor little sprout, and the sprout has no idea what's coming. So good. That creator is definitely one to watch. They put way too much effort into their shit posts. This fandom is terrible, and I love it. And I love it, Lucian. Those companies got way more ad space out of hiring him than they bargained for. Trogan, you're not wrong. You're so not wrong. I've lived 1,000 of your lifetimes trying to work retail, and it didn't work out. Oh, man. Oh, I'm just catching up on chat really quickly, see if I missed anything big. Oh, that was hilarious. That was so good. Should we do the trials now? I feel like I'm in a really good, high energy, goofy, silly mood, and I think I can handle whatever the Whirlit are gonna do to us. Honda by Asians. This I was swooning. What is this one? Okay. Hang on. This is like more for my own personal time. Maybe not necessarily on stream, but like just like in my own research moments.
Website visitors bouncing? Stress less.
Ads! No, YouTube, stop! It might be for bedtime, yeah. Working retail for 1 million years does that to a man. Uh-oh, it broke. Hello, YouTube? YouTube machine broke? I just have like a sweating face. I just have a sweating face. It's an ad. I don't feel like showing you guys it, but it's just a sweating face. Boom, 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 boom. Load, you son of a dingus. Guys, I'm trying not to swear.
I'm Emmerich.
Oh, okay. We got 2 minutes. We got 2 minutes to spare. What's 2 minutes for what we're about to be given?
Lord Commander of... I'm Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
And I'm reading The Gingerbread Man, and I think it's a lovely story because I love biscuits. Once upon a time, a little old woman made a gingerbread man. She put him in the oven to cook. Soon, the gingerbread man was cooked. The little old woman took him out of the oven. The gingerbread man jumped up and ran out of the door. Stop, little gingerbread man, shouted the little old woman. I want to eat you for my...
Bedtime stories for Whittle Estinian. Uncle Amric reading us a story. I can picture him reading this to like a little tiny Estinian.
But the gingerbread man would not stop. The little old woman chased the gingerbread man, but she could not catch him. Soon, the gingerbread man met a cow.
I need to start. Okay, this is going to be my nighttime routine. I'm going to let Sir Amric read me this particular bedtime story every time before bed. This will be my night routine.
Stop, little gingerbread man, shouted the cow. I want to eat you for my tea. But the gingerbread man would not stop. The cow chased the gingerbread man, but she could not catch him. Soon,
Reading this to Estinian when he was in the hospital at the end of 3.3. Stop, get out, rando. I love it. I love it.
the gingerbread man came to a river. There he met a fox. I will help you to cross the river, said the fox. Jump up onto my tail. So the gingerbread man jumped up onto the fox's tail. My feet are wet, said the gingerbread man. Jump up onto my back, said the fox. So the gingerbread man jumped up onto the fox's back. My feet are still wet, said the gingerbread man. Jump up onto my head, said the fox. So the gingerbread man jumped up onto the fox's head. Snap! Went the fox.
Oh my god.
And that was the end of the gingerbread
Did
man.
he give us some... Wait.
And that up onto the fox's head. Snap! Went the fox.
Ew.
And that was the end of the gingerbread man.
Ew. He gave us like crunchy, chewy ASMR. Disgusting. Whoever shared this, I will find you and I will ban you, all right? Whoever was responsible for us being subjected to that, you're banned, and I love you. Typical Ishgardian bedtime story. The gingerbread man dies. It's always dark. It's always dark and foreboding. Ugh. Thank you for the stretch. It wasn't me. I have a great look of horror on your face right now. That was... I don't have words. It was incredible and horrific. Okay, let's do Whirlit. Now that we've brightened ourselves up. Welcome in, bless you, by the way, and Manilas, and Renardi. Hi guys. In the proper Ishgardian version, it's still somehow the fault of dragons. That's it. That's the real one right there. Tanking Crystal Tower, we're laughing hysterically. Welcome in as well, Stellar. That was incredible. I feel like I put ourselves in the proper mood for whatever's to come. We're good. We had a good laugh. We had a good giggle. Now let's have a good cry. It's a dragon instead of a fox in the story. That's it. That's it right there. If the gingerbread man had believed in Halone and trained according to the Fury's teachings to become a proper dragoon, he would have been able to jump up the river in a single bound. I wanted to catch up on the reports to see what these are like. This pile of papers appears to be a collection of reports written by the members of the Resistance. Ooh! Name, Melisandre. Pilot of the Ruby... Okay, all joy, gone. We're about to read sad backstory, so all joy is gone. Sorry, this is quite the contrast we're moving into. Wait, it's Halone? You're Halone. Got him. Truth. Dragon in the background secretly putting extra sugar into the gingerbread man mix to be extra delicious. No! All other information regarding... So that was actually... Hang on, quick tangent before we get to that. That was actually Americ's voice actor reading all that, right? It wasn't an impersonator? That was like dead ass? Sir Amric reading bedtime story? Yes. Love it. I love it. This is the perfect thing to wake up to. You're welcome. You're welcome. Renardi, I love you. Okay. I'm reeling myself in. Let's get it. Pilot of the Ruby Weapon. All other information regarding the subject was gained via verbal testimony of Gaius Baelsar, must therefore be considered as potentially unreliable. Her parents were killed when their homeland in the imperial territory of Wyrlet was struck by an epidemic. She was later taken into the care of Gaius with several other orphans. Wait. So it was an epidemic in Wyrlet? I thought the implication was that the Imperials like aggressively took over Wyrlet and then Gaius just picked up some straggler children. She was despondent and introverted at first, but through the guidance of Alphonse, the eldest of the orphans, she grew to become more assertive and self-assured. Little is known of how she came to pilot the ruby weapon. According to Gaius, her emotional attachment to Alphonse may have been what compelled her to participate in this dangerous mission. The report delivered by Sid Garland followed the preliminary examination of the ruby weapon's remains, states that Melisandre's body was fused with its core, with no vital signs detected. Estimated age at time of death, 20 years old. Bro, that's a baby. That is a baby. 20 years old? I'm gonna hate this. I'm gonna hate every minute of this. Grown Estinian listening to the story intently, making a face of concentration. By the fury. While Aymeric tells the bedtime story. Hell yeah. Can we get Ewan McGregor to read Helone? Like, hello there. Oh! Do they have a, what is it called? The thing where you pay them and then you read whatever you give them. Do they have one of those? I can't remember the name of it. Because that would be our way. A cameo. Do they have a cameo? Can you read Helone in the what do you say, timbre or not melody? There's a word for it. Cadence of hello there. Xenos voice actor has one. This is troubling news. This is troubling news for me. I also wanted to very quickly read a little bit. Before I started stream, I read this and was like howling because it's so accurate. The top comment on the ruby weapon theme is, they're quoting Gaius. I just hope she didn't suffer. Sid. She most definitely suffered. She died the most painful death that anyone could possibly experience. She was probably crying for her father in her last seconds, but she was interrupted by the agony of her life forces being sucked out of her every cell of her body. Guys, dude, what the fuck? This comment right here, absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Like, Sid had zero chill in the information that he dumped on poor Gaius. Oh man. He's very active, will gladly read anything people send him. The Xenos cameo? Stop. Uh-oh, that's problematic. Streamer asks a question, chat turns into the Finding Nemo signals, repeating the answer. I love it. I love it, right, Stick. This will be relevant later when we force you to watch a video. Okay. Oh, it's probably spoiler territory right now. Oh, the Xenos memes you guys are gonna dump on me after whatever happens with Xenos happens with Xenos. I'm excited. Joe Cat got him to do some dialogue for a video. It's probably redacted. Probably not safe to watch right now. You'll get to see some, there you say, some amusing Xenos cameos once you've gotten through Endwalker. What's the thing where you pay celebrities and shit? Chat, cameo. Don't dig into his vids until you get through Endwalker. Yeah, of course. And he's beautiful to boot. How dare he pull on my heartstrings? Wait, the voice actor for Xenos? Could someone safely pull up a picture and post it in Discord? I would like to see. Because my love could only deepen for Xenos. Also, I need to just reiterate, the more I see of Xenos, the less I'm thinking I can fix him. I think I could still fix him, but every time I see him, I'm like, ooh, maybe not. The voice actor of Xenos can get it. Oof. Hi, Tor, welcome back. Yes, mine back off. Don't lose hope. I won't give up. I can fix him. One hug. We're his only friend. I've joined the ranks of people distracting the streamer who always annoy me when watching VODs. No! Get fricked. One of us. I mean, you can fix Xenos. Just get a hammer and a time machine. Listen. There's nothing wrong with Xenos, so you don't have to fix him. No, there's a lot wrong with him, Dion. I'm not so naive as to continue thinking he's not doing anything wrong. Lala hugging Xenos would be what? His ankle? Literally. Pick is there. Thank you. Let's go look. What? He is quite attractive.
Hi, gay.
He is quite attractive.
Sloppy.
Oh my lord! Oh my lord! Whew.
I love you, bitch.
I will fight. I will fight. I will fight. He's beautiful.
Very glib.
He's very glib. He is beautiful. I'm so gay. Holy Jesus. Oh, I'm okay. Can we play the game now, guys? Can we play the game? The hydrate. Oh my lord. Me too, Tara. Me too. Tara, remember Gendry from Game of Thrones with the hammer and the blacksmith? Ah, Gendry. I have to look them up. We're not playing the game yet. Guys, you're distracting me too much today. Gendry, Game of Thrones. Gendry. He was occasionally cute. He was occasionally cute. I don't fully remember Gendry, though. Gendry is Ardbert? Wait, he deadass kind of looks like Ardbert. Wait. Okay, now I'm gonna pull him up again. Gendry, Game of Thrones. Wait. Also, it's Game of Thrones, so I have to be careful there's no dicks on screen. Okay, there's no dicks. Just a lot of shirtless. Wait, he was shirtless a lot. Is it wrong that I remember him more without a... What? What's going on? What's going on? He, straight up, like Ardbert. Like Ardbert, with a more defined, like, chin and jaw section. Game of Packs. You mean make sure they're in screen? Look. I'm not looking to get banned, okay? Quick little rabbit hole. He said, I am vindicated. Avalon, get out. You're banned. You're banned. But deadass, he looks like Ardbert. And who was the other one? While we're on this tangent, Arenvald in Shadowbringers? Wait, he voiced Arenvald as well? I need more Arenvald content, dude. What is this? Why is it the lowest quality in the world? There's an Arenvald dating sim? There's an Arenvald dating sim? Okay, I'm focusing. Okay, I'm focusing. Careful looking stuff up. Did I avoid another? I might have avoided another. All I saw was the dating sim picture and I hyper focused. Oh man. So what you're saying is they have an easy cast for Meteor when they do that. Dude, if they ever did a 14 live action. Listen, I have to state, I think too much happens in this game. I don't think a 14 live action would do it justice. I think we'd all be disappointed. Streamer play games. Sorry. Stop looking up 14 characters. Sorry. I didn't see anything. I hyper focused on the dating sim. I'm just trying to delay Terra as much as possible so I can actually hop in and play. Hey, you listen here. We're going for minimum 6 hours. The Ruby Weapon. War Machina developed by the 7th Imperial Legion as a successor to the Ultima Weapon. Our sources indicate that, like the original, it is able to absorb the ether of primals, which may be the cause of the vastly different appearance and combat capabilities. It possesses extremely dense armor and flexible claw-like weapons. Shortly after its deployment to the Gimlet Dark, a team led by the Warrior of Light intercepted it and rendered it inoperable. Garland Ironworks are currently investigating the wreckage. Emmett Selk needs his own movie? Yeah. Wait. Straight up, they could do a live action of just Emmett Selk's arc. Like self-contained. That would be amazing. That would be good. Anything live action in 14 would have to be like following something. Oh, shit. Guys, when's story time? We don't have time for it this week. I want to do Lodestone story time. We'll finish 5.5 tomorrow or Tuesday at the latest. And then maybe if we want to buy more time before stepping into Endwalker on Friday or Saturday next week, we will story time. So much to do, so little time. It's extra hard because I want the big thing that I want to make sure happens is I want to make sure that when we enter Endwalker, it's a Friday or Saturday to give as many people a chance to be there as want to be there. That's the only thing that matters. Everything else is like so many things we want to do. Real Housewives of Amarat? No, they would never. Selk contained? Oh no, studs. So 5.5 is tomorrow. 5.5 will be today after the trials. 5.5 will be today after the trials. And if we don't finish it today, we'll finish it tomorrow or Tuesday. Nodders. Pure-blooded Garlean and former legatus of the 14th Legion. During his time in the Empire, he was credited with the conquest of 5 cities. Extremely dangerous, though currently aligned against Garlemald. Assumed dead following the Battle of Castrum Meridianum, he survived and made the elimination of Ascians his primary objective, operating under the name Shadowhunter. The Ultima weapon project he once helmed has since been taken over by the 7th Legion, prompting him to cooperate with the Eorzea Alliance in preventing new weapons from being developed and deployed. He's provided invaluable information on the Ruby weapon, though it has recently come to light that the pilot was an orphan once under his care. There's a possibility that he may betray us and return to the Empire, so he must be monitored closely. I guess prior to the children thing that's happening right now, why do I still have my umbrella? Prior to the children thing, there probably wasn't a big risk of him returning to the Empire, but this may be pulling on his heartstrings. Umbrella fell. So I think the new auto umbrella thing is a little buggy, where if you're in a town and it's raining and you warp out, your umbrella will just be there. It doesn't take away the umbrella. If you're not in the town when it stops raining, it keeps the umbrella on you. That's what I've seen so far. It's not perfect, mage. The day you enter Endwalker is going to be a good day, week, month, until however long that stream goes, right? It's going to be so good. I'm like so scared to enter it, but so excited. Sleep now in Sapphire. Sapphires. And poke my nose in when I get off work in an hour then. Hell yeah, Iki. Twitch, you are on thin ice. Oh no. Sir, I'm afraid we haven't much time, we haven't much in the way of information to share from the front line. We have, however, received word that Gaius wishes to speak with you at the Alliance headquarters. I've arranged an escort to take you to the headquarters, so when you're ready to depart, speak with the fellow over there. Aye aye, sir. I know we were off on like a hella tangent, but that was a blast. Thank you for sharing those memes with me. Manifesting Endwalker trailer tonight. Oop. How many, is there a 5.56? Is there like a small mini patch like that in this? Or is it just 5.5 then Endwalker? Ready to head out. Aye aye. Oh, a 5.55. Got it. And that's probably like 2 quests? Or how many of those typically? I am 9 quests from 5.5. Am I? Onto the Breach? It's 4 to 6. Oh, okay. I am... I think I just had a heart attack. I am 9 quests from Endwalker. My heart started pounding. Okay, I'm alright. Wow, that instilled such fear in me. Ooh, okay, we're fine, we're fine. Good, you're here. The Ironworks have completed their analysis of the Ruby weapon, and Sid Garland wishes to share his findings. Hype. More like terror. The content of those quests is big. That's why I'm saying, basically we'll try and time it so we're done all of Shadowbringers, and then maybe we have like a filler stream or 2 until Endwalker, because I want to give enough warning. I want at least a couple days warning to like everyone in Discord, everyone in the community being like, I am starting Endwalker 2 p.m. Central on Friday or Saturday, whichever day we decide. 9 quests, one of which is a go to a dungeon. Gotcha. Oh yeah, Pagelthan. I take it you can spare a few moments. Very good. Please wait here while I inform him of your arrival. Oh, it's going to be really interesting getting your opinion of Shadowbringers versus Endwalker when you are able to compare them. I wonder how I'll feel. Glad you could make it, sir. I'm sure you're as anxious as anyone to hear what we've uncovered. Clip it out of context? Get out of here, Gulsip. Our early hypotheses were proven correct. The Garleans have designed a system whereby a pilot's consciousness can be forcibly supplanted with data based on the memories and experience of another. So even a rank amateur could obtain the combat capabilities of a seasoned warrior. Precisely. And we learned how this was made possible when we opened the cockpit. The monitors were still operational, and among the messages displayed, one particular phrase caught my attention. Synthetic Orsite System. Which is what, exactly? Well, the core of the Ultima weapon was referred to as the Heart of Sabik by the Asians. We believe it to have it. Wait, so in the lyrics, big fat taco so big. Are they saying Sabik, not so big? It's not big fat taco so big? What? Yep. Oh, okay. Big fat taco so big. Heart of Sabik by the Asians. We believe it to have been a type of Orisite. I can't say much for the synthetic sort at this stage, but I've encountered real Orisite before. It was extremely potent, perhaps equal in power to the Heart of Sabik. Oh. Beat the Heart of Sabik. Oh, I see. Beat the Heart of Sabik. That's so cool. I prefer big fat tacos. Beat the Heart of Sabik. Got you. Big fat tacos. It's unclear whether the Garlean simulacrum possesses the same properties as genuine Orisite, but I intend to follow this avenue of inquiry to see where it leads. What we do know is that it was used to implant the combat data of Nail Van Darnus into the pilot, who has been presumed dead since before the calamity. Are you any closer to discovering how they were able to retrieve this data? I wonder if we have something to do with that. The link didn't occur to Gaius at first, but he later told me of devices fitted into the Magitech armor of the Empire's high-ranking officers. There is reason to believe they were designed to emulate the soul crystals used throughout Eorzea. Yes, that was rumored to be its true purpose, but it was never publicly acknowledged. Perhaps those in the upper echelons of command wanted to avoid comparisons to the so-called savages they were meant to be conquering. There is also the question of whether this system even functions as intended. They're saying beans and tacos for me. I will die on this hill, Torb. Should see the music vid? Wait, there's a full-on music video for it? Best song in 14, it was so hype. It's just like bow down overdweller line in Titan's theme. Brown armadillo. I didn't hear that, but I'm going to be listening for it next time. From what we've seen, we can assume they were successful in gathering combat data of those wearing armor equipped with the device. If the comparison with soul crystals is valid, perhaps this data was transferred via ether. However, it seems that it extracted not only memories related to combat, but the soldier's very essence. It's a meme, we'll do it later. Yes. Enough memes for now. I should focus up. We should do some content for real. As you saw, the pilot succumbed entirely to the will of Van Darnus. As you so excruciatingly detailed, Sid, you asshole. Though this is merely supposition, it's possible that being fused with the ruby weapon's core accelerated the process and caused the deceased legatus to manifest in corporeal form. Could it be that the death of the pilot was caused by the system malfunctioning? It's hard to say. The ruby weapon itself was still largely intact when it deactivated, which strongly implies that it was the synthetic Orisite running amok that killed her, rather than the damage incurred during the battle. Oh my god! Hello, Imal?
You're my superstar.
With 3 months of tier 1? My heart. So many people have been subscribing months in advance, and I don't know how to handle it. It's so sweet. It's so hecking sweet. Thank you. Thank you. A multitude of moving illustrations shall be brought forth for thy mission. I must beg thee consider if thou have sufficient time before progressing to yonder side. Wow, you illustrated Eorzea very well. You made my day with 5.3. My heart, my heart. Hey, and thank you for the primer. I don't know why the alerts are so delayed. There it is.
Superstar.
Thank you so much. Y'all too sweet. Whew. But even after our analysis, I'm afraid we still don't have enough information. For now, perhaps we should consult with Gaius as to our next plan of action. Has anyone commissioned, not commissioned, they probably don't have a cameo, but have they ever been on a screen and people got Eorzea, the voice actor, to read out or sing like Joyous Name Day to thee? Because that would be so cute. Joyous Name Day to thee. It would be perfect. Wait, I thought React content was Twitch's bread and butter. Yeah, it's me. I'm a React. Like, really? If you think about it, Blur, I am a React Andy right now. Yes, I'm playing the story. Yes, I have my theories. Yes, I'm doing my thing. But I'm basically just React Andy to the content on screen. Eorzea did the milkshake quote. I remember that one. I think we saw that. Yeah, they did. It's too bad they didn't do the Joyous Name Day. That would be so cute. At least we got milkshake. At least we got milkshake, I guess. Valdolin has come bearing... Wait, what does Gaius sound like again? Oh, wait. Valdolin has come bearing vital information. I traced the ruby weapon's path back to occupied territory of Wyrlet, which appears to be where it was built. And where exactly is Wyrlet? Wait, this is me IRL. My grasp of geography is surprisingly poor. Care to enlighten me? Dude, I get lost so easily. I get lost walking down the block. And that's only slightly an exaggeration. While Alamigo is placed on the western edge of Gimlet, Wyrlet lies on the opposite side, to the east. It was once where a proud, prosperous city until it was brought to its knees by the Imperial invade. Oh, okay, never mind. The Imperials did invade it. Okay, fair. So it's... I just want to fully understand this. Alamigo, never eat soggy wieners. Alamigo on the west of Gimlet, Wyrlet east. Okay, got it. Hey, thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. That's not fair. 14 has a lot of gameplay too. Hard gameplay at that. Yes, true. We just cleared the extreme Tsukuyomi, right? I did that. That was so fun. That was so fun. That really wants me to, that really wants, how do I word this? That has just confirmed to me that I really want a savage raid whenever I'm done the story, because that was so satisfying. Bum, 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 bum. You seem rather well informed. Perhaps I should have taken you with me. I thought that much was common knowledge. It is also where Alphonse and the others were born. And now, the weapon project has brought them home. Yes, the place is now rife with Imperials. They have established an airship supply depot in the coastal town of Turncliffe. According to the locals, something resembling one of the weapons was transported there a few days ago. This bodes ill indeed. Were it possible, I would attempt to capture Alphonse and his followers before they can launch an offensive. However, the distance between here and Turncliffe presents a considerable obstacle, and in all likelihood, their weapon will be ready long before we arrive. Approaching by sea would allow us to save time by circumventing their ground-based troops, provided we were able to secure a vessel. Or you could use the Enterprise, take the most direct route of all, as the crow flies. In fact, this is the perfect chance to put my top secret plan into action. Cloaking for the Enterprise? Maybe, probably not. And might I ask what that entails? It wouldn't be much of a secret if I told you, now would it? What I can say is there's a starring role planned for you, sir. I am concerned? Oops, I'm on Ninja. I shouldn't be on Ninja right now. Why so surprised? You didn't think I'd let you off that easily, did you? It'll be here soon, so don't go anywhere. Please, pray considereth thine bowels and hydration, if thou hast many cutscenes, which shall playest in series. That made me thirsty. For a second, I thought never eat soggy wieners was a mnemonic you made up / heard for keeping straight where the different city-states are in Eorzea. No, that's my north, south, east, west. That's what that is. What is the normal one that you guys always do? I usually get made fun of when I say never eat soggy wieners. Oh, a solo duty. Surely I have to be level 80. What do I feel like playing? Red Mage. I just love Red Mage. We're just gonna play Red Mage. Soggy waffles? Never eat shredded wheat? Wait, that one's cute. Never eat soggy wheat? Heard soggy waffles or shredded wheat? Wow. Soggy wieners makes more sense. Because waffles just kind of get soggy. Like there's no way that you can eat waffles fast enough after you put the syrup on them. You can't eat the whole thing and it still be fully crunchy. A part of it is gonna be soggy by the time you get there. I see Sid still delights in keeping others in suspense. I can only hope he does not make us wait over long. I'm scared. Hang on. Many Imperials who fought at Gimlet withdrew to Whirlet, though they will have had ample time to recuperate by now. Were we to approach by land, we could expect considerable resistance. I must admit, I'm not fond of surprises, or secrets for that matter. Alright, let's go. Let's do it. Just do it, don't let your dreams be memes. I've missed too much side dialogue that I have to focus on side dialogue before anything else. Huh? Huh? Sid, what'd you do, bud? Okay, wait, this is so sick. Wait, this is so sick! What? It's a Gundam. Sid made a Gundam. No fucking way. Get in the robot, Terra. I don't want to get in the robot. Oh my god. I present Garland Ironworks' adaptation of the Ultima Warrior, the G Warrior. G stands for Gundam. Did anyone mention that Yoshi P loves Gundam? Yeah, it was mentioned last stream. I know elegant design when I see it. Excavated from one of their ruins, no doubt. If you won't do it, then Reen must do it! Ray, I love you so much. As is law, to be precise. We came across it during the course of our investigations and decided it would be a shame to let it go to waste. Bum 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 bum. And you will be taking this refitted relic to face the enemy head on, yes? Perhaps my knowledge of the Ultima weapon will be of use. Bing, bing, bing. I'm counting on you, as it happens. But first, we'll need to perform a test run in the simulator before throwing you into battle. Come, we haven't much time. Ding, ding. This is so sick. This is so sick. Are you kidding me? Did you switch into a plug suit, right stick? You quit out and restarted this. Let's begin the G Warrior training simulation. I've prepared 3 trials to teach you the basics. First, I want you to try... What the hell is this? Try attacking the guidance system. Don't worry, it won't fight back. The G Warrior is armed with a range of weaponry. Now it's your chance to learn what it's capable of. I don't have a plug suit, Glam. I don't have a plug suit, Glam. I wasn't ready for this. So sick. All right, let's have a look. Instant deals an aspect of damage 600, 40 range. So that's range cannon. Final flourish combo. So 1, 2, 3. What is this one? Ultima Buster. Big AoE. Deals unexpected damage with potency of 1200. Triggers the cooldown of weapon skills and spells upon execution. Okay. Oh, for 5 seconds, I'm imagining? Deals unexpected damage with potency of 300 to target and all enemies near it. Increases target's damage taken. Okay, keep that up at all times. Restores HP and EP. Okay. Reduces cast time and recast time of weapon skills. Okay. Reduces damage taken by 50%. Okay. Ooh, this looks like it's going to be a little challenging. 14 minutes left! Ah! Thank you. Appreciate you. I would have failed just by reading the abilities. Who was that boy? Hydrus? No. Hydus. No, what was his name? Anyways, this theme plays when you fight him. And he was a good dude. Oh, I didn't keep this up. Oops. Regula von Hydrus, thank you. Regula is his first name. The G-Warrior also comes equipped with the Pyretic Booster, which diverts even more power to its weapons, increases its speed and maneuverability. This, however, comes at a price. Activating it places a huge strain on the G-Warrior, so it must be used only in short boosts. That's why it's best to practice here before heading into battle. Now, try activating Pyretic Booster! Aye aye. Safety lock, Pyretic Booster. You'll notice that your movement speed is much improved. It didn't look that much improved. But as shown on your monitor, the G-Warrior becomes more and more structurally unstable as time passes. To deactivate the Pyretic Booster, press the same button again. Auto Restoration can mitigate a certain amount of damage incurred, but don't rely on it carrying you through the battle. Now try using the Pyretic Booster to destroy the target. Jawohl. This time, the node will launch wide-reaching attacks in quick succession, but with your increased movement speed, you should have no trouble evading. Oops, that's not what I meant. Aerial bombardment. Oh, we schmovin'. Hiya! Oh, I thought that would finish it. It did not. The real question is, why don't you have multiple glamour plates specifically devoted to making your character wear form-fitting armor sets? Lala. Croft here because yes. No. I love cat dads. I wish I was a braver man to play cat dad. Excellent work, sir. You'd best deactivate the Pyretic Booster. Yeah. We've covered offense. Now look at defense. This is where the Ethereal Aegis should come in handy, which is on my queue. Can I move this? Unfortunately, you can't keep up the barrier up indefinitely, as it will drain the G-Warrior's power reserves. You might even run out of energy for the weapons, so watch out. First, let's try deploying the Aegis. I can move with it as well. That's enough for now. Turn it off. Which one are you liking so far? Red Mage or Nin? I'm loving Red Mage. Andy! Andy, do not look at the screen! Andy, do not look at the screen! Get out of here! Ah! Don't read chat, don't read anything! Get out! Andy, I love you so much. Thank you for the raid! You sweet bean. Andy is schmoving. Andy is absolutely schmoving through Shadowbringers. Hello, Terra in chat. Hello, guys. Welcome in, all you masturbators. How you guys doing? Oops, I was supposed to save myself there. How you guys doing? We are become mecha. We're having our best mecha life. Thank you for the follow, by the way. If Andy is in here, so help me Jeebus. Oops, I didn't do it again. I didn't do the one thing I'm supposed to be doing here. Well, I'm in trouble. Welcome in, you guys. I hope stream was fantastic. I hope we had an awesome time with Andy. Andy should be long gone by now. But yeah, welcome in. My name is Terra. I am quote-unquote variety streamer. I stopped being variety when I picked up Final Fantasy XIV. Now I'm a 14 variety streamer. And we are getting closer and closer to Endwalker, and I'm scared. I'm terrified. Oh no, this is spoilers for Andy. Oh, from you as well. Goodbye. Goodbye, Jessica. Thanks for coming on the raid, but goodbye. Leave. Protect yourself from the spoilers. It's not worth it. Yeah, this is the Shadowbringers trial series. So run if you need to. Run if you need to. This is trial series, not MSQ, trial series. You do a fun variety of activities in the 14 metaverse, exactly. Thank you for the follows, by the way, guys. Welcome in. I adore Andy. If anyone from my community is not already following Andy, let me fix that for you right now. I spend actually most of my mornings there. I'm not always the chattiest. And he's awesome and absolutely schmoving through Shadowbringers. I think they were in 5.2. Anyone from Andy's community, do you know if Andy's done with 5.2 already? Dude is absolutely schmoving. Dude is absolutely schmoving. Slightly random, but fun fact. Recent patch may have made packets slightly wobbly. Is that why playing Ninja is so insufferable right now, right stick? I noticed my mudras were messing up a lot. And I wasn't doing anything different with my fingers. He just wrapped up 5.2? Yo! Oh my god. Oh. Guys, y'all, we will drink deeply of the 5.3 emotions. And Walker tonight, Terry, you can't fall behind. I'm gonna be so heartbroken. If Andy passes me in story, where will I go? I guess Hillary. Wait, where, does anyone know where it's Hillary Mason's at? I'll have like nowhere to go. I have to keep going. That's why we're doing MSQ tonight. Didn't the maintenance last night fix it? I think I was in Zepla's stream a little bit this morning. She was doing DSR reclear. I think somebody was saying it's still buggy. I don't know. It seems okay to me, but all I'm doing is chatting, right? So hard to say. Everyone's past you. Hill is starting 5.3 tonight. Guys, do you want to raid Hillary tonight? If Hillary's still on when we're done, would you guys like to raid Hillary? I would like to raid Hillary if that's okay with you guys. If that's cool with all of you, that is where I would like to go. You just got DC'd? Probably stream privilege. Let's go. They know. They know. 5.3 emotions, yes please. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Look, I keep an eye out on my feeding grounds. I am on NA, yes I am. It makes me so sad, but it's also kind of good because I would, like, most of the time when I'm watching Andy, I'm working on something, like stream related or YouTube related, and I would not get any work done if I could hop in on the dungeons and stuff with Andy, so I'm kind of thankful that I'm not on the same data center. It would be very, very bad for my productivity. Waves from Crystal, hi! Look at this newly minted emotional vampire. I was newly minted after 3.3? No, 5.0 was the real one. 3.3 a little bit. 5.0 was the real one where I was like, okay, how did other people feel? And then I started watching stuff. Now I'm full-fledged emotional vampire. Last night you were getting the Bunny of Shame. I got it more than I've ever gotten it on Ninja, the Bunny of Shame. Okay, that's reassuring. If you're noticing trouble with mudras recently, it's very likely you were experiencing the packet troubles. Did the emergency maintenance fix it? Or is it still ongoing? I don't blame you. I'm at work right now and it's distracting. It is. It is. Anyhow, Tara, if you plan to make it 5.5. Yes, Ray, I love you. Yes, Ray, I love you. Danger Bongo redeem? I love that idea. I love that idea. Oh, very glib. Danger Bongo redeem. I'm gonna get pissed off at this redeem and it's gonna go away really fast if you guys use it a lot. But I like it because I love the Danger Bongos. Bun of Triumph appreciates your attention. Let's go. I haven't been online myself since the Emergency meeting. Emergency maintenance. I have attention span of a gnat. I'm seeing a few people getting DC'd right now on Diablos. Streamer privilege, we're safe right now. They removed How Very Glib from Prey. Dark Bagel, that is literally why it's in my stream. That is literally why it's like a sound redeem, because they killed it. I thought they killed Sloppy, but they didn't. They killed How Very Glib, so. I'm devastated. Me too, Entropic, me too. Made it so you can log into your NA alt again. Hey, that's a success, Trance. Let's go. Friends on Balmung were DCing. I mean, I'm gonna withhold a comment. I shouldn't judge Balmung humans, even though they have the Quicksands reputation. It's not all Balmungers, okay? Are you sufficiently prepared? Some more practice won't go amiss. I actually just wanted to talk to these two. In that case, you should have the technician run the simulator again. No, I want to talk to these two. I suppose that in theory, any one of us could be the pilot, but I dare say your preternatural abilities give you a certain advantage. Incredible, but how does it compare to the weapons? Oh! Ah, there it is. Hang on, I want to get a quick little... Can I angle this with the NPCs not in the way? Oh god, I can't. I can't. We'll just get a shot like this then. Whoop. Cover up the NPC. Nice. So cool. G-pose and zoom out would do it, but I don't like spending a lot of time in G-pose on stream because I'm a perfectionist, and it would take me literally 30 minutes. Last chance to change your glamour if you wanted to. I don't think I have anything saved that's even slightly plug suit. I don't. Because I'm Lala. I'm Lala player. I haven't been holding on to glams like that. Balmung is ERP. No, it's not all Balmung. It's just the Quicksands. It's just the Quicksands, okay? I mean, I assume. I don't know. Might be odd with a Lala. Yeah. A little too revealing. Get ready for a fun thing. I'm so ready, Zatras. Wish G-Pose was more controller friendly? Maybe in 7.0. No, that's hopium. Then we shall depart for Turncliffe at once. All right, let's do it. It's just Quicksands and shout, chat, and limbs. Shout, chat, and limbs? Bruh. Okay, this is so sick. Yoshi P, thank you. Yoshi P? Thank you. This is incredible. It seems they were expecting us, but who's the pilot? Sir, we're almost there. You better have your wits about you. That's so right, Stick. You could feel how they're having fun with it. Okay, I want to be cool and say this. G-Warrior, do the thing. But I gotta go with the joke one. It's doing the thing. Terra, get in the robot. Now, get ready to strike. Is it too late to back out? It's time to fry this overgrown squid. Can you reach the pedals? Listen here, you. And save some for me. For research purposes, that is. Sid? Sid? That was kind of sus. I do kind of wish that I put on the plug suit now. Cool design here. Ah! This is so cool! Anti-icon war machina, the sapphire weapon. If you guys tried to tell me that we were getting something like this in the game, I wouldn't have believed you. This is so dumb and I love it, literally. I can't afford to lose. It's all or nothing. Activating Oversoul already? Hydra's Combat Temple. Ready. Initiating Organic Core. This is why they were playing Regula's theme. No, I can't. Hold on. I'll be monitoring the situation from the air. Follow my instructions and eliminate the target. Phew. That's why they were playing Regula's theme earlier. It was like a slight little nod to being like, whoop. Alright, let's do this shit. Let's do this shit. Well, well. Seems the savages have been busy. I shall enjoy breaking their new toy. I meant to take it off. There we go. This seems like it's going to be a somewhat difficult fight, and I need to change the camera angle. My likeness reborn in cerulean flames. Ooh, his likeness. Oh, This is safe. Okay. What's the range on this? Long, okay. Optimized Ultima. I wonder if I got that in time. It's submerged, but not for long. Watch for signs of movement. Oh, I should have been in this mode. It's preparing to strike. Quickly deploy the Aegis. And mitigating the clearly telegraphed wide wide. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you. I'm doing my best. Oh. Oh, I'm definitely keeping that on too long. Oh, I missed 2 of them. That's upsetting. Oh, I missed a few of them. Right, Stick, are you proud of my gamer moment? Thank you for gassing me up. Ooh, my EP is suffering. I might have to switch to Ether Cannon because it costs nothing for a little while. Optimized Ultima. Ouch. My EP is in pain. Where's the attack? Doesn't he hit with a wave after this? Hit me! Hit me! My EP has recovered. There it is. Oh, I was too slow. It's okay. Didn't do that much. Ooh. Plasma shot. I don't remember what this one is. I'm just gonna put this on. I feel like I'm doing pretty well. But I don't want to get too penisy. Okay, they're facing inward now. Fair. We bring you out. This is so cool. Little geometry secret, if you want to hit a line of enemies more accurately, target the furthest one, not the nearest. Oh. This seems bad. Destroy the ceruleum servants. Jesus. I should take this shield off. It's draining my EP. Woo! I might have to hurry here. Flood Ray looks like it's going to be unpleasant. Nice. Hell yeah. Abaddon was stuck in this fight for a while? Oh no. The poor bean. Good work, chat. I see you made him get in the robot. They told me if I didn't get in, Reen was gonna do it. It's an enrage. That was so fun. The target has been silenced. That damn... Oh, understood. No, that damn squid never stood a chance. Now, the immediate threat has been dealt with. We should gather what information we can in Turncliffe. Here comes the sadness. Calamari. I love calamari. Calamari's so good. Have I been here before? I don't think I have. This is in Whirlit, right? Correct first time. Well, I gotta talk to some of the NPCs then. I'm curious. I've been separated from my family ever since I was forced into the army, but I was able to sneak away in the confusion. I've got you and your friends to thank for that. My main concern is that the Legatus Valens won't take this lying down. Pardon me. This man is like a dog with a bone. Once he sinks his teeth in, he never lets go. He'll be back, I'm sure of it. Okay, let Reen do it. See how effective a half-dead clone will be. What a waste of resources. Gendo looks at the rest of Nerf. You understand this fucker only cares about himself, right? Not humanity, not survival. I just want to become Goop. At what stage do we become Goop? What do you want with me, lad? What can you tell me about Turncliffe? Being far to the south of Whirlit, perched atop the cliffs, there was never much reason for anyone to travel here. Being by the sea is all well and good, but we're simply too high above the water to benefit from much from it. The gulls and terns don't seem to mind, though. Most of the townsfolk are either Huron natives or Aura, who have found their way here over the years. They all lived side by side peacefully enough before the Garleans came and ruined everything. There wasn't much we could do to stop them. Those who fought back were soon put to the sword. Once the invasion was complete, the Imperials started digging down into the rock and built a supply depot for their blasted airships, but the experiments were a more recent development. Of course, none of us civilians were privy to what it was they were working on. I expect that all come to light now that the bastards have all turned and fled with their tails between their legs. We've got you and yours to thank for that, even if it is only a temporary respite. Hazy City! Also, Esfald, welcome in. I don't know if I said that. Did someone say Husbando's name? Turns to Jelly. I miss Graha. Whenever Graha isn't on screen, everyone should be asking, where's Graha? Can you tell me about yourself? Me? Not much to tell, and even less worth knowing. These days, I go about my daily business trying not to bother anyone. Just another sad old man, all alone and dying of, well, I doubt you'd even care if I told you. Used to call myself a doctor, not that I was much good at it. When the epidemic came 10 years ago, I was powerless to stop it, despite all my years of experience in fancy medicines. For every one I saved, I lost a dozen more. Worse than that, I let those Garlean bastards push me around, tell me who to treat and who to leave to their fate. As a result, I only saw to the Imperials, while my kith and kin died in agony. Ooh. I shouldn't have talked to him. That made me sad. Oh. We become goop whenever Graha oh, that was the context that I missed. Getting triggered by the Turncliffe music already. Hi, Marwick. Good evening, guys, gals, non-binary pals. Marwick, I love you. Hope your day's been amazing. Those Garlean bastards are finally gone, and it's all thanks to you. My husband died defending our town when they first invaded, and for all the years since, it felt like he died for nothing. Now, his soul might at last find peace. Oh, I should have known that was coming from a lonely widow. Oh. Most of the 7th Legion troops stationed here withdrew before you arrived. I expect they're regrouping somewhere and getting ready to retake the town. I even heard one of the members of the weapon project is still hiding somewhere in the town. Big fat tacos, big fat tacos. Big fat tacos, so big. I can't mount here. Was that everyone? There's still Severa and Valdolin, but I just want to make sure I didn't miss any of the locals. No, okay. If you find any non-sad stories in Whirlit, please report them to the local authorities for correction. Terra should be able to see the Easter egg. Wait. Easter egg? Is it here? I love an Easter egg. Singing Big Fat Tacos with the sad music playing. It's to keep me happy. It's 100% to keep me happy. I'm literally so weak to sad music that I have to overwrite it. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Easter eggs? Big fat tacos. I won't notice it unless you tell me what to look for. Is it? Should I not know yet? If it's something I shouldn't know yet, we'll wait. We'll check out the Easter eggs later. Love the song so much. Sounds so good with headphones. This is, what is this style? Like is it muted piano? Is that the word I'm looking for? They did a version of Tomorrow and Tomorrow that's like very muted and muffled sounding. It's very cool. Just explore? Okay, I'll have another look around in case I didn't see something. I must admit, I envy your talents. Would that I possess even a fraction of your skill, that I could better serve Gaius. I cannot help feeling there was a simpler way to defeat the weapon. Perhaps shooting it in the head with a large cannon would have sufficed. Nah! This was way cooler. This was way cooler. Shoot it with a cannon, that's dumb as hell. Glad you're not a game dev. Listen, Terra can have one triple triad match as a treat. He first tried the mecha fight. He deserves it, okay? With the Empire gone, I've got no way of making a living. My only hope is to win that upcoming Triple Triad tournament and live off the winnings. Don't suppose you'd help me out with a few practice rounds? With pleasure. Swap! Fallen Ace! It's fine. I can have one Triple Triad match as a treat. But MSQ, I deserve one Triple Triad as a treat. Don't you dare take my... Wait, what did we swap? That's an okay card. It's not even MSQ, it's Trials, yeah. What card of mine did... Oh, he got my Shiva card. Hey! Listen here. Bullshit. Damn, what a powerful place for Shiva. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. Just pray he doesn't, Nice. No card! No, I'll never win the tournament at this rate. Please, you've got to play me again. Yeah, you have cards I want, but not right now. I said one Triple Triad match as a treat, and that was my one treat. You still don't understand how to play Triple Triad? At this point, you're too afraid to ask? It's, oh God, it's so good. I love Triple Triad. The day that I discovered Triple Triad, I accidentally stayed up till 4 a.m. playing it. It was not okay. No small talk, or did I miss it? There was, wait, oh! I forgot they have small talk. It's overrated in my opinion. That's why there's something in this game for everyone, Kershaw. I really like Triple Triad. Small talk. A lot of us local conscripts have deserted the 7th Legion, but the rest of Turncliffe isn't going to forget that we served the Empire, at least not anytime soon. I forgot about the small talk. Triple Triad is fun until Plus and Same. Once Plus and Same come around, Triple Triad is no longer fun. Then it's agony. Because you're playing very well, and then suddenly your entire board flips, and it's like, oh, cool. That's awesome. I don't see no Easter egg. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Cybex, you jump scared me. Cybex and Raiders, welcome in, you guys. Cybex, how was your stream? How are you? The wolf pack is here. Cybex Raid, welcome in, you guys. Also, Ash. Ash, I love you. How are you, bestie? You've missed the small talk? I didn't even know Triple Triad NPCs had small talk. Corner rates are great for Plus. Yeah, they are. Hi, Cybex. What were you up to? Rocket League, of course. Rocket League main. How was it? How was your stream? How are you? Welcome in, Raiders. Love you more. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I'm real good. Hello, my Canadian. Cybex, were you winning? Were you winning, son? Raiders, welcome in. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I used to be a variety streamer. Now I'm a Final Fantasy XIV variety streamer. And occasionally we will bring other things back in the future. I'm a little bit gonna be going on a Final Fantasy journey. I have 10 and 7, the original 7, waiting in the wings to be played. So I'm on a full JRPG journey right now and loving it. And loving it. You're coming to Canada in a few weeks. Is it your first time coming to Canada, Ash? Yeah, I can't find no Easter egg. RIP. If it's potential spoiler to see the Easter eggs, we'll give up. Variety. I play a variety of 14 content. Plus and Same are fine. Just learn what your opponent uses, bait them. That's what I've had to do. I still hate it though, Izagi. The variety is his schedule posting. Listen here. You're gonna go see Cybex. Yo, that's so exciting. Make sure to go to Timmy Ho's every day, okay? You must become indoctrinated into Tim Hortons' obsession and get a double-double. I don't drink double-doubles, but it's like you have to if you're in Canada. Ready? And Timbits. And get Timbits. Ready to return to Girabanya? No. Absolutely not. Thank you for the follow, by the way. And an ice cap. And get a 7-Eleven Slurpee, because I don't think America has good 7-Eleven Slurpees, right? You mean donut holes? Out. You're banned. You are not allowed to speak such a way in my chat. You're gonna bring her to Timmy's? Hell yeah. Love being brought to other Canadians. Welcome in, welcome in. This lift heads down to the storage area where the weapons were kept. Unfortunately, the Imperials didn't leave an awful lot behind for us to investigate, but they did give us a place to carry out maintenance on the G-Warrior. In fact, I can take you down there for a closer look? When we first discovered it at Azisla, it was in a far worse state than it is now. Different color, too. As for its intended purpose, we believe it was developed to combat primals or similar threats. All of the parts deemed unnecessary have been removed, and we've made several adjustments to improve stability and overall safety. As a result, however, we had to limit its capabilities to some degree. We can't afford to repeat the mistakes made by the Garleans with the Ultima weapon, who we believe employed knowledge obtained from the Asians. After all, we know how that ended. You might also be relieved to hear that Master Garland has introduced a pilot recognition system so that only those given prior permission by the Ironworks can operate it. Think of it as a precaution should the enemy get any ideas about stealing it from us. This looks just like Ultima's head, eh? Well, not just like it, but very similar shape. Hello, Gundam? We Gundam now? It's so good. How's your stream been? So cool, Cybex. So we just completed a mission where we were flying around in this mech fighting a giant squid, essentially. It was so good. It was so, like, ridiculously over the top. And I love it. They yell at us that when we disrespect Timbits at Middle Eastern Tim Hortons. It's Timbits, Derek! It's Timbits! Oh, man. The two sensors in the front of the head work in much the same way as the eyes of living creatures, sending visual information to the pilot. This horn-like protrusion on top was one of several additions we made ourselves. It's for picking up link pearl signals, not for ramming the enemy. Still, if push comes to shove, I dare say it could be used to make a last-ditch attack. Compared to the original design, the outward appearance is largely the same, but we carried out a number of improvements. The manipulators, or hands, you might call them, were originally created to claw at the enemy. We've modified them to allow the use of various weapons, such as the ethereal saber. Ah, I'm glad you noticed. The boosters were built entirely by the Ironworks to allow for low altitude flight and increased maneuverability. They're currently unsuited to being used over long distances, hence the need to have the G-Warrior transported by airship. This is another area we're hoping to improve in future iterations. Climb onto the G-Warrior's shoulder? Done enough posing? Oh my god! Can I change the angle at all? Yeah, fan service screenshot room. Yo, they knew. Oh man, that's so good. That is so good. Oh man. Stand by.
I love you, bitch.
I'm so happy. Thank you. Praise be. Praise be, praise be. Done enough posing? Yes, I have. Feeling cute, might ruin a family later. Dude, that was sick. Hello, Star Guardian Eddie. I love you, bitch. I ain't never gonna stop loving you, bitch. Star, I love you. How you doing? Lala entirely hidden behind streamer cam. Rip. I got to see it, and my screenshot is safe. Okay, well, I don't know if that was the Easter egg, but I'm pretty satisfied. I'm satisfied with moving on. You did well to pilot the G-Warrior so adeptly in so short a time. And with the weapon largely intact, Sid and his researchers should be able to gather a wealth of valuable information. Before it is dismantled, perhaps we should take one last look upon our fallen foe. Hey Tara, how much did I miss? We're doing MSQ today, but we haven't started yet. You missed a bunch of memes, and then you missed Mecha Battle. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, okay. Brace yourselves. Here comes the trauma. Here comes the trauma. Trauma talks. Here comes the trauma. Trauma, 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 trauma. I'm good. Finally not ill anymore. So happy to be back. How you doing? I'm glad you're recovered, Star. Let's go. I'm doing amazing. Buttress those emotions. Buttress them. Oh yes. Buttress, of course. Yes, I will definitely buttress them. A structure built against a wall or building to give support or strength. Yeah. I will definitely buttress them. I've never fucking heard this term before in my life. Flying buttress them. We should have known Father and his friends would track us down sooner or later. Now they're at our doorstep. Sapphire weapon still isn't ready. Wait, so it's our fault that they had to get in it prematurely? Even so, it should still be able to fend them off, or at least buy us some time. Not quite how I'd imagined it, but this seems a good way to die as any. Wow, he knew going in. Rex, Recon, why are you still here? You're supposed to be moving to the other weapons to a safe location. You can take care of that while I pilot the Sapphire weapon. Bro, these people are so eager to die. What are you talking about? I'm the pilot, not you. There's no need to put your life on the line. Besides, it's still incomplete. It can barely perform basic maneuvers, so it'll be practically useless in a real fight. Hi, Waj, welcome in. We have a solution. Oversoul. This is why he jumped straight into Oversoul. You want to end up like Melisandre? No, of course not. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. But she didn't give her life in vain. The ruby weapon left behind data that's been used to improve the system, to prevent any further malfunctions. What difference does that make? Once Oversoul is activated and the pilot fuses with the core, there's no way back. That's why I should be the one to pilot the Sapphire weapon, not you, Rex. Alphonse needs you. You and I both know I'm the least qualified pilot we have. There's less to lose if I don't make it back. No, I won't let you. Please, Rex, hear me out. Ever since we were children, I was the smallest, the weakest, too afraid to stand up for myself, but I had the best brothers and sisters a boy could wish for. You were always there for me and protected me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Take the other weapons and get out of here. See this through to its end. Do it for me, for Melisandre. I'm counting on you, Rex. You always did have a stubborn streak. Alright, Recon. I won't let you down. Just promise you'll wait for me on the other side. We'll meet again, brother. You all made me happier than I had any right to be. And now, I finally found my purpose. I have no regrets. Come on, Sapphire. We may be far from perfect, but we have a job to do. Let's give Father something to remember us by. Bro. Purpose? To die. No, to fight for his friends and give his friends enough time to safely get to where they need to be. Emotional trauma. It'll be enough to hold them off. What are they gonna do? Have their own mech? Yeah. Ugh. But I think no matter what we showed up with, Recon was gonna put it into Oversoul, no matter what. He was going to die no matter what. He was just trying to buy time. The Echo, I presume. What did it reveal to you? Don't tell him. Don't tell him. Oh, we told him. Whoopsies. Recon, my poor boy. You were braver than most could ever hope to be. It's as we feared. I'm sorry, Gaius. First Melisandria, now Recon. We must find the remaining weapons and end this madness. It's unfortunate when that happens, player. Don't tell them! Warrior of Light, blah! Or tell them and then the Warrior of Light is silent. Yeah, that pisses me off as well. Hang on, I'll be right with you. I just want to make sure we're not missing any dialogue. Gonna get moved into the new apartment, actually. Marwick! Hell yeah. Gaius, how you feeling, bud? Ellipses. Okay. How about you? Vaudelin has never been so... blah. Vaudelin has never been one to express himself, at least not in front of Gaius and myself. Even so, I cannot help but notice that something is amiss. Ocean fishing time soon? Pog. Miss my normal online presence. Star, you must be starved for attention. Running right past it? An Easter egg? Stop. Tell me, what do you make of Gaius Baelsar? I understand the two of you have been acquainted since his days as the Black Wolf. He claims to have shed his pelt when he took up the hunt for Ascians, but he's still the same man deep down. He certainly kept quiet about having a flock of foster children back in the Empire, though. It seems he would rather bare his teeth to his former masters than allow harm to come to them. Yet try as I might, I cannot make sense of it. Does he truly fight for the good of mankind, as he would have us all believe? Or is he merely biding his time before he reveals his true colors? I don't think he is. I would be shocked if Gaius turns on us. Whatever the answer may be, in the end, he will always be a Garlean. And though there may be honorable men and women among them, like Maxima, or Maximilia? No, Maxima is his name. I have suffered such and more as a result of their conquests, barbaric campaigns in which Gaius Baelsar played no small part. A little more fancy, a little less fancy. Oh, I'm excited, Sid. I am, give it to me, Terra! Star. My first encounter with the Garleans was 20 years ago. Shortly after the fall of Alamigo, they continued their march into the lands that had long been home to we Duskwights. We sought to repel the invaders, but we were woefully unprepared. Our bows and arrows were no match for their magitech, and even our most powerful magics did little to slow their advance. I fought on the front line, but was knocked unconscious in the opening exchange when I came... When I came to, I was alone. The rest of my units slaughtered. I hurried back to my village to look for my wife and daughter, only to find the place deserted. My search lasted for days, then weeks, then months. It seemed they had disappeared without a trace. I finally learned from two Imperials held at Bittermill that the villagers had been captured and used as test subjects for the poison gas that would later be known as Black Rose. They were never seen again. For 20 long years, I roamed aimlessly, with nothing but hatred to keep me alive. I eventually found myself at the Order of the Twin Adder, who offered me a place among their ranks. The desire for revenge was the only thing I had left, so without a moment's hesitation, I accepted. This is part of the Fringe's Zone quest? Were it not for the war with Garlemald, I would have been loath to work alongside the city-dwelling Gridanians, who for so long had treated my kind as outcasts, but none of that mattered anymore. It all culminated with Operation Archon. As you led the charge into the Praetorium, we were right behind you, and when the place came crumbling down, most of us were caught in the rubble. I escaped with my life, though many others were less fortunate. Having dragged myself free from the rubble, I sought a way out. It was then that I encountered none other than Gaius Baelsar, on the verge of death. The gods had delivered to me the man whose conquest had robbed me of everything. I was poised, ready to exact my revenge, and then he spoke. I will not beg for mercy. I only ask that you stay your hand a while longer. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch, world. How you doing, bud? I cannot die until I have rid the world of the Ascian menace. For millennia, mankind has danced to their tune, but no more. Then, once we are finally free, my life is yours for the taking. World, that was very appropriate. I would have struck him down there and then had I not sensed truth in his words. So, I decided to grant him a stay of execution and join him on the hunt. Had you not done that, Alphino would be dead. So, the sequence of events worked out well. All this time, I've kept a close eye on Gaius. Though he is ever on the watch for pursuers, he has granted me ample opportunity to slay him if I so choose. And I still might, if he shows even the slightest sign of betraying our agreement. But for now, the Ascians are my chosen quarry. If they are indeed the ones pulling the Empire's strings, then it shall not end until they have been eradicated. Every last one. Though I could not save my kin, there are those who may yet be spared the horrors of war. We shall speak later, Ascian. Later, an Ascian. Oh, right. What did you want to talk about, Gaius? To be honest, I didn't know what that command did, so I might as well try it. That command was the voice of the person that was on stream from 3 expansions. Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers. 3 expansions ago. Unfortunately, dealing with the Ascians, we'll have to wait until we have brought an end to Garlemald's weapon project. Though we may have vanquished 2 of the new weapons, we must make every effort to prepare for whatever the Garleans throw at us next. Perhaps Severa can tell us whether the Ironworks engineers have uncovered any information of note. So if I ran past an Easter egg, and I was right here, are you the Easter egg, small child? Are you the Easter... Oh my god. When the anime pro tag starts to go insane. Oh. Are you the Easter egg? Who knows? I'll just take it one day at a time. How long do you think this will last? No Easter eggs. The Easter eggs aren't real. What's with this sassy lost child? What are you looking for? Oh. There you are. How did you know? Where might the others be? Wait, there's a bunch of children hidden around here? Oh. They were ghosts. They were never real to begin with. Why do I hear running noises? Spoopy. Also, Tudor, welcome in. The Easter egg is the friends we made along the way. This place reminds me of Scala ad Caelum from Kingdom Hearts. I like the reminds. The real friends were the eggs. You guys. I was an egg once. I'd rather you didn't share what we've discussed with my traveling companions. It would only complicate matters. Okay. The Ironworks engineers are still at work dismantling the Sapphire weapon and investigating the Turncliffe Magitech facility. Though they have yet to make their report, they may have some news to share at this juncture. Please wait here a moment. Aye, aye. Terra, while running around, why do I hear running noises? But it was like other feet random. Listen, listen. It was like I could have sworn I was hearing other feet running around. Were they supposed to be the people we fought already? I can't remember what Melisandre looked like. Maybe. Terra's highly attuned to foot noises. You listen here. We've yet to finish our investigation, but I can tell you a preliminary report. He suffered immensely, pure agony, and screamed out, "Gaius! Gaius, why have you forced me into this role?" We were able to recover anything of note. Before abandoning the facility, they'd attempted to destroy anything they couldn't take with them, including many of their research materials. Luckily, some information relating to the Sapphire weapon's combat data was intact. Judging by what we saw during battle, it was extracted from Regula Van Hydras, correct? It also appears that the Sapphire weapon was actually in an incomplete state, therefore unable to perform at full capacity. Blue-haired male child doesn't really match with green-haired man, correct. Melisandre had white hair, that girl had red, okay. Not the same kids, okay. Even so, it was immensely powerful. Had they been given the chance to finish it before we'd arrived, who knows how it would have ended. Indeed, we may not be so fortunate next time, so we must prepare for the worst. The Ironworks will continue the investigation. Oh, there's another small child. The investigation will continue to investigate the Sapphire weapon and look into possible countermeasures. It's cute that they run around like that. The Echo afforded you a glimpse into the conversation between Recon and Rex prior to the weapon's deployment. Do you remember any other details? Background child! Ah, there they go! That's cute. Improvements were made to the synthetic Orsite system to prevent malfunctions? Then it was never their intent to create a manifestation of Nail Van Darnus. But there's one thing that was intended. Oversoul. Its activation results in the pilot being absorbed by the core, killing them in the process. Rex and Recon were fully aware of this, were they not? Then the death of the pilot was by design all along. Alphonse, how could you? Sacrificing your own siblings to fuel these accursed war machines. Surely there's no cause worth paying such a price. Aye, nothing is more precious than family. This nightmare is far from over. It appears that Rex has fled with the remaining weapons. We can assume that Alphonse has every intention of sending them into battle. We must find a way to disable them before Oversoul can be activated. I have seen enough death. I do not wish to see any more. Then there's no time to waste. Let's be about it, Gaius. Alphonsino and Alice? See random kids? But those NPCs were kids at some point in the past. We're reading too much into everything. She has white hair in the flashback, but red in her adult form. That's just confusing. That is confusing. Aesthetician strikes again. At least they weren't a glamour addict. Good old Power Ranger color palette. Severa, you're in charge here. Keep Sid and his team safe while they carry out the investigation. Understood. Please see that no harm comes to Gaius. Narrator. But harm would come to Gaius in the form of deep emotional trauma. While we're gone, I need you to relay everything to the Resistance troops. Your first-hand account should prove useful. If there are any developments, we'll be sure to contact you. Aye. Alphonse, I will find you, wherever you are. If the other weapons have been moved elsewhere, the locals must have seen the direction in which they've headed. At this stage, any information at all would be better than what we have now, which is next to nothing. How is Gaius supposed to carry all this trauma? How very glib. Boo, 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 boo. Hi, gamers! Look at you all lined up. I like all the miniatures you guys have out. Where do I go? Over here. This side story is good. It's been great so far. Welcome back. Sounds like you've been on quite the journey, all the way to Turncliffe. Hi, Derek. And judging by the fact you made it here in one piece, I trust everything went according to plan. What an astonishing account. I wouldn't mind putting that G-Warrior through its paces myself. Certainly a lot more stimulating than supervising this rabble, I'd imagine. Anyways, as before, I'll compile the information into a report and leave it over there for your perusal, should you feel so inclined. If we hear anything from headquarters, we'll be sure to pass it on. Sapphire weapon bust. Oh, cool! For my house! Meanwhile, in the 7th Legion's Wurlit headquarters. Hi, Lid. I'm always afraid to come by because spoilers, but I want to say hi at least. Hi, Lid. Good to see you. Wait, hello? Was somebody shirtless doing exercise? Wait, they're making children watch? Okay, hang on. I don't like this already. What the hell's going on here? Hope you've been well. I've been so well. I hope you've been good too. It's good to see you. I've come to deliver my report, Lord Valens. Valens? Why is he sweaty? And naked? And sweaty? Ah. So you have returned, young Alfred. Or was it Alwick? Not that it really matters, of course. I hear that you and your darling brothers and sisters have allowed the sapphire weapon to fall into the hands of the enemy. Do tell me that isn't so. I'm afraid that is the case, Lord Valens. Oh, come now. No need to be so sullen. Or, as they say, to err is human, to forgive divine. And you know how forgiving I can be when it suits me. Why is he sweaty? I was quoting Futurama, Izagi. Why are you sweaty? And naked? And sweaty? So, tell me, whatever your name is, who was able to best the sapphire weapon? Our sources state that the one known as the Warrior of Light was assisted by Sid Garland and Gaius van Baelsar, my lord. Gaius. Yes. Seems he's been quite the troublemaker of late. Defecting from Garlemald, assassinating the Emperor. Whatever next? Oh well, it's no use crying over spilt milk. Is he drinking milk? He needs some milk. He needs some milk. Oh, you don't know Futurama quotes. You've seen chunks of it, but not repeatedly enough. Futurama is my life. I am mostly Futurama quotes. Speaking of which, I've become quite the connoisseur since arriving in Wurlit. This particular variety comes from a rare breed of cow, you know. Only 100 of them in existence, and pampered every day of their lives. Yes, they're quite valuable. Until their milk dries up, that is. When it does, they are sent to the slaughterhouse like all the rest, for that is their lot in life. To be discarded once they have served their purpose. Did I create the ruby and sapphire weapons so that you could deliver them gift-wrapped to the enemy? I can see it now. Sid Nan Garland rubbing his hands with glee at all the technological marvels we bestowed upon him. And you let Gaius van Baelsar of all people get the better of you. How do you think this reflects on me, the legatus of the 7th Legion, humiliated by that traitor? Humiliated, I say. There's only one way to deal with worthless provincial filth like you. Wait for me in the correction chamber. You need to be taught a lesson in obedience. Yes, my lord. The correction chamber! Gotta get ready for luck. Gotta get ready for luck. Gotta get ready for work. Wish me luck. Bless you. Good luck. It's gonna be a good day. Forgive my intrusion, Lord Valens, but it's time for your meeting with the head of Magitech Development. Oh, how time flies when you're whipping useless soldiers into shape. Yes, I'll be along once I've made myself presentable. Can't have people thinking I've let my standards slip now, can I? Whistling the... Bum 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 bum. Well, that's terrifying. I'm in danger. What are you doing here? You wish to see me, Lord Valens? Did I now? Thanks for the follow, by the way. Ah, yes, that's right. So you're Ali, yes? And you joined the military of your own free will along with your fellow orphans. Such devotion. What an inspiration you are. You see, it is my firm belief that love grants us the power to move mountains, to overcome any obstacle. Together, we shall discover the strength that lies within you. Take my hand, child. I will show you the way. I'm uncomfy. Valen gives big, uncomfy vibes. I don't like this. Run, girl! Right? Oh my. Sapphire weapon. Name, the Sapphire weapon. War Machina developed by the 7th Imperial Legion as a successor to the Ultima weapon. The second known case of the synthetic Orsite system being used in open combat, employing the combat data of Regula van Hydrus, former legatus of the 6th Imperial Legion. Evidence indicates that the War Machina was in an incomplete state, and Oversoul was used to mitigate mechanical deficiencies. It was deployed off the coast of Wurlit and sent into battle with Garland Ironworks' G-Warrior, piloted by Sir Terrabellum. It was then rendered inoperable, but structurally intact, with only superficial damage sustained. How do we feel about the Milkman? Makes me very uncomfy, Blackmore. I think that's the intended field. They caught it well. What do you mean? That armor looks super comfy. No, the dude would make me very uncomfy. Valen should not be trusted around women and children. Definitely not. Name, Recon. Pilot of the Sapphire weapon. All other information regarding the subject was gained via verbal testimony of Gaius Balsar. Born and raised in Wurlit, until his parents died in an epidemic, after which he was taken into the care of Gaius in an imperial orphanage. Though he lacked the physical prowess of his peers, his high degree of dexterity made him ideally suited to maintaining equipment and similar tasks. Even after joining the military, he remained shy and withdrawn. However, on occasions where the safety of his friends was threatened, he would not hesitate to defend them. He later replaced the designated pilot of the Sapphire weapon, fellow orphan Rex, who was absorbed by the weapon's core upon activating Oversoul. Estimated age at time of death, 17 years old. Jesus Christ. Wow. Wow. And he, at 17 years old, talking like, oh, my whole life has been leading up to this. Oh, this is a worthy cause to end my life. Jesus. It's good to see you, sir. I'm pleased to report that Master Garland and the others uncovered a... That messes me up, dude. I'm having a trouble right now. I'm pleased to report that Master Garland and others... Oh my god, I'm gonna cry, dude. Let's do 2 trials, he said. I'm okay. I'm okay. That messes me up, though. That's way too young. Uncovered a fair bit of useful information at the Imperial facility of Turncliffe. In fact, he'd like you to rendezvous with Gaius in the town square, where he'll reveal what he found, or what they found. Once you're ready to depart, your escort will lead the way. Okay. Whew. Wow. That is way too young, dude. Whew. Hold? Oh, what's up, Derek? What's up? What's up? Oh. Oh, what is this? Rubilux hanger. Thank you. Rubilux hanger. What the heck? Thank you. Rubilux hanger. Ooh! Ooh! This is the ruby weapon. Brand new crafted weapon from this patch. Oh, we gotta rock it. This is one of the few reasons why I would take off Titania Glamour. Oh, Derek, thank you. Hey Tara, your community cares about you, and I care about you guys. Look at that. Oh, we're twinning. We twinning out here. That is beautiful. Thank you so much, Derek. I really, 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 really like this catalyst. That catalyst is incredible. I like this like little lens flare effect on the bottom of the weapon as well. That's beautiful. Derek, thank you. Holy Jesus. Hi Tara, hi everyone. I was just watching your recent YouTube VOD. Did you enjoy it? Did you enjoy it, Latin? It's okay, we distracted him with shinies. That's a way to pick my mood up. A sudden shiny gift. Need to give you the macro so it glows without... Oh, it's... What is it? Do you have to do it all at once? You slash sit slash... I don't remember what it is. There's something. It's to do with slash sit though. Tara, were you still planning on Friday the 13th House of the Dead? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think we might do MSQ instead. Slash draw while slash sit. Macros. Whoops. And then do I slash sit again? Or is that enough? I did something wrong. It's not slash sit slash BM. Can I do it while sitting though? No. Oh, sit is second. BM first. Oh. Do 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 do. Hey! Okay, cool. It's kind of ugly, but we'll just leave it like that for now. That's cool as heck. Look at that. Whew. I love Palace of the Dead, but I'm really excited for MSQ. I'd rather you do it. Yeah, I think that's what we boiled it down to. I'm like, it is Friday the 13th. We could do with a spooky, but the soft goal right now is to enter Endwalker by Friday or Saturday next week, because I want to give people lots of time to be ready for it. And we have 9 quests of MSQ to go. All set for the journey ahead. Yes. Getting a sudden shiny gift definitely raised my mood. Now that you're here, perhaps Sid will finally deign to dispense his findings. Oh, I forgot to talk to those two. Shoot. Severa, inform him of Sir's arrival. Thanks for coming. So, what have you discovered? To tell the truth, we were lucky to obtain any information at all, considering the lengths to which the Imperials went in covering their tracks. You see, the hangar below was not just used to store the weapons, but played a critical role in their creation. We know the code names given to the 3 weapons, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Obviously, we are all familiar with the first 2, but the third is something of an unknown quantity. At the very least, this confirms the existence of another of those abominations. At the very least? Fun Friday the 13th thing. Husband and I tried to get married on Friday the 13th on a full moon. Things got delayed. We missed it by like a week. I mean, isn't that the nature of Friday the 13th? Isn't it supposed to be like an unlucky day? The problem lies in ascertaining its whereabouts. None of the locals have seen anything resembling a weapon being transported either by land or air. Which, of course, leaves only one option, the sea. According to what fragmented data we were able to recover, the Emerald weapon is equipped with aquatic capabilities, much like Sapphire. Meaning that its escape from Turncliffe would have gone undetected, and could potentially be anywhere by now. But if Alphonse plans to have it absorbed... Alphonse plans to have it absorb more primals, the logical choice would be Eorzea. And traveling by sea would allow him to circumvent the front line at Gimlet entirely. The Alliance must be alerted at once. Hold your chocobo, Severa. It seems the Emerald weapon was still incomplete when the 7th Legion withdrew from Turncliffe. It's far more likely that it was transported to another facility in order to add the finishing touches. If your supposition is correct, that would narrow our search to but 2 possible locations, Castrum Marinum and in the Rotano Sea and Castrum Occidens in eastern Lanosia. Both of which are known to harbor remnants of the 14th Legion, your former subordinates, Gaius. Be that as it may, our objective is unchanged. Valdolin, you and Severa will make your way to Castrum Occidens, while Sir and I head for Castrum Marinum. Should we locate the Emerald weapon, we will give the signal to dispatch the G-Warrior and eliminate it before it can be activated. Sorry to disappoint you, but we're still repairing the damage it sustained during the encounter with the Sapphire weapon. While Allegan machinery has its uses, it's a bugger to find replacement parts in a pinch. We've actually been working to expand its already impressive arsenal, but the G-Warrior itself is in no fit state for combat. While I'm aware this is a far from adequate replacement, we can provide an Ironworks submersible to help Sir and Gaius reach Castrum Marinum. I'll have one sent ahead to Vesper Bay, sorry. Oh, you get a kick out of doing things unconventionally? Let's go. I'm so excited for this. Favorite part of the whole quest line? Let's go, let's go. Caught a live stream. Have you been enjoying Worldlit so far? Stranger, it's been so nice. It's been so well written. Not too heavy. I was warned it's very, very heavy. It hasn't been too heavy yet. I feel like it's maybe backloaded. I got a little emotional over the Age of Recon, but
You're my
I'm okay.
superstar.
Isabel with the 2 months. Thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Sid can't repair the Gundam, so he's been accessorizing. He's been getting creative. Smiley face. Vesper Bay. Time to pray return. Pray return to the Waking Sands. Yet is the key word there, yeah. Whew. And then I did promise MSQ, but I don't know. We'll see. A submersible, eh? I don't much like the sound of that. Perhaps Severa and I should count ourselves fortunate that our destination can be approached by land. I pray you have a safe journey. Watch yourself out there, sir. Pray, destroy the Waking Sands. That fate in Amarang, I literally had to stop and do it when I saw it right stick. MSQ is not heavy, might be a good break, I think. 5.5? Probably, for what it's building up to, I don't think it'll have any heavy reveals. It's been building up pretty hype. Like, exciting. It's time we departed. Let's make our way to Vesper Bay. Shiny in cutscene. I like that it persisted. 5.5 isn't really that heavy, if that makes you feel better. Yeah, that's been the general consensus. I think it'll be fine if we do it. In the event that my attempt to bypass the castrum's security fails, this submersible of Sid's had best be able to withstand Imperial weaponry long enough for us to escape. As per Master Garland's instructions, the submersible is ready when you are. But before you depart, I've received some scraps of intelligence regarding your opponent from my colleagues in Turncliffe. Apparently, it uses some sort of levitating, hand-like appendages, 6 of them, in fact. Levitating hands? Okay. Though we're not quite sure what purpose they serve. For smacking! It sounds like having eyes in the back of your head might come in handy, but that's all we know, I'm afraid. So, okay, it's going to be 6 hands. They're going to be positioned boop, 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 all around the arena. And if you're not watching the ones behind you, you'll get smacked. Boom, I already figured out the mechanics. Easy clap. Wow, please present a real challenge. You have our thanks. After all, forewarned is forearmed. If the emerald weapon has indeed been transported to this castrum, it would need to enter via the dry dock. We shall do likewise. As one might expect, there are measures in place to keep out intruders, but the security systems can be tricked into recognizing us as an Imperial vessel. That said, infiltrating the facility is merely the first step. Should the emerald weapon be activated, it is only a matter of time before the pilot uses Oversoul. We must silence the war machina before this happens, and failing that, grant the poor soul at its helm the mercy of a swift death. Guys, have you not been listening? They're dead. Oh, wait, never mind. I know what he's saying. Because they slowly get absorbed. They have their essence sucked out of them slowly. So he's like, put them down quick so it's not slow agonizing. Okay, fair. Had these wounds healed more quickly, I could have gone with you, but I fear I would only slow you down. As such, I shall provide what support I can from afar. Whatever happens, the emerald weapon must be defeated at all costs. Yether. Gaius doesn't want his kids to die from the suck. It's a fair complaint. It's a fair fear. Hi! What's happening? I have an escort. This way, Terra. Your escort awaits at the docks. What, we're not RP walking? My escort's leaving me. There's something weird in between your monitors. What's happening, Izagi? A dead pixel? Couldn't be. The Extreme is super fun. I want to try out the Extremes at some point. Probably unsynced. Oh my god. Hello, gamers. Did we do the roll-off already? Did we roll off for slots? Ah, you guys are in like matching outfits or like pseudo matching outfits. And then there's Rando. Wait, this is so cute. Between them, it was weirdly placed beans. There were beans in between your... Beans in places that there shouldn't be beans? Hello? Clip it for hubris check? You wouldn't dare. You would not dare. He has no idea. The new weapon's just gotten very, very Buddhist. It'll spend the whole fight doing JoJo Dharma poses? Oh, I really hope that's true. I really hope that's true, King. Wow, and I can't make it. Carry the honor of duty support officers for me, team. My duty support officers. Sir, yes, sir. You guys are so cute. There was a swarm of sir, yes, sirs in the chat. I think it was Ray. All right, soldiers, our target is Castrum Marinum. Let's carry out our duty. Y'all are so fucking cute. Y'all are so fucking cute. I love it. I don't have a Grand Company glam. Don't care for how Grand Company glams look. I just like how I sit on this mountain fair. Have fun, Terra. I will. Castrum Marinum. This is it. The emerald weapon. Oh, Rex is piloting this one. I've been expecting you, hero of Eorzea. Look, Father. This is the power that we command. Mark 5 Anti-Icon War Machina, the Emerald Weapon. Hi, Tim. Welcome in. Beef fat tacos, beef fat tacos. So big. We were literally doing RP the whole time you were unlocking Terra. What? So cute. I love you guys. Hey, my red mage plate. It's broken. Update gear set. Portraits. I can't edit it right now. My red mage plate is broken. I'm so sad. I have confidence that your training will pay off. It shall. My angle's too low. All right, let's do this. Big fat tacos, a big fat tacos. Emerald shot, huh? Oh! Tank buster much? Our tank nearly got busted by that. Jesus. I had to cancel my spellcast. Whoa! Am I dead? Holy Jesus! I'm not dead, but that was close. 2 Vuln stacks instantly. You try and stop for 1 spell cast, and look what happens. You get punished. Laser hugs, they're too warm. They hurt my soft, shitty body. Oh? Interesting. Optimize Ultima. Sage mitigation said no. Big fat tacos, big fat tacos. What's that circle over there? Whoa! Bye, Terra. Whoopsies. Flying lesson. Oh wow, casters hate this fight. What is this bullshit? I can't help but notice, but none of the DPS are casters. They knew. Is it cutting off the platform? Did I just realize this? With its lasers? I'm scared. Big fat tacos, big fat tacos, so big. Big fat tacos, big fat tacos. Oh, right. Magnets. Magnets. Magnets? Magnets. They repel each other. Oh, I just saw some hands fly out. We want to catch these hands, I think. I know that formation uses in Whirl It. Oh! Side skate. No, thank you. What in the heck? What in the heck? Whoa! People connected with some balls there. And I got 2 bone stacks for free! Oh, goodbye! I'll miss you, friends. I'll miss you both so dearly. I got one of them. I don't know if I have the mana to get the other. Yes, I do. And then boosted. Nice. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. I got them both. Magitech Magnetism. Oh, the floating hands are so cool. Somebody just walked off. I'm sorry for laughing. Oh, they said in chat. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. Oh, man. Okay, someone's got the raise. Big fat tacos. Big fat tacos. Lemmings. Ouch, that hurt. Oh no, Than. Than's getting bullied right now. We have a split coming. Oh god! Hey, let's go. Huh? 0.1? Huh? 0.1? Excuse me? Excuse me? 0.1? Excuse me? What's happening? Oh, it's not over. So it's come to this. But no matter what, I can't afford to lose. I leveled everything to 90 so I can suck at them all equally. That's so funny, right, Stick? Baelsar combat data ready. Baelsar? Ali, on Alphonse, this is goodbye. Rex, what have you done? Baelsar. What is the meaning of this? Wait, that glow. Bear witness to the glory of the Empire. Torb, that's a very accurate emote. This is Whirlit. At the time of the invasion, could the synthetic Orsite be causing this? Oh, it hath begun. Daddy Issues the Trial. Not to be confused with Daddy Issues the Raid. And not to be confused with Daddy Issues the duty, the single player duty. Primus Terminus. Oh. Ow. Something really hurt my bones. Uh-oh, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Oh, I'm tethered? No, I'm not. I don't know what's happening. There's a lot going on right now. Uh-oh. Eee! Okay, good. That was very scary. I had to interrupt my melee combo for you. I hope you're happy. My melee combo. Oh, what is going on around the edge there? Oh no. Fire! Okay, I get it now. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of them in a second here. Fire away. Oh, I thought I could slide cast. Ouch, I thought I could slide cast that. I could not. Ouchie. Oh, I think we have a DC. Hopefully tank swaps are not required. Big fat tacos, big fat tacos. This is pretty BGM 100 as well. Oh God. My poor mana pool! Quit exploding, you cowards! Uh-oh. Those two are in trouble. The tiniest little opening. Tiniest little sliver of safety. Help! Ouch. Oh God. Kill it! Nice. Can you sure cast those pushbacks? I actually don't know. Hi chat, I missed you guys. That was a fun fight. I don't think you can, fair. Well done, soldiers! Crashed out in the transition cutscene. Looks like we did it. We did in fact do it. Gather round, everybody. Gather round. Where's my pose? I live for standing in safety slivers. So great when you live by literally a millimeter. It feels great. It feels great. Hi, Dire Fox, welcome in. And Metatron, I don't know when you snuck in here, but hello, hello. Oh, and Sethrin as well. Hi, guys. Hi, Tara. Hope you've been enjoying the trial series. Warlord is one of my favorite stories in 14. It's been great. It's been great so far. Struggled a lot with this extreme. Kind of got dragged across the finish line on your clears, but you did clear it though, Blackmore. Don't forget you did clear it. Oh, good Lord, we're doing Warlord. It's so good so far. Hasn't been too traumatizing yet. But it's been very good. It's been very good. Wait. I wanna mirror him on here. That's yellow, right? Oh no, that's blue ranger pose B. Nice. There we go. Oh no, Vani's slightly off the side, so I'm gonna have to do this. Uh-oh. You guys wanna do an emote for me real quick? You guys wanna hit me with your favorite emote real quick? So I can get Ray in the screenshot? Resub didn't announce, you feel scammed. Dire, if you refresh, you'll usually get it. Gotta run, catching the VODs, right stick. Thanks for hanging out. New emotional vampire checking in. Hi, Gavgano. Welcome in. Is Stan still flying off my screen if I go G-pose? Perfect. All right, thank you. All right, let's get this ankle going here. Actually, since we're in G-pose, we do a bright one. Very cool, very nice. Oh, I forgot to freeze everybody. Well done. Very good. Had to refresh on phone. Sag. All right, we got it. I was not prepared. Okay. Very fun fight. Very fun fight. And I only died once. I only died once, so I'm proud of myself. I was living my best red mage life. Sorry, my best res mage life. Picked up people. Resing people actually feels... Resing people is literally the reason that I play red mage, because it's just so satisfying. And so it ends. Are we doing a ketchup and a mustard run? What is a ketchup and a mustard run, Panda? Explain yourself. La, 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 la. But why would Rex throw away his life for this? Only came to resub and support the best streamer. Gonna lurk while I play Sims and dream of a better life. Dire, I appreciate your resub so much. Even if you got scammed out of the notification. Half are wearing red, the other's yellow. Oh, ketchup mustard. I think they were just wearing their Grand Company attire. It's nice to do it without losing a ton of damage. Stares at Summoner. Red Mage thankfully has a tiny bit of mobility, but that was still kind of suffering. Well done, troops. After that, I'd say you've earned some leave. Go on Costa del Sol, get some well-earned R&R. Dismissed. Ray, I love you. Ray, thank you for bringing full RP into our group. You were right. If I'm ever to learn the truth, I must concentrate on the task at hand. Of course, we do not need to wait for Sid's analysis to tell us whose combat data was used on this occasion. Well, I mean him, but yeah. Probably because the Grand Company uniforms are all red and yellow. Yeah, that was why. You've run out of water and cheese puffs. Go get some more, Marwick. It galls me to think that my techniques and strategies could be so closely replicated. Nevertheless, the observations I made during the battle may yet prove useful. As a matter of fact, that was the only information I was able to gather. I intercepted a signal that revealed the troops stationed here were permitted to withdraw, seemingly in return for assisting the 7th Legion. They must have known that the Alliance would follow the that the Alliance would follow the Emerald Weapon here sooner or later and made their good escape. Meaning the way is now clear for Sid to inspect the War Machina's remains. Boom, boom, boom. Is Flame the most underrepresented Grand Company? I feel like most people will pick Twin Adders for the aesthetic, and the rest of us pick Maelstrom for Merleweb. Because Ulda is lame. Oof. Oof. We got here as soon as we could, Sid. Adder is lower than Flames, truly? Interesting. Not that we could have done anything to prevent this tragedy. From what we know, it seems that the Emerald Weapon was ilm for ilm a great deal more powerful than the previous two. If this is allowed to continue, who knows what sort of monstrosity the 7th Legion will conceive next. Nevertheless, Sir has once again proven himself capable of overcoming the worst the Empire has at its disposal. You may be relieved to hear that Castromossidens was free of anything resembling a weapon. Unfortunately, it was also devoid of any useful leads, and we came away empty-handed. In all honesty, part of me wishes we had never found the Emerald Weapon. Perhaps then Rex would not have been forced to make the ultimate sacrifice. I only hope that he is finally at peace. We will do what we can to spare the others from sharing his fate. I and the Ironworks will search this place from top to bottom for clues as to the 7th Legion's plans. Before that, allow me to sweep the area for booby traps and the like. I would not put it past the Imperials to have left a few surprises for us. Agreed. I'll go with you. Flames have the shortest way from Aetheryte to Grand Company? Is that true? Because in Limsa, it's the aft cap. Oh no, you still gotta cross that bridge. You know what? That actually makes sense. Z-City. That actually makes sense. I think Adder is lowest. People prefer blue to yellow, and Roban to Kane Senna. God, Kane Senna is so... She's so flavorless. She's like vanilla ice cream with nothing else going on. Chose the Adders because of Kane Senna. She's a bean. I feel like I personally insulted you with my previous statement, and I would like to apologize. Vanilla ice cream with an upside down cow. Actually, I'm wrong. Latest census data shows 369,000 adder, 362,000 flame, 452 maelstrom. Let's go, maelstrom. Adder, ride or die. I still respect you. I still respect you, even if your opinion is wrong. Hashtag adder for life. Wow, a bunch of adders. Kuiper did her 14 character tier list and said Kanye Senna ranked garbage. Oof. Kanye in game is milquetoast. Vanilla has beans, right? I mean, vanilla bean. Yeah, you're right. Vanilla ice cream is delicious, but Kanye is kind of boring compared to the others. Roban had so much like character development, and most recently in 5.4, what we learned of Merlwyb made her brand of ice cream so tasty and delicious. Your adder as well, Terrabellum. Maelstrom has the best grind company glam. Okay, 50% I went Merlwyb, 50% I went for that hat at max rank for Maelstrom. Ooh, that hat. With that in mind, I'll begin my examination of the emerald weapon. Carefully, that is. Gridania always gets done dirty. Hey, I live in lavender beds. Okay? I live in lavender beds. Whoop. Oh no, headache with pictures. Here we go. Okay. I'd eat Merlwyb's ice cream. Demi, straight to horny Joe. Rowan's speech in ARR was the best of the three. I liked Merlwyb's, but maybe it's just because I like Merlwyb. Less so I think I cared about the words as I did the people representing them. Maelstrom used to be extremely overrepresented because back when Grind Company decided your PvP faction, Maelstrom got the rep for being the PvP tryhards. So if you wanted wins, you went Maelstrom. That's a bummer. Glad they fixed that. Oh, I'm too tied into current rank to switch. Because you start from baby rank if you switch, right? Oof. Alphonse, you knew all this time, didn't you? Melisandre and Recon, too. Everyone except me. And you, Rex? Yes, that's what the synthetic Orsite system is. The fusion between pilot and core is the key to Oversoul. And unless we use it, we don't have a chance of beating Father's newfound friends. They stand between us and the primals, without which the weapons will never reach their full potential. We thought that if you knew the truth about Oversoul, you'd try to stop us. Of course I would! But what I don't understand is why all of you are so willing to give your lives for the weapon project. What is it all for? It all began the day Father left. Without his guidance, his protection, the Garleans lost any respect they once had for us. But their cruelty pales in comparison to Valen's. To him, conscripts like us are expendable commodities, an endless supply of test subjects for his twisted experiments. Oh, Kane's side story on the Lodestone made you like her more. We need storytime stream. We will figure out when we can do storytime stream, even if it's after we enter Endwalker. I want Lodestone storytime streams so bad. I feel like I'm missing out on so much lore. Merlwyb giving Zada the gun she killed her tempered father with to end the conflict with the kobolds proved to me that no matter what, Merlwyb was queen. Merlwyb is queen, and that solidified it for sure. I will never not be a Merlwyb simp. Same. Her in-game activities don't do her much justice. It really doesn't. She's like, blah, blah, blah. The elementals. That's Kane summarized. Hey, I love you. I love you more than just you bringing me coffee. I love you because you're amazing. And also you bring me coffee. You're gonna make cheese sticks?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm down for snacky. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Is there holiday Buc-ee's still? I mean, let me see what he got me. I'm pretty sure it's well, I'll just taste it. If it's what I think it is, I'll be happy. Ooh. Chestnut praline. Yes, they still have holiday Buc-ee's. Nanamo is better than all? Nanamo ul Namo. Nanamo got better throughout the story, for sure. She was kind of annoying early on in A Realm Reborn, through no fault of her own. Derp Squad room is nicest for flames. Derp Squad. Derp Squad. I have to take my Derp Squad out on missions still. I don't wanna. 17th in the line of Ool. Gavgano, you did not. You did not. Nanamo got better after she died. Although that is true. Her, like, resurgent story was definitely better than her core story. Gridania needs some big story focus for me to start caring about them. Unlike Merweb and Nanamo actively trying to fix their broken nations, Kanye Cena is like status quo simp. Wow, that's accurate. Wow, that's accurate, Lamb. Mm-hmm. You're right, you're right. You get more Kanye with the Endwalker role quests. Ooh, I have to get my core role quests to, core role jobs to 90 so I can do all those as well. Doing the Shadowbringers role quest was so rewarding. I actually want to make a video that compiles all the role quests and their capstones because it was so rewarding. Hey, thanks for the follow, by the way. Honestly, it's more like the devs just don't care about Gridania. Uldog gets lore every expansion. It really does. But there's so much, to be fair, it's because there's so many Lalas and so much backstabbing in Lala lore that's the reason why there's so much Uldog lore. It's the fault of Lalas, let's be real. Also, thank you for the follows, you guys. Welcome in. It's because she's stuck enforcing the will of the elementals, who hate change and snark about new people in their shit. Yeah. I just realized it might be an elemental. King, it's okay. You have a support circle here, you're okay. Literally just clicked Omori in Steam, and your note of sound played was slightly confused. Buy it, pray. Buy Omori. I thought you already played it, though. Buy Omori. Play Omori. Omori's great. Omori's so good. Just realized Milady would be a lore accurate Sunseeker. Get out. Get out. Sunseeker name? Get out, Demi. Get out. Okay, getting back to the story. But no matter what they do to us, we will never lose hope. If it is the duty of the if it is the duty of the strong to lead the weak, we will become strong and protect those who cannot protect themselves. The weapon project will give us the strength we need. We will create a world where people like us can live without fear of persecution. We want you to see this new world for yourself, Ali, even if we must give our lives to make it a reality. But why me? The years spent serving the Empire have changed us all, except you, Ali. Even after everything you've seen, you're still the caring, innocent girl we grew up with. More than any of us, you deserve a chance at happiness. That's what we all agreed. Ali, listen to me. Right now, the soldiers assigned to watch over us have been called away to the capital. Now is our chance to get you out of here. Then why don't you come with me? If Alphonse and I were to run away now, they'd only force others to take our place. We can't let that happen. Wow. This is our way of upholding the ideals Father instilled in us. Our lives are a small price to pay for Worlet's freedom. No. How can you expect me to leave you behind? I won't do it. How can you play Ardbird's theme? How can you play Ardbird's theme? Get out. Don't do this to me. We will forever be at your side, Ali. Rex, take her to the holding cells. No, let me go! Dwarf! I love that emote so much. Oh my god. That's Pint, right? Oh, I have such emote envy from Pint.
Such devastation!
So win or lose, the plan is to hand over the castrum to Father, is that right? Yes. They'll take Ali into their custody before the Garleans return, while you will be free to pilot the Emerald weapon without her interfering. We can't let her hinder the completion of the weapon project. I'm counting on you, Alphonse. Don't let our sacrifices be in vain. Rex, have you forgotten what I told you? You mustn't use Oversoul. I can't lose you too. We both know I can't win without it. Besides, we need the combat data of the emerald weapon fighting at its peak if we're to have any chance of perfecting the synthetic Aurosite system. You know I'm not the sort to do things by halves. Fine has some great ones, really does. Forgive me, Rex. Don't you worry about me. If this is where I meet my end, I'll do it with a smile on my face. The rest is up to you, Alphonse. Dude, Alphonse gonna have some baggage. I'm still convinced that the elementals are the same problem as primals. They feel like they're set up to be future villains. There's so many similar things in the elementals now that we've whooped the shit out of. That would be interesting, Lamb. Because 6.0 is supposed to wrap up the story as is, right? The story that I'm currently experiencing. And then 0.1, 2, and 3 are supposed to be building up to a completely different story, if I've understood what people have said. Not the sort to do things by halves, but Emerald Weapon splits into 2 pieces to attack. Isn't that ironic? This is the girl you spoke of, yes? She was locked in a cell, but I saw no harm in letting her out. I can't say for certain, but it seems she's been through quite an ordeal. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. No. You bitch. Why, Rex? Why? I can't believe I just called a small child a bitch for dying over a dead friend. I can't believe I just did that. The devs doing things with Gridania, Lamau. 6.1, 2, and 3, and now, 6.1 and 2, and now 3, beginning of a new story. Gotcha. Gaius, we've extracted the core. We'll take it back to Turncliffe for analysis. Perhaps she should come with us. There's no use in her staying here. How dare you make me feel feelings? That's basically what it was, Kelvin. Also, welcome in, Kelvin. Aw, Bean, it'll be okay. Where are the small children? This is a different child. Were they here all along? Who are you? Isn't this Recon's hair? They'll never think to look for me here. Wait, Recon had blue hair with green, didn't he? Or was it green with blue? Is this a coincidence? Wait, they didn't run here last time. Haha, found you. Looks like it wasn't such a good hiding place after all. But I'm glad you didn't keep me waiting here too long. And now that you're on our side, let's look for the other 2. I think this is no coincidence. Tara, please save the next part for another day. I can handle it. I can handle it. I can handle it. Hi, Alatek. Yeah, Andy rated into us. Kenya, we'll take a break. I'll step away from the computer for a little bit. We'll take a little bit of a break. There's just so much I want to get done. It's fine. It's fine. If you need a push, we'll be right behind you. Love you guys. Severa is taking care of Allie, but it may be some time until her nerves have settled. If the vision you witnessed is indeed true, Alphonse and Rex locked her away for her own safety. When she's ready, I would know more of what her brother hopes to achieve, and why he must resort to such desperate measures. I don't think we have more shinies to give you to calm down. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Allie's condition has improved somewhat, but she remains in a state of
What if I give you this? Can this be shiny enough?
Aw, Marwick. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies, Marwick. That is plenty shiny. That is plenty shiny. Thank you for that, you sweet soul. Allie's condition has improved somewhat, but she remains in a state of shock. We must give her more time to recover. There was one other thing I thought you should know. When we checked her for injuries... This is going to be tough. Oh, this is going to be tough. When we checked her for injuries... Might need that break a little earlier than I thought. We saw that her back is covered in welts and bruises. Who did this to her? It seems she was subjected to beatings on a regular basis. Judging by the varied stages of bruising, I dare say this was the work of her Garlean masters. You speak as though you have seen this before. Seen? I have lived through it myself. I was born in Werlet, 23 summers past. Tech. Don't worry, Tara. It's just a side story to give us a reason to have cool fights. Nothing big, you know? Yeah, nothing serious. I was told it gets dark, but so far it hasn't been very dark at all, Tara, earlier today. It's been... Do you know what's crazy about this? It's been a slow burn. In each stage that we've been in, it's been a slow burn. It's been like, oop, oop, look at this. Oop, oop, look at this. Oop, oop, 17 years old. Oh, okay. Oop, a weird guy making children watch him exercise. Oop, nope, it's okay, it's okay. Oh, there's a punishment chamber. No, it's okay, it's okay. It's been like little by like, whoop, they're just like slipping it in. I was born in Werlet, 23 summers past. My mother was a local woman, but my father was a pure-blood Garlean and a member of the occupying forces. Though I know very little about him, his rank afforded me imperial citizenship. His acknowledgement of our familial ties was the extent of the responsibility he took for bringing me into this world. Still, it is more than can be said for most of his ilk.
Guess what today was?
I can't think of another word for it. I was trying to be funny. Non, is it payday? Non, thank you for the bits. To be fair, Tara did predict it was backloaded. Yeah, and it really is. Friday. Yep. Non, I love you. Hope your day's been amazing. My mother and I were shunned by the people of Werlet, who treated us as badly as the Garleans did, if not worse. I thought that if I were to continue to become an Imperial soldier, my position might somehow deter those who would cast scorn on my mother, if only out of fear, and so I joined the army. The acceptance I earned was but temporary, however, and my superiors were quick to blame any perceived shortcomings on my savage lineage. Rather than waste time on official court martials, they administered their own form of corporal punishment. I was eventually assigned to the 12th Legion and fought under Xenos Ye Galvis in Alamigo. In the chaos that followed our defeat, I seized the opportunity to flee to Wurlet. While it was never much of a home, it was all I had, but nothing could prepare me for what awaited. My mother had for many years suffered from poor health and relied on her medicine to keep her alive. In my absence, the Garleans had denied her treatment, claiming that it would be a waste on savages. By the time I could return to her side, there was naught I could do. There was nothing left for me in Wurlet. I would be punished for desertion if the Imperials discovered the reason for my return, and I was never accepted by my so-called countrymen to begin with. Hi Ian, how's Wurlet? It's starting to get heavy. She's just like Fordola, literally Fordola. Cryday the 13th? That's so funny, Torb. Cryday the 13th. I ran as far as my legs could carry me. It was then that I met Gaius. So that is the truth of it. Other than a few scant details, I knew naught of your past. It sickens me to think that I once fought under the same banner as such vile creatures. I had always believed it to be the duty of the strong to lead the weak, yet there are those who become drunk on power afforded by their station, and prey on the ones they should protect. Like a canker, this corruption has spread to every part of the Empire. Even those with Garlean blood, such as myself, are subjected to their cruelty. They hold particular contempt for the Aura, an easy target for abuse being so few in number. Perhaps like me, Ali thought she would be spared such treatment once she joined the army. Alas. I wonder why Severa has a Garlean eye and Arenvald doesn't. Her eye is black though. Isn't it only a chance if you're like a Garlean, what do you call, like half-breed? Isn't it only a chance to have an eye? At least Xenos, you know what? That's kind of true, Gabgano. At least Xenos didn't abuse his troops. He just killed them when they messed up. I find that to be far more merciful than the things they're subjecting these people to. I think there's a backstory to why Arenvald doesn't have one. Got it. Maybe on the lodestone? I only hope that with time, Ali can put the past behind her and make a new life for herself. But for now, all we can do is wait for her delirium to subside. It is Valdalin's turn to keep watch. Let us ask him if there's been any change. It's in-game and you should have been told. If that was, you know what's so sad? So you guys know how I save every single VOD on my computer, right? I missed 4.1. 4.1 expired before I could get it. And that's Arenvald's adventure. So, gone forever. To the sands of time. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Sith. That actually reminds me we should take a break. I should run a couple ads. We should step away. Everybody should get up and get water and move their body a little bit. Oh. Arenvald doesn't have one. I remember that now. Arenvald doesn't have one because his mom cut it out. I remember that now. Him mentioning that he took the knife to it. Oh. Hi, Control Delete. Welcome in. Hi, Psycho. Welcome back. Correction, his mom made him cut it out. Someone already mentioned I'm half paying attention. You're good. I think I suppressed that bit of knowledge. That was in 4.1, right? Before Arenvald's big adventure, right? The scar was because his mom went crazy thinking he'd get one. Oh. Oh. He never actually had one. His mom made him cut into it, thinking there was one there. I always took his story to mean that she only thought there was one because she'd lost the plot about him being half Garlean. You're doing like a champ, Tara. Hope you can keep it up till the end. I think I can survive this. We will ball. But it's okay. We're overdue. I don't think I cried much this week, so we're due for it. I think I can survive the rest of the trial series. I think we'll be okay. Could be a recessive gene then, could be. If they're half-breed, it's just a chance, yeah. Ballin' and ballin'. We will reach the end, exactly, Avalon. I too suppressed bad parents from my life. High five. Oh no, what did I miss? Stud's trauma. If you can survive this, you can survive Endwalker. Although it's a different kind of heavy. Well, and that's the beauty of it, right? Is there something in this game that's gonna get everyone. Except me. Everything gets me. I love this music, one of my favorite BGMs. Then we won't go proper BRB screen. We'll do this. We'll do this for our BRB. Trial series broke you. This was it. These are the trials. Oof. Oof. Oh no, the old man. What else did I miss in chat? We moved a little fast for a minute there. There was nothing consensual about the relationship between Arenvald's mom and dad. I also think there was nothing consensual about Severa's mom and dad. I don't think they skimmed over it pretty quickly, but I got the vibes that it also was not consensual. Her mother might have had some Garlean ancestry, whereas Arenvald's mother did not, yeah. Gaius cared about his people, tried to be fair to non-Garlean troops. He was vocal against using chemical warfare. Xenos could never... Wait, but Xenos literally stopped Varys from using the Black Rose. Xenos is a shit, but he's my shit, okay? Hello, Tara in chat. Hi, Vittergord. Welcome in. Oh boy, it's Wurlit. Yeah, we're gonna finish this today. We're gonna finish Wurlit for sure. Thought maybe I might need a break. And I am a little... What's the word I'm looking for? Emotionally pent up a little bit, but we'll be okay. Can't handle this one. It's okay. We'll make it through. It's the sorrow of Wurlit, and they mean it. This is where you had your first proper cry for 14? Not even 5.3, Ian? Oh my god, 5.3 destroyed me. What part of Wurlit? Wurlit, I believe we're on the last one, Spade. We just finished Emerald. Black Rose was cowardly for Xenos. That's why he destroyed it. Yeah, thank you, Diod. Xenos didn't stop him because he cared about people, though. He wanted to personally murder. Okay, okay, listen. Now you're just digging too much into the details. You're going too far in. It's not that deep. Hey, I recently found your YouTube vids, popping in to say hello. Oh, this questline is certainly something. Yeah, it's been something already. I wish I had wings. Welcome in. It's so good to have you on Twitch. Just in Emerald, yeah. I held on hard, Tara. I held off on crying through most of this game. Impressive. Xenos lover? I can fix him. Although every time I see him, I feel less and less like I can fix him. Need to watch Tara's new YouTube video. Yes, you do. It was 5.2. Man, somebody in the comments of 5.2 said that they forgot how much, like they forgot about 5.2 basically. And they were like, so much important happens in 5.2. Like literally so much. That's when you go into anamnesis and Niter. That's when you figure out the whole thing of Heidelin's blessing. Like so many big things happen in 5.2. Best friend is here. Hello. Welcome in, Niara. I can't see Xenos without hearing Tara saying, I can fix him now. I think every time his face has been on screen, I've said I can fix him. Oh my god, that reminds me. Valora, my mod, she finished 5.0 recently, and she was streaming it in Discord for me. And she was deafened. She was deafened, obviously, so she could enjoy the cutscene. But I was still in party with her, and it was... there was the Xenos moment, like post everything, and I typed in party chat, and it popped up in her little window because she had her chat window open, and it was just, I can fix him, and she said she started laughing while she was deafened. That's when you go into Manamana. Correct. Just had a scene with Xenos, and it was literally all I heard. Simi. I can fix them. I can fix them. I hardly ever get to watch you live, but your YouTube highlight videos are perfectly done. Big thanks. Yay, Willow. Thank you for saying that. And thank you for popping over with what little time you might have. That dumpy is worth trying to fix. He has less of a dumpy in his new outfit though. Although his new outfit is like such vibes. His new outfit is fantastic. I love him. I don't think he's, no, I can fix him. I'm not giving up yet. I'm not giving up yet. Only thing redeemable about Xenos is his cake. Listen here. Tara, before I started watching you live, I was constantly going into Xenos' scenes like, hi Z / Toad. Oh no, Ian. We are down bad. We are down bad. It's not okay. He's kind of a monster. Most people just say he's boring, which is wrong. You know what? I forgive people that say that, Gabgano. Because some people are just not into, who was it? I think it was either Ike or Avalon that just said they find nihilists boring. And that's so fair. It's such a fair take. Xenos is not for everyone. It locks on to the children. Aww. I hardly catch streams too, but the time I can, I like to pass by and say hello, Psycho. It's a pleasure to have you. It was you, Ike. That's who it was, yeah. Depends on the kind of nihilism. For Ike, it wasn't it. Okay, I gotta go on my BRB. I gotta stretch my bones. I recommend everybody get up and move around a little bit. If you've been sitting all day, just take a little lap around your house, or your apartment, your whatever. Take a little lap if you can. Move around a little bit. Get some water. I'll probably be back in at most like 5 minutes. I'm gonna run some ads. Don't worry, you won't miss anything. Well, you'll miss this. So, consider that. Consider that. Terra streams are instant serotonin for me. Ian, stop. Don't be so sweet to me. As a fellow nihilist, he's definitely not boring to me. There's nothing matters QQ, and then there's nothing matters Ubu. And which one is Xenos? You deal with enough of them in local politics? So fair. Some people are bored of him, hence he's boring. Some people aren't bored of Xenos, and thus he's not boring. Some of us are still trying to fix him. I want to punch his dumb face. Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back. Enjoy Idlecam. Entertain yourselves with SAD. And we'll be back. And we will finish the trial series. I will power through. Regardless of how I might feel. I will power through today. Okay? Okay? Mwah. Love you. Move around for a bit, please. I forgot to press the add button. Okay, bye. You're my superstar.
What's wrong, chat? Could you be craving the thrill of the hunt? / Xenos smile.
Hooah! I'm back. Ian! Ian, did you resub while I walked away? Ian, you sweet bean. Thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. I had some Doritos. I did some stretches. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling pretty happy, pretty high energy. I'm ready. I'm ready for whatever's to come. Gavgano, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Okay, let's do this. Whew, I'm scared. Happy in Shadowbringers? Well, happy in life over there, away from the computer. Asahi was just mad. Oh, we're talking Asahi? Hang on, I just sat back down. So I was just mad that his crush likes us more than him. True. True. Asahi's a trash can that thinks he's special. Asahi was too lazy to be of any interest to Xenos physically. Only his hatred for others was of use to him, really. And it was Elidibus who used Asahi. Yes, Balur's got it right there. Asahi's like that stalker that gets so mad when you start dating your ass. Yeah. God, Asahi. Asahi was so easy to hate, and I love that for us. We have so few
How very glib.
we have so few villains that are actually easy to hate, so it's nice to have Asahi. Thank you so much for that follow, by the way. Welcome in. Okay, here we go. Though you have overcome the emerald weapon, it is hardly cause for celebration. Another young life cut short. Rex's death is on my hands, not yours. Would that this confrontation had been averted, but alas, it was not to be. Man, how is Gaius feel? Gaius, I want you to open up, sir. I want you to open up, because you can't be okay right now. Hello? Shot Noodles? What? Thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate you. Also, the new batches of gift subs, it's a little quiet. I have to fix that. But it's the quest complete noises like scaling upward into ridiculous levels. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. That's so special. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love that Gaius got a redemption arc. Of all the characters in the game, he's probably the most deserving. Agree, Kershaw. Agree. How you doing, Gaius? Glibbish. Gaius Van Daddyzar needs a hug. Okay, I'm just gonna state, if Gaius breaks, I'm done. I'm gonna break. Like 100%. And I feel like he's probably close to it. So, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. You're very welcome. I love your videos so much. Always a fan of Peeps shedding tear for this amazing story. And there are many more to be shed at that. Sean, that's so special of you. Thank you. Now, is it Sean or is it Sea Noodles? It's either Sean Oodles or Sea Noodles. Sea Noodles. There we go. How about Noodles? Noodles is easy for me. Can I say that I'd be fine with enemies to lovers trope with guys? No. What about Graha, Ian? Come on. I'm not cheating on Graha. I'm not going to cheat. We are faithful to Graha, despite the temptations that may exist. I suppose you're here to ask about Ali. Yes, I am. Is she well enough to speak with us? You have my permission to noodle, so does chat. Hell yeah. Thank you for the videos. I found this last 2 weeks and marathoned them all to stay sane. Happy to catch you live after your 5.2 video. Brett, thank you so much for saying that. God, y'all have been so sweet coming in here. Stop. Gonna make me cry. Gonna make me cry. But I really appreciate it. Thank you. What about husbando number 2? Xenos? No, Xenos has always just been a fling for me. It's not serious. It's never serious with him. I do want to fix him, but more like platonically. You know what I mean? Oh. Ian. Ian, thank you for gifting Brett a sub. You sweet soul. Oh, things are happening.
But what about Zuma's Juicy Dumpy?
Juicy Dumpy. It'll still have a place in my heart, but no. Graha is my true love. Graha's my true love for sure. Guys, thank you for starting a scam train, by the way. Congrats on finishing your journey in the VODs. I have not yet started 5.3. I have all the files I need to edit it, but 5.3 will probably go up. When will 5.3 go up? How many days do I have to work on it? I want to put 5.3 up by Tuesday, but I feel like 5.3 will probably come out more like Saturday next week because emotional damage. Editor Tarot is good. Did I hear
scam train?
Yes, you did. Thank you for the videos, Marwick. The emotional damage that poor Editor Tarot is going to have to go through to get a 5.3 video out is going to be hard. So it might be delayed a little bit. Ah, noodles! Thank you for gifting a tier 1 to Loom. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Once this is done, I'm hunting for that 5.3 VOD. Oh, it's... Spoiler alert, Brett. Oh, I was not okay. I was not okay after 5.3. Oh, you guys.
Emotional damage.
There it is. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Oh, Brett. No way paying forward the gifted. Brett, thank you for paying forward the gifted sub. Guys, thanks for all the support. 5.3 made me cry so hard I got a headache and had to go have a nap. Wings, I had to recover like fully the next day. I think I slept 11 hours or more after 5.3 and I just let myself do it. It was like a waste of time to sleep that much, but I needed it like so badly. Avalon, thank you for gifting us up to fill in. Guys, thank you for all the gifted subs. You guys are so sweet. Looking at Terra's VODs on Twitch here have helped me keep sane while Bosnia grinding. And soon, Ian, we will be in Bosnia. It was supposed to be tomorrow, but now I really want to get caught up on the MSQ. I want to have a setup so we can enter Endwalker late next week. Noodles, thank you for another gifted sub to Fume. Sweet soul. The train is certainly growing. It's moving. That level 3 hype train. Guys, thank you for all the support. Same. Terra's perfect palace grinding. Derek, appreciate you. Grinding in general for sure. I can't wait. If we're all doing Bosnia, I can finish out the astrologer weapon. I can't wait to step in. Whoa! Guys, don't make me cry before we get to the sad part, please. I want it in. Terry Lynn, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Oh my God. Do it, make him cry. No. We're already gonna be crying today. Guys, thank you. Thank you for all the gifteds. If you got a gifted sub, be sure to thank the gifter. They don't have to, but they do it and it's generous. And it, You guys are mean. You guys are mean. I'm not too late for the train, am I? No, dude, you're right on time. Thank you for the 5 gifted. It could be mod view, Marwick. It could be mod view that you can't see the hype train. Ah! You guys are so generous. Oh, I am so not deserving. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, you guys. Endgame, thank you for the 5. And Sea Noodles, thank you for the 10. Oh my gosh. Whew. Whew. Thank you for all the hype, you guys. Oh my god. Came back to a party? You sure did, Lucian. Also, dodge DZ clap, Lucian. Dodge DZ clap. If you got a gifted sub, please be sure to thank the gifter. It's so special, and it's so great and awesome, and it helps me a lot. So thank you guys. Thank you for all the gifted and all the bits.
Hype train.
Love you, bitch.
Thank you for the 100 minis. Yes, hype train. Love you too, Keo. Deserved. Any Dodgers in chat? Any Dodgers? Any Dodgers? Oh, Brett, thank you for gifting Lucina sub. No longer dodged. Oh my god, guys, thank you. I have nothing to say but thank you. It's so incredible. It's so incredible. I'm so blessed to be on this platform, and though Twitch and YouTube might have their problems, it's been an incredible journey, and so happy you guys are alongside me with it. What kind of Dodgers? Dodgers? Sub-Dodgers. Trolley Dodgers. Sub-Dodgers. Dodged as always, Kappa. Oh, man. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh. Okay, just a little preliminary emotions. We're fine. just a little bit. About to beat your last record? Stop. Hype Train, do not encourage them. Hype Train machine, don't tell them anything. Ah, Kershaw, thank you for gifting Afghano. Zeram, thank you for the gifted. Tax evaders. I'm a tax dodger. Jolly, don't type that in my chat. They're gonna get you now. They're gonna get you. A record, you say? What if I just don't be on screen? Will you guys stop?
What
if I just be over here? Will you guys stop then? Just getting in the right emotional state for some of the best side content in this game. I love the weapon trials. The writing has been beautiful so far. That's why I'm fully accepting that I'm just gonna bawl. I'm fully accepting it, it's fine. Cannot hide from the love. Zephyr got the bun.
Very glib.
Does Zephyr call their community the bunarchists? I kind of love that. You get the tax evaders. I need to like catch my breath for a split second. Whew. You guys are wild. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna step away from it and grab a takeout with the wife. I wonder if Tara will be in cutscene when I get back. Perhaps. Perhaps we'll get there, Ray. Ray, thank you. Love you. Mwah. Oh, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. Are we supposed to pay taxes? I thought that was a suggestion. Oh boy. Ooh. All right, gamer. I got some news for you, my friend.
I wanna see what happens.
Marwick, thank you for the 750 biddies. Didn't know it went to 8. It's a newer thing. It's a newer thing that it goes above level 5. I don't think there's technically an end to it. It's just now it's, can you break your record each time, which is insane. This is already insane. The fact that we've even gotten close to our previous record is insanity, and it's enough. It's great. Thank you. Thank you. At Endwalker, I had to take a physical break from the game. I was exhausted. Yeah, if streams get surprise canceled throughout Endwalker, I hope you guys don't hold it against me. If I need a mental health day, I will take a mental health day. Just warning. Zeppa calls her community buns. When she goes AFK, they devolve into bunarchy. The more I learn about Zeppa, the more I enjoy them. That's awesome. It gives nothing above 5. Just Just shiny new record, that's it. You've seen it get to level 22 on a different stream, Ariel. Woo! That's incredible. That's the next goal out. No shot. No shot. Never. Couldn't be. If you don't take a mental health day when you need it, I'll get angry. No, I'm usually pretty good for that. Call your assurance before you play Endwalker. Hype train complete at level 8. Your community contributed 43 gift subs and 1,251 biddies. Guys, I love you. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. It keeps the lights on as it is. Thank you. Endwalker's broken up into chapters. You can take a break after each, and should. Good advice. Good advice. Choo-choo. I love that hype train emote, Taylin. That little pug. I was reading something. It said Bellum was Latin for war. Correct. How is such a sweetie named Land War? Because an old video game had the name, and I just loved the ring of it. As much as I enjoyed seeing some streamers devolve in their chair through Endwalker, I do worry for them and won't mind people taking mental health days. That's why you guys are awesome. That's why you guys get it. You get it. You've been through it. The chat was wanting to see if they could get the train old enough to legally drink in the US. That's amazing, Ariel. You'll definitely know when to take breaks, yeah. They'll be like, take a rest, and I'll be already on the floor. You guys already have me at this point where I'm like at a build up. Thank you for all the support, you guys. I just have to say it one last time. Thank you, thank you. What do we do if we want to try and run like trials and stuff with you? Usually somebody gets in order. I think if nobody's around to form the party for us, then we'll do a party finder, and I'll like have password, and then I'll release the password in chat, and then you can mad dash to get in the party. To be fair though, I don't actually remember anyone's schedule anyways, so I won't notice if people skip a day. They'll just be like, ah, they're not live today. Must have been a regular non-them streaming day. Endwalker is just a lot of fun. I believe that. Stella, thanks for the hydrate, by the way. Sir Terrabellum, we've done much. You should take a rest while we plan our next steps. Terra, the streamer, is already on the floor in a fetal ball. That will be Endwalker. Correct. Correct, Zoe. Okay. Let's get back into it. Again, thank you for all the support. It's incredible. Whew. As her condition has improved somewhat, I would say so, provided you do not cause her any undue stress. Wait here. Terry, I love you. Renardi, I love you more. Allie, I'm sorry. What happened to Rex? It was my fault. Melisandre and Recon too. They died because of me and my foolish ambitions. Father, no. This cannot go on. Please, Allie, you must tell me all you know. Of course. Ah, Jolly! Have a good sleep, Jolly. That's basically how Nixie Puff looked through last. Oh my god, somebody sent me a screenshot of Nixie. And they were like, there was no spoiler, it was just a screenshot of their face. And it's straight up like, part of why I'm so scared is because what I've seen other people experience, like that, for example, it looked like she was fully disassociating because of like what was happening on screen. She looked just like glazed. And apparently she sat there for like 5 minutes, didn't say a word. And so I'm terrified. I am terrified. Someone was like, hey, this streamer's at a certain point in Endwalker. Nixie's a bit more emotional than even you. Wow. Is that even possible? Excuse me, is that big man compared to that? That is a big man compared to that little dragon girl? Well, I also think this is a young dragon girl, or a female are quite short. I sobbed, happy, sad, you name it, for 4 days straight, but I felt so renewed and uplifted by it. Wild how differently emotions affect people, yeah. Nixie had issues actually crying after 5.3. Like, it broke her ability to cry. Wow. I wonder if I'll get there. Nixie feels a little bit of everything all the time. Aw, they sound incredible. Are they uploading their VODs anywhere? Because one of my biggest regrets is there are people that are ahead of me right now. Like Kuiper finished 6.0, and I just hope that I can finish 6.0 before the VOD is gone. Does Nixie upload anywhere that I could catch it later? Oh, it took 4 days to play. Not 4 days after. I see. the term thrown around that I've seen is that you poop sucked it. You poop sucked it. Nixie crying. This is so cool. I've seen a streamer vanish and come back after the testing scene at start of Shadowbringers. Oof, that's a hard one. What's funny is the Tesling moment didn't hit me as hard as Alize blaming herself. I was pretty much okay. I was more in shock of everything. And then Alize blamed herself and I was like, bah! That's when it was over for me. She threw up from it. Wow. What a reaction. Whoa. I used to have issues with emotions. There was like a wall between me and my emotions. Transitioning changed that majorly. Zoe, that's so magical. I think they said they're going to be doing some edited vids, one for each expansion. I don't think the full VODs are any. Ah. Oh, wow. Edited vids will be better than nothing. She'd had 2 moments he physically couldn't really continue streaming due to emotional damage. One was after Heavensward, after talking to after talking to Edmund after the vault. Kuiper had at least 3 cry towels. Cry towels! I've watched too many horror movies. Where Tesline started transforming, I started yelling quotes from John Carpenter's The Thing. Ian, you would. How was Emerald Weapon? It was so cool. It was a really fun fight, Gulsov. We're just about to move into the last one. She doesn't have full VODs, but there are clips on YouTube of some of her best moments. I mean, at least there's that. At least there's that. Had to take a solid break from Sorrows. Wow. Completely destroyed around Reen because she reminded him too much of his own daughter. There's something in this game that's going to get everyone. So many kinds of sads in this game. So many types of tears in this game. Happy and sad and everything in between. Some streamers count how many tissue boxes they use. Once I hit Endwalker, we're going to have a cry counter. We're going to keep track of how many times I've cried. Although other people have joked it's just going to be a continuous stream, but it won't. I'll be okay. Miss Ishikawa knows how to wring the emotions out of us. Junji Ito vibes from the Testing. Junji Ito. I don't know if I know that. Both Jeeth and Preach were angry with Thancred because they're both fathers. When Thancred didn't go to Reen, during the Eorzea Reen moment, I was actually mad. I was actually very mad. But I already didn't like love, I wasn't a Thancred simp earlier. It wasn't until Battle of the Dads that I became a Thancred simp. And now I love him. Because he was pissing me off that whole expansion. I'm like, you're being selfish. She needs a figure. Everything with Thancred and Reen hit Jeeth hard the whole way through with his own daughter being teen, similar to Reen. Oh God. Oh God. And Marco has a lot of cry moments. It's not constant. Lots of laughs too, yeah. It's responsible for emotional trauma, oh no. There are safe moments in Endwalker, yeah. Kicked in super hard while waiting for the new patch. Scoured Twitch for emotional. Endwalker emotional damage, Ariel. You needed to feed. Certain scenes I can't wait for you to react to. I'm sure you got, like, people that have been with me now for a few weeks or a few months throughout my Final Fantasy journey, I'm sure they know. You're probably sitting there being like, ah, yes, this particular moment will destroy him. I was trying to count how many times I cried at Endwalker. I lost count at 15. Wow. Wow. Preach legit hated Ardbert until 5.3 because he didn't try to communicate with Seto in the first scene. Wow. Junji Ito is infamous for horror manga. Ah, okay. Got you. I was a little annoyed though. Seto ain't a dog. He's a person. But could Ardbert even communicate directly with Seto at that time? I don't think he could have. So that's kind of unfair to Ardbert. We were the only one that could see Ardbert during that time. It's like a cycle. Every 3 to 4 months, I comb through YouTube again, looking for new prey to feed upon. If music and a scene go together to make an emotional impact, I cry, even if it's not sad. Sad game would be tough on me. Renardi, this game would be a lot for you. I don't know how many of the big moments you've caught, but oof. Mod's probably made a bingo for Endwalker by now. I can't begin to tell you how many times I saw Jane Nightwalker. I can't wait. After 5.3, I decided to never count the times I cry playing 14. Oh. I was over at my mom's for... Did I finish 5.3 before Crimbus? Yeah, I must have. I was over at my mom's for Crimbus, and we were talking about like my stream and how things are going. And I was looking through my clips to show her some of the funny moments that we get up to. And then I came across like the big 5.3 moment for me, which was the Crystal Exarch being more crystal, we'll say. And I was like, I literally can't watch this, Mom, but here, if you want to see like the full range of emotion that I'm feeling on stream, here, look at this. And I like looked away and like left and like plugged my ears because I couldn't handle it. I teared up just seeing the thumbnail. This game is a lot, but it's so good. It's so worth it. It's so worth it. It's not crying for no reason. It's so good. Resetto and Ardbert, it's questionable. They say one reason that Amaro are so prized as mounts is because they can always identify their owner's soul. But if that were true, then Seto would have seen Ardbert. He wasn't like hiding behind a tree. He was just like next to that tree. So I want to defend Ardbert in that regard. I think he got treated unfairly by that person. It's important to remember that a big part of it is that it's also extremely cathartic, yes. And Walker Cry Bingo. Rewatching some scenes gets you to tear up after the fact. It's because you have more information. My mod Valora is the same way. There's scenes that she's gotten through that she never cried at. And then she said she's watching my YouTube videos, and some of them will make her cry after the fact. Mother came into my room to see if something was happening because you couldn't stop crying. Oh, psycho. Your mother should be protected at all costs. His soul was really thin. Even Hythlodeus said, I doubt that his soul is visible to anyone but me. Oh, sorry, wasn't even visible, just the faintest memory of, or something like that. Hythlodeus is exceptional with soul sight, and I do mean exceptional. It's Hythlodius, sorry, Hythlodius said he doubts anyone would be able to see Ardbert's soul because of how faint it was, exactly. There are some scenes in this game that still kill me every time, even after I had to look away during the Ardbert homecoming moment when a streamer was doing it in 5.0. I had to look away. I couldn't. 5 or 6 times in Shadowbringers. Once in Endwalker. That's why it's important to put an asterisk beside and say that everyone's journey will be different. Everyone experiences emotion differently. Everyone experiences scenes differently, and it won't be the same for everybody. There are a lot of cutscenes that even if I've watched over and over, still cry like the first time. Oh, it is Hythlodeus. Thank you. Hythlodeus. I had it right the first time. Thank you. Was there anything sad in A Realm Reborn? Neuraxia, kind of. Didn't make me cry. Made me melancholy. I thought it was fricked up that they made you carry the body. Okay, let's get back into this. Okay. First, I need to know what became of you and your siblings after we were parted. So much has happened. It seems like a lifetime ago. After your disappearance, we were all assigned to the newly reformed 7th Legion. Golsif, you're bad. Hythlodi's nuts. At first, each legatus was quickly replaced by the next, until eventually a man named... Is it Valens?
How very glib.
Is it Valens? Hi, Hike. Valens Van Varo was given command. He was sent from the capital, but before that, he was a specialist in experimental magitech weaponry. We later discovered that he was ordered by Emperor Varys to complete a project involving anti-primal war machina, the weapons. But after the Emperor's death, he was free to employ whatever methods he saw fit. And his greed for power only grew. Probably, oh, it might not be spoken out loud. Right, this is side content that doesn't get voiced. Sag. Aw, games she plays. Some even say he is planning to use the power of the weapons to lay claim to the throne. But I think there's another reason for his obsession with the weapon project. Not that he'd ever tell anyone, but he's always muttering to himself, and I've been able to put the pieces together. He's jealous of you, Father. Vex wants me to tell you your curls look fantastic and healthy. Thank you. Thank you. I've been taking much better care of them. I used to not, like, I was bad. I was bad before. I've been taking much better care of them now. Gabgano, yeah, with Minfilia. Fair. Aw, Izagi. Valens van Varo. I must admit, it was only recently that I first heard that name. Valens used his knowledge of Magitech to devise various military strategies. He was given a position in the army and quickly rose through the ranks. That was until one man stood in his way. You, Father. He was one of the candidates to lead the 14th Legion, but that role fell to you. After that, he was assigned to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Nero, who was in charge of restoring the Ultima weapon. Valens has resented you ever since, going so far as to oppose the ideals you upheld. Where you treated those who serve the Empire based on merit rather than on race or origin, Valens is adamant that pure-blooded Garleans are superior to all others. It never ceases to amaze me how far some will go in the name of revenge. All that hatred festering away. Nothing good could ever come of it. Oh, and he took that personally. I thought he was going to say something. He took that personally. So the marks on your body are his handiworks. What's his name? Valdolin? He took that very personally. Watch Zeppla go through it. Cried pretty much the whole zone. It depends on so many factors how a zone makes one feel totally. Coils got me in A Realm Reborn. Oh, Coils got me too. But to be fair, Coils got me because we got to a certain point in the Coils and then we watched the 2.0 trailer. And that just... that got me bad. Also, hi Becky. I don't know when he snuck in. Becky cute. Yes. To Valens and his men, we are no more than fodder for his experiments. Playthings on which they can vent their frustrations. Every day is filled with nothing but pain. If I had remained in Garlemald, you would never have been forced to endure this abuse. It's not your fault, Father. We could have fled from Valens if we wanted to. After all, we're expendable and easily replaced. The truth is, that's exactly why we couldn't run. In saving ourselves, we would be condemning others. But if we were to stay, to see the weapon project to its completion, we would gain the power to defeat Valens, and then the Empire itself, freeing the world from its tyranny. So that was their plan the whole time. That way, we might start afresh and find a place we call home. Not just for us, but for anyone who wishes to live in peace. You would give your lives for a future you may not live to see. We took courage from your teachings, Father. The strong must lead the weak, and we would gain that strength by whatever means necessary. We will fight for the sake of those who cannot. But we knew that you'd never consent to our participation in the weapon project, which is why we couldn't turn to you for help. As the pilots, we're the only ones who are able to stop Valens. We know just how powerful the weapons are. He would use them to bring the world to its knees. And his masterpiece is the worst of them all. If only I could get my hands on it, then I could save Alphonse and all of Werlet. Father, I know you and Alphonse stand on opposing sides of this conflict, but there must be some way you can help him. He may have called you our enemy before, but he never meant it. He still loves you, Father. You are everything he aspires to be. I have failed him, failed you all. But I refuse to abandon him to his fate. I will free him from Valens, if it is the last thing I do. Thank you. He needs you, now more than ever. Listen, Ali. I once sought the strength to rebuild the world as I saw fit, but the Ultima weapon was born not to create, but to destroy. Alphonse must not follow in my footsteps. I know all too well where they lead. I will do all I can to help your brother. Pray, tell me where he is. I'm sorry, I don't know where he could be. In that case, I shall have the Alliance dispatch scouts. Wherever he is, we will find him. As for you, Ali, you must stay here and rest. Wait, you're the one who fought Rex, Recon, and Milisandia, aren't you? We're the ones who threatened your homeland. You only did what you had to do. Wow, she's so wise? What? I have no right to ask this of you, but... lend my father your strength. Save Alphonse. I know now why they call you hero. Forced into maturity. Zaram, you took the words right out of my mouth. Trauma does that to kids. Forced into maturity very early. I'm sure she's like 15. There's a lot of people who would never see the coils. Old dungeons raids get glossed over. Gaming. You're my superstar. Condor. Condor. With the Prime Gaming and the first chat gaming. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. How's it feel to be a whole time zone behind me, sexy idiot? Scrums Jones. I love you, dude. I hope life's been so good. I miss you. I miss you so greatly. Every time I'm trying to catch your stream, it feels like I miss it. It makes me sad. Jones, I love you. To plant an acorn that would grow an oak under which you will never sit. That was basically these kids' philosophy. Gaming. Alphonse, I'll do what I must to free you, even if it means going against Father's wishes. But I have a good feeling about this new friend. Imagine if we could hear her thoughts, and we're just like, well, this is awkward. Severa, see that she has everything she needs. Our allies must be informed of these troubling events. May I ask you relay this news to the troops in Garabania? Yes, sir. Your loving father act may fool the others, Gaius, but not me. For every life you've saved, you've ended 1,000 more. Or is this your idea of redemption? Call it what you will. For all my transgressions, I believe I still have a part to play. Was I wrong to spare you that day, or will you honor your word? It seems the time has come for the Black Wolf to show his true colors. Do I go ninja into DSR or Dragoon, where I don't have DSR best in slot? This is Sophie's choice. So you either go ninja with the screwed up mudras because of the current issues. Just go ninja. Just go ninja. You're way more comfy on ninja, and I don't know how much Dragoon practice you've had. And you don't have best in slot. Oh, Zoe, come here, you. I would say just go ninja. If you throw a few if you throw a few Fuma shurikens by accident, oh well. You're the best Dragoon? Okay, then go Dragoon, tough guy. Go Dragoon, tough guy! You finally cleared the new patches extreme! Lord Wiz, congrats! That'll be me one day. That'll be me one day. I don't know when. Hi, Lamb. Go as Dragoon. It was harder on patch. It was harder in 6.1. I really want to go Machinist, but my raid bleed won't let us go double physical range. But wrench! Did you listen, Golsev? Did you tell your raid lead you can throw a wrench? Are they aware? Did they read the patch notes? Did they read the patch notes? You can throw wrench though. We recently received word of your victory over the Emerald Weapon. I expect it was another fine display on your part. Not that any of us were there to see it. For that reason, we'd be grateful if you could give us a blow-by-blow account, if you wouldn't mind. I've been reading them, yes, Zaram. I've been reading them as we go. I do more damage as ninja doing Fumas than machinist. No, is machinist still in kind of a bad spot? Or is it because of your gear? We got the wrench back. Melee are just busted right now. Okay, fair. That's actually so fair. As I've been leveling my ninja in roulettes, it feels like the roulettes are so fast. Because I feel like ninja does so much damage. Good grief. It sounds like you had an awful lot to contend with. Rather you than me. I shall add this to our ever-growing stack of reports, should anyone wish to review this information ahead of the next sortie. Now, if I may say so, it looks like your ordeals have taken their toll. We'll let you know if anything requires your attention, but until then, be sure to get some rest. Scottish Shadow! Congrats on the gift sub. Welcome in. Ninja has the power of God and anime. Ten! Chi! Jin! Meanwhile, in the 7th Legion's correction chamber, we about to watch Alphonse get his ass beat. This is going to be hard to watch. Content warning. Meanwhile, in the uncomfy place, yeah. 3 weapons, 3 pitiful displays of ineptitude. Ah! To make matters worse, one of my prime candidates, your precious sister no less, has escaped. He's making a... He's not even doing it himself. He's making a child do it. Content warning, by the way. Shh. Okay, let's get through this fast. Let's get through this fast. And who should she go crawling to? And who should she go crawling to but that swine Gaius? After everything I've done for her. And this is how she repays me. As her older brother, it's your responsibility to instill some discipline in her, and you failed miserably. Well, don't just stand there, boy. Oh, of course. It's your first time, isn't it? Come along, there's no need to be shy. This guy is worse than Asahi. For me, this guy is worse than Asahi. This guy looks very familiar. Do I know him from somewhere? You see, something wicked has taken hold of this young man, and it's our job to cleanse his troubled spirit. No? Okay. I think he has a similar face shape, like in the wrinkles and stuff. One of the male Ellison faces. Thank you. I was actually thinking of Count Edmund, and I was like, not that I thought he was Count Edmund, but like same kind of like face wrinkles. It may look painful, but it's the only way, I assure you. He'll be ever so grateful. And you want him to get better, don't you? Sith. He's new, okay. There's a good boy. Now, let's try again, shall we? Burn out the bad. 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 This is horrible. I hate this. I need this guy to have the slowest, most painful death. Well done. You've all made Father proud. Very proud indeed. Villains, I need you to have the slowest, most painful death that you deserve. As for you, there is no fan art of this guy. Appropriate. Wait a minute, Terra. Maybe he's one of those morally gray villains. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There is nothing that this person could do to make them any sort of like shade of gray. At this point, this is too far. This is so too far. Yeah, no redemption for him, only instant painful slow death. Instant painful slow death? Hang on, contradicting a little bit. Villains want so bad to be better than Geist in every way, so he takes everything he knows about Geist and twists it. He's absolutely messed up. I thought you were a cut above the rest of the savages, but it appears I was mistaken. And since you allowed that wretched sister of yours to escape, it falls to you to act as her replacement. Hi, Miranadel. Don't you want to fix him? No, I do not. No, I really do not. Not even slightly. Can't you empathize? No, I cannot. Urkel, I cannot. I choose you as the next pilot, and your mission is simple. Kill Gaius van Baelsar, whatever it takes. And if you so much as entertain the idea of betraying me again, I'll exterminate every last one of your kind. Like the vermin they are. Normally that little clap and that expression would be like, haha, this is quirky, but I'm just so mad. I'm just so mad. Having said that, we will be forcibly initiating Oversoul using Xenos' combat data. Whatever schemes you may be hatching will never come to pass. All you need to do is sit back and let the synthetic Aurosite system do the work, with you as its conduit. You should thank me for allowing you to become part of my masterpiece. Your worthless existence will finally have some semblance of meaning. How can I... Dude, how can I help these kids? This better end in us helping these kids. Lord Valens, preparations for the Oversoul trial are complete. We await your orders. Splendid. There's never a dull moment around here. Now then, boys. Who'd like to see something special? Come along, everyone. Father has secrets to share with you. I'm so uncomfy. I'm so uncomfy and mad. 10 out of 10 redeemable face. Wrong! Valens and Asahi are the only characters in this game I truly hate. I hate Valens more than Asahi. I didn't know that that was possible. I hate Valens more than Asahi. Help him, help him, help him. Help him. Have pity. Fuck Garlemald, dude. Zoe, that's so fair. This is my chance. It's all thanks to the sacrifices made by my dear siblings. Finally, the weapon will be mine to command. Once it has reached perfection, I will be unstoppable. First Valen's, then the Empire itself will fall, and we will be free at last. Father, keep Allie safe. Until then, watch over me.
Such devastation!
So, is it ready or not? I'm not crying, you're crying. No, I'm not crying, you're crying, dude. Hi, Dina Tina. The Sewer King. Needless to say, his treatment of them paralleled Varys's. And it was one of, if not the only time, Batman was inclined to dispense justice himself. But didn't, of course. Of course, he's Batman. Wow, Cap. Had to skip these scenes on your second playthrough. I do not blame you. That was a hard watch. I've been lurking. Tina, thank you for the hug. Stupid trash weeb game. Stupid weeb game. I was trying to look over at chat because sometimes you guys can pull me out of it if you have a funny comment, and even the funny comments weren't helping me. Oh. 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 The trial sequence has been primed, sir. T for teen. Peggy 16. Jesus. Hi, Yumi. Maya says that he has the #1 yeah. He outranked Asahi. He outranked Asahi in most punchable face for sure. So that person that was reacting a lot with Reen, did they do these? Did they do the Sorrows of Werlit? I don't remember if you guys said. What was the name? Preach? We can take a break. We have Hildy. Jeeth, sorry. Who's Preach? Jeeth, he did. How did he feel? How did he feel about this? It killed him. I was very curious how a father would react to all this. Preach is another big streamer. Oh, that must be why the name was in my mind. Jeeth was very quiet. He wasn't a camera streamer until after MSQ finished. Wow. Preach had to sit down as well. Preach needed a physical break. Wow. Yes. Yeah. Mon, so in all of the big moments, I basically let chat go and just did my thing. I think I learned that around 5.0. Preacher was rough. Noble was having a hard time too. Wow, folks, got it. Jeeth too. He was a lawyer for abused children. Wow. This one gets the parents for sure. You said Asahi has the most punchable face, then Maya was like, Yumi, actually. Have you forgotten? He used to be a lawyer and prosecuted child abusers. This triggered rough memories for sure. Wow. I don't know if I need a minute. It might be self-care break time. This is a lot. That was my current approach, Derek. That was my current approach. I shouldn't have stopped. I shouldn't have stopped and started reflecting. Kiss on the forehead for me. Yumi, thank you. I recommend finishing the whole thing. I can't sleep on this. You're right, Zam. No matter what, we're finishing this today. At this point, with what I've learned, I can't leave it like this. I won't be able to sleep. I won't be able to sleep at all. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, I need a quick break. I need a quick break. I don't know, oh, Jesus. I don't know how long it'll be. It won't be too long. But I need to step away just for a little bit. I'll be back. All right, I'm going back in first person.
Oh my God! What is that?
Bad time for a reload is right. Oh Jesus. Does that make me best Jake? My current. I'm gonna celebrate with a drink. Refreshing. Delicious. Oh, a chest. Oh no! You know, settle yourself. Oh, Zimmy, do not turn off my computer right now. Oh! The knocking one! The knocking one! How does the knocking one scare me more than frickin' the screamer? Frick your knocking. Frick your knocking. Can we get a laugh counter? That was great. I don't know if that was meant to be scary, but that was great.
It worked.
Guys, why would you give Spess idea? Wait, why is it so well drawn? Why is it so well drawn? What the fuck? What is it even on? Where did you get this stick from? There's $1! There's a... Got him. That's usually what I do. That's usually what I... Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Where is it? Oh my... Oh!
Wait, like what kind of bear? Like the bears that are on Grinder, or like the bears that are out in the forest on Grinder, or like the bears that are like in the wild? And hang on, everything just keeps coming back to Grinder. I'm done. Oh, okay, we're fine. It's fine. She stepped on me. Step on me, Roxy. What the heck? I got one last giant nut for you. I got one last giant nut. You've used them all up. Looks so familiar. Oh my god, stop with the goop juice. It makes me want to gag. Goop juice. Woo! Marwick. You're doing all right, Barky? I'm happy to hear it. You thanks, I hate it. You're welcome.
I'm facing the fence. Fuck you all.
I hate... Wait. I'm just like in full farmer's outfit on the girl's side where they're all wearing dresses. You're literally facing the fence.
I want none of this. You all snubbed me. This town can screw off.
Holy shit. Green. I definitely ate it. Puppies? Puppies? Not friendly! Not friendly puppies! I'm looking for some head fixing. Just terrifying face. And wait, oh, Pine. Wait, let me get rid of the extra ones. Oh no, wait, I gotta line it up. Hang on, here we go. Let me. Quick, someone screenshot it. Are you still fucking alive? You're both still fucking alive. Explain. What happened to my face? Why did my face do this? Hang on. What happened here? What? What happened? What happened here? Okay, we're good. It's like good to chill. Oh, why did my guy moan so sexually? What? Oh, I'm fucking dead. This is terrible. Wait, Tara, you be dunking on peeps? 6'3"? I do be dunking on peeps. Wait, wanna see me stand up? I know you have no frame of reference, but here's me standing up. While cursed. Oh, fuck, I got cursed. No, I need a purging stone. Oh no, Ryan is dead. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. Goodbye. Goodbye, I'm going. Hello, sir. Okay. Where's your penis? We're gonna move fast. We're gonna move fast. Manilis's coffee minion thing was nice. Then get on with it. Game? Game? There we go. Be like Sonic, gotta go fast. We're gonna move fast. We're gonna move fast. Okay. Initiating synthetic Orsite system. Loading diamond weapon simulation. Diamond weapon. Manilis, thank you for that comment. The coffee minion. The coffee minion tickled me. What's going on? You're helping us with a little research is all. Whatever your name is. The time has come for you to contribute to the glory of Garlemald. Doesn't even know their damn name. This isn't what we agreed. You said that if I took part in the experiment, you'd let my family go. You have Xenos' data loaded, yes? Activate Oversoul and be quick about it. I know I didn't have a plug suit, Blur. I screwed up. Understood, Lord Valence. Galvis combat sample ready. Initiating organic core overwrite. If they okay. I might have to look up. I can't read. I can't read. I'm sorry. Organic core overwrite complete. Xenocia Galvus data loaded. Debbie, thank you. Occasionally, your goofy comments can pull me. Thank you, Debbie. Only just now, Debbie. Only just now. The subject is instinctively bound to seek out prey, right from the outset. Regardless of the combat prowess it may boast, I need an obedient servant, not a ravenous beast. Enough. Shut it down. Oh, man. I think chat is the only thing getting me through this right now. Deactivating synthetic Orsight system. I totally get you. I totally get you guys. Some of you said you skipped these when you were playing single player, like alone. And I so understand. If I did not have chat, I would have skipped. I couldn't have handled this. How revolting, and what a mess it makes of the cockpit. Adjust the settings and prepare for another run. Fortunately, we have the next... No. But sir, you agreed to release his family in exchange for his cooperation. My. I never knew you had such a wonderful sense of humor. The great Valens van Vero, bargaining with savages? Huh, more fool him for trusting me in the first place. Oh, thank you for the fade to black. Thank you for the fade to black. Oh, that wasn't even the...
How very glim.
That wasn't even the start of the next quest.
Such devastation.
Tara, no one's gonna be mad at you for not reading. Okay, yeah. If I stop reading and just start clicking, I trust you guys won't be upset. Thank you for hugs. Palace of the Dead. No, I have to. I can't leave it at this. I can't leave it on this note. I can't leave it on this note. Oh, you guys. Thank you. Not reading Valens out loud is self-care at this point. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Maybe, hang on. Maybe this won't hurt. Maybe this will be okay. Psycho, thank you for the hydrate. Name, Rex. Pilot of the Emerald Weapon. All other information regarding the subject was gained via verbal testimony of Gaius Balsar. This former civilian of Werlit was orphaned at a young age, and an epidemic killed his parents. He was later fostered by Gaius and was raised alongside several others in an imperial orphanage. He was known for being extroverted and outgoing, and his lack of restraint often made him the center of attention. However, this was accompanied by an explosive temper, and he would often confront those he believed were threatening his foster siblings, with little regard for rank or social status. He later joined the Weapon Project in order to support his foster brother Alphonse. His final mission was to pilot the emerald weapon, which ended with him becoming fused with its core and perishing shortly after. Estimated age at time of death, 18 years old. War Machina, developed by the 7th Imperial Legion as a successor to the ultimate weapon. Third reported instance of the synthetic Orsite system being employed in battle. Combat data from Gaius van Belsar, former legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion, was used as the basis of its attack parameters. Our analysis concludes that any data collected after van Belsar commenced his invasion of Eorzea was lost following his defeat of the Praetorium. Therefore, the data used in the Emerald weapon must have been gathered in the days prior to the 7th Arbor Calamity. His gunblade techniques and tactics involving multiple soldiers bearing ranged weapons were incorporated in the War Machina's armaments, in particular, the floating manipulators that could be positioned at various locations around the battlefield. The Emerald weapon is believed to have been transported from the Imperial base in Turncliffe to Castra Marinum, where it underwent final adjustments. It was then finally destroyed in an operation spearheaded by Sir Terrabellum. Those weren't bad. Those weren't too bad. Why did you think reading these would be better? They were not as bad as what has been happening. It's still better than more Valens. Honestly, it's a breather from Valens, yeah. Compared to the last cutscene, anything would be better. Ah, sir, I was hoping I might have a word with you. We are getting through this today. We are getting through this today. Ever since Turncliffe was liberated, we've been sending troops to aid in getting the town back on its feet, helping the residents, that sort of thing. We Alamegans know how hard life can be for society struggling to stand on its own after years of imperial rule. A lot of what most people would take for granted has to be rebuilt from the ground up. While we're able to assist when it comes to providing basic resources and keeping this place safe, there are countless other problems that need attending to. If you can spare the time, we could use your help. Bless you, sir. You really are a saint. I'm sure the people of Turncliffe will benefit from having someone like you around. Once you're ready, have a word with your usual escort. I wish you all the best. I'm gonna need all the best. Yeah, Entropic? Oh my god, yeah. Every time Valens shows up, it's like he asks the question, how can I make myself even worse? And goes for it. Getting through this? Easy. Emotionally sound? Maybe. If it's bittersweet at the end, I will survive. But like they said, I won't be able to sleep. Not with leaving it at this. I don't have closure. So, the boss roped you into helping, did he? Oh my god, wait. Were the weapon series spaced out by patch content on release? I shouldn't have asked. I'm gonna cry. Oh, how did you guys survive? Oh, yes. Oh, I should not have asked that. Oh. We didn't. We had downtime, had the ability to process. Fair. That end of that cutscene was the break point. We are all emotional vampires now, yeah. Misery loves company, right? Alliance trial raid series spaced out by patches. Oh. They didn't have a choice. I guess that's fair. Oh man. So, the boss roped you into helping, did he? I knew you couldn't say no. I don't want to see the children. Let's go see the children. Maybe it'll cheer me up. Kids? 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 Huh? Children? Children?
I love you, bitch.
Love you too, Dyer. Children? What kids? Don't gaslight me. Kids? Children? Okay, wait. I can't. Wait. I can't move on if they're not here. Hang on. It has to be daytime? Oh, it's 8:42 p.m. Babies are sleeping, it's bedtime. I'm gonna have one triple triad. I think you guys can forgive me having one triple triad. It will calm my nerves. 6 a.m. Let's keep that up here. ET is Eorzea. Yeah, okay. It's not a time-gated quest. No, there's a extra little event going on. They're all already taking the eternal nap. Why do they need to be in bed? Because it's not, I think it's not supposed to be obvious, Grius. Although it is obvious. I think it's not supposed to be. We could also watch some patch trailers to stall for daylight. That could also be exciting. Well, you only have one card. Give me your card. How fast does game time move? It's 9 p.m. 9:09. 9:10. Yeah, we could watch some. Did you take my... Stop giving me this shitty Prometheus card. I don't have any good plays for this right now. They're hot, but don't wait too long? Okay. Matzo stick. Like solid cheese. Okay, fair. I have matzo sticks. I have matzo sticks, so I think I'll be okay. I have a great partner. I have a fantastic partner, who brought matzo sticks. What was that? Oh, I'm running out of time. You fuck. You're fucked in the head. How dare you? Well, now I can play Shiva. Actually, no, I can use this. Nice. You fuck. This fucking guy right here. Nice. Easy. No. Okay, one more try. I need that card. I know a vid that's hilarious with no spoilers. Zoe, give me it. Did Spes get a deep fryer for Christmas or something? No. Oh, also I didn't show you guys. Well. Somebody said show food. I'm not supposed to eat them yet because they're like boiling hot, but focus. Malta sticks. And even though I'm lactose, I had my little pill. I'm ready. Grabbing link will post in Discord. Appreciate you. Server ticks on every 3 seconds, so every minute be 3 seconds IRL. What are those? Mozzarella sticks, cheese sticks, basically. Those look delicious even in 160p. No! Sorry, I didn't mean to shout. He stole my fucking card. He stole my ace, although it's fallen ace, so... Okay, I'm gonna play this first then. Nice. Actually, let's put this here. Hey, give me your card. Frick. Has an F-bomb in it. Are you trying to get me demonetized on YouTube, Zoe? Are you trying to... You may need to edit your YouTube posting. Adora, I just want you to realize that you will never unsee Terra. What you will never unsee. Varens is Lord Farquaad from Shrek. That doesn't even make him redeemable for me. But maybe that'll make him more tolerable on screen. That's why you warned. Thank you, Terra. I forgot this guy existed. You're playing him now too? Dude, I love Triple Triad. Judge Frollo vibes. I don't know who Judge Frollo is personally. You took my best card and you gave me your shitty... It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. Oh, Hunchback from Notre Dame. Wow, you are so right with that. You are very right with that. Damn, this sucks. Damn, this sucks. Damn, this sucks. It's just gonna get taken back. You! Son of a bitch. Notre Dame. Sorry, Notre Dame. Villain from Hunchback of Notre Dame. How much time do we have? Oh, we got lots of time. Okay, so we're gonna watch reaction video. And do we want to watch... Should we just watch 5.1 trailer? Dyer, I love oat milk. I have tried oat milk, don't you worry. Oh, you piece of shit. Garbage. Human garbage. Nice French art, thank you. Thank you. I do my best. I think I win. Easy clap. Give me your card. Yay! Sapphire weapon? Sapphire weapon? Let's see if it's good. Whew. These are the happy, uplifting moments I need. Oh, it's okay. It's an okay card. I would still rather have triple eights from Shiva. Yeah, I would still rather have triple eights, but it's an okay card. Oh my god, you're alive! I'm obsessed with your 14 gameplays. I watch them late night and cry with you on the story. Lep, get ready for 5.3. I don't know when it's coming out, either late this week or early next week, but yeah, get ready. No, not late this week. Either early or late next week, I should say. That's more proper. Discord stream discussion, thank you, Dar. Gift from housemate. Oh, the original Oatly. Ours is a different brand that we get. That I think it's called Earth's Own. Oh, Zoe, I've seen this video before. The totally accurate Black Mage. I've seen that video. Oof. Let's watch 5.1 then. Whew. Let's watch some trailers. We'll keep an eye on the time, which we got lots of time. Oh, I didn't do a playtime. God, I have such a gnat brain. Slash play. I can't type. Help me. Slash playtime. Total playtime. 28 days, 15 hours, 32 minutes. Am I gonna lose my sprout? How many hours is that? Heading to bed. Good night, friends. Dyer, have a good sleep. If you can get access to Earth's Own oat milk, the brand, I really like that one, Dyer. I didn't watch Bad Because Small, no. What about 5.0 trailer? We watched 5.0 trailer, don't you worry. My sprout is done for. No. You're gonna lose the sprout, boyo. No, I'm gonna cry. Count your days, sprout. No. I'm literally gonna cry. No. I should have played faster. 28 days. 672 hours. It's done for. It's donezo by like double. If you skip to Endwalker, you're still a sprout. Basically, if you see a sprout in Endwalker, you know they story skipped. It's a really fun series. I believe you're beyond spoiler at this point. Okay. The sprout is 300 playtime, yeah. Starting Endwalker, you must do both. Yeah. Yours is around 1,400 hours. I don't know how many days that is. That's a lot of days. Almost double. So mine is 28 days, so yours is probably close to 60 days, Lep. If you haven't seen Mad Because Small, it's a community institute. Okay. Oh. Lep, thanks for the follow, eh? 132 days. Wow. 100 days, 18 hours. Oh my god. When you count up the amount of life that you've spent in the game, it's a little concerning. It's a little concerning. Okay, let's do the 5.1 trailer, and then we'll decide from there. Jeez. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. do I YouTube? My brain feels fried right now. Shadowbringers. 5.1 trailer. Do not judge us, we dissociate to the game. Final Fantasy XIV patch 5.1, 443,000 views. I think that's the one. Wait, there's another one? Oh, that's 5.3 patch. Okay. Let's mute our game. I still need to bind this to something. Something easy to press. Fuck it. What's on my mind? Let's do it right now. We're gonna move this over here. We're gonna go to user macros / master volume, I think it is. Boom, 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 boom. Very nice. Cool. There we go. Now I have it bound and I can easily do it. Whew. Hey Tara, have you watched any of Zane Compo? Oh boy, I butchered that. Maybe it's Zane Compo. Short films they release for every 14th anniversary. I haven't, Dustin. I have not. Has anyone pointed out that's a remix of the Garlean theme? No, but I'm gonna be listening for it now. 145 days, Diod. Oh boy. Okay, let's get it. This is 5.1 patch, Vows of Virtue, Deeds of Cruelty. I haven't watched a patch trailer before, so this should be interesting. Oh no, Dustin! If you shared a link, you got auto-bopped. God, near raids are so good. It's time to shoot.
On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. It is said that none in all of Norvrand is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
Oh wow, the Pixie Tribes came out then. We just started them. That scene wasn't voiced for. Oh no, I think it was voiced for.
Everything we told you of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. Were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrand would still be awash with light. The realm yet at the mercy of Vorthri and the Sin Eaters.
I am stifled by this prison of flesh. Or whatever he says. Mac, I love you.
We must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward.
Instead of saving your friends, you risk damning them. Are you sure you're willing to take that chance?
This is Weight of the World,
right?
right?
You must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their swords.
I'm getting chills. This is so cool.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours.
My boy.
I would not soon throw my life away. Not after the lengths you and yours went to save it.
Oh, how have I not been watching these this whole time? It didn't really reveal much, and it was incredible. Behold, a sorcerer of Eld. The Epic of Alexander. John Fantasy be looking good. John Fantasy be looking real good there. Not to be a simp on main, but I love Xenos' little cat squint smile. Same. La, na, 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 na. Weight of the World. Okay, we got lots of time. Weight of the World kicking in there. Ooh, full chills. If you have not done the Nier raids, oh my god, do them. Oh, the music. Do it for the music alone, honestly. But the fights were so much fun. So good. YouTube spoiling. I don't look at any thumbnails on YouTube. It's not safe for me as a Sprout. I started playing Nier because of the raid. Before, I didn't really have interest in playing Nier. Now I do. The Red Girl jump scare in particular, actually the Red Girl portion in particular, I was like, what the hell is this? What is going on? And it had me intrigued. People overreact how spoilery the trailers are because we know the moments. Exactly, Lamb. Looking back on them retroactively, you're like, holy shit, this is a massive spoiler. But it's not. You have no context. You have no idea what you're being shown. They know how to make music hit in these trailers. The Endwalker ones, oof, so good. I can't wait for the Endwalker ones. We're gonna watch them all as we approach them from here on out, which frankly is not that many left, sadly. But oh well, better late than never. Let's watch 5.2. 5.2 trailer. I think there's a little bit of relic weapon stuff in there in the 5.2. Played Nier and Monster Hunter way before you got into 14. I'm a Monster Hunter diehard for a long time. I love Monster Hunter. Trailers are designed to be controlled spoilers. Correct. So you'll watch Endwalker trailer when you finish 5.55? We sure will, Zoe. We'll probably do it right before we start the questline to get in. Wait for the alert. They've been really delayed today.
You're my superstar.
Sweet Joseph. Thank you for the Prime Gaming. I appreciate you. All right, 5.2 trailer. Let's go. Ruby weapon. And we just did this. Oh, that's cool, Kyo. I think Jolly was talking about that. You had me at Monster Hunter! The Mizu! The Tamamizitsune! Who is best monster? Why is it Zenogre? Just saying.
It was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further.
What a scam that he has voice acting there, but not in the series. And Amnesis and Eider.
Did the ancients preserve concepts? Ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation.
Oh, the Bismarck dungeon. Gaia! God, Eden was so good. That's the Kitari tribe. Got it.
If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint
Ew, why would they
on
pick
the soul
Granson
that it
for
could be
that bit?
perceived eons later?
We finished Eden. Yes, we did, Kendrick.
The light! It's too much for her to bear!
Oh, what was that scene from?
In which case, none of this is mere coincidence.
What is that? That's Bosnia!
Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass.
Why was Sid bleeding? When are we doing Bosnia again? When are we doing Bosnia?
By the 12.
God, 5.2 is so good.
How very unlike you
to err
so gravely.
God, okay, this one gave me chills too. These are amazing. How were you guys not pushing me to watch these? These are amazing. Oh, I'm glad we're watching them now. Let's double check in game time. Oh, we got enough time for one more. We got enough time for one more. Sid bleeding? I'm assuming that all that section there was taking place in Bosnia. Graha's voice is, oh my god, I love everything about Graha. Sometimes people think they're excessively spoilery. I think they're just hype enough and controlled spoilery enough. They only show just enough to whet the appetite, totally. Okay, future streamers, you guys, we would love this. I would have loved retroactively if you guys were forcing me to watch these before each patch. It would have gotten me so much more hyped than I already was, which was an incredible amount. So future streamers out there, tell them, could be fun, but let them know that there are controlled spoilers, and then let the streamer decide from there. Because I would have loved to be watching these each patch. This is incredible. People freak out about spoilers, even though we all watched these. Yeah, you guys were watching through. Literally, Square Enix put the videos out there for you guys to watch. I've done all this content, never watched any of these trailers. They're all so good. We're gonna watch the 5.51. Yeah, before we start the MSQ, that was the plan. We're gonna watch the 5.51. I stand by the 6.01 shows too much, but the patch ones are fun. But remember, I'm missing so much context, Gab. I'm missing so much context. It makes no sense to me at this point. They show them in the live letters, literally. I watched someone whose mods wouldn't let them watch the Heavensward trailer until mid-Heavensward in case it was spoilery. Like, I get it, but you need to think from the eyes of somebody that has no idea what's happening. It's just exciting. They're showing a bunch of shit, and it's just exciting. Okay, next one. We have time for it, right? Oh yeah, we have time. The sun is rising slowly over there. 5.3! 5.3, let's go! God, I fucking loved this patch. It's gonna be so hard to edit. I'm gonna be crying so much.
Yours is a long road, my friend.
Another star shower. Wait, is that?
And there may come a day when you forget the faces and voices of those you have met along the way.
What is that?
Excellent. I had intended to speak with you alone.
What is that? That's all Bosnia?
Having drawn your strength from such a
When are we doing Bosnia?
Can you truly be sure you still speak with your own?
Dude, Bosnia looks incredible. Dude, I can just imagine people losing their mind over that mech reveal.
I won't let you go alone. Not this time. joy you have known. The pain you have felt. The prayers you have whispered and answered.
Come, warrior of darkness. Let us finish this.
They shall ever be your strength and your comfort.
Reflections in Crystal.
When all is said and done, I would ask a favor of you.
Oh. There was a brief moment there that I couldn't handle. Oh, there was a very brief moment in there that I could not handle. I'm sure you know what moment it was. Wow. Each patch is named. The names are always A+. Hello, Graha. I love you. Hello, Graha. We love you. We love you, Catboy. Love the heck out of Eorzea. Haven't really even stepped foot in there since Endwalker release. You've had so much more to do, stranger. You've had so much more to do. We're nothing more than scions and sinners. I love, can I just say, I love retroactively when you listen to Neath Dark Waters, you hear the lyrics from To the Edge. There was one day we were starting stream and I was sitting there and I realized I was placing lyrics in alongside Neath Dark Waters, and I was like, why am I doing this? And it's because I didn't realize that it's the same melody. A light motif, you might say. Okay, let's find the children. Where are the children? Those are so hype. We still need to watch 5.4 and 5.5 before we get into it. Children! It's morning. Oh. Soken does love his leitmotifs, and he does them so damn well. I need to push through Eorzea and Eureka enough to unlock those raids. They look incredible. Is this the same as last time? We haven't been updated. Did we find the Easter egg? I don't know if we have. This is the same one as last time. We haven't killed any more of them? Didn't we just kill Rex? Or did we watch this right after we killed Rex? Shit, I don't remember. Nobody's died yet. Oh, that's okay. We got our trailers in. And honestly, that was a good emotional break. Watching those trailers, so incredibly hype. So incredibly hype, those trailers. They do so good on those. And yeah, I definitely want to reiterate, they are very controlled spoilers. Nice refresher, yeah. Look out the pier there. Oh, I wonder if the weapon is still there. Probably not. Rex is the one hiding back there. Blue hair, but green shirt. Oh, it is still there. I guess they only need the core, right? Oh boy. I have to say those trailers were a very good palate cleanse for how the emotional buildup that I was feeling. Those are a very good palate cleanse. That was nice. The patch trailers first started getting really good during Stormblood era. The 14 team are all gods in their own fantastic way. Emfred, I didn't say welcome in, by the way. Hi, good to see you. And Veilfell, good to see you too. Oh. Think the Ironworks would want to haul it to the hangar at least? Nah, it's good. Too much effort. Too much effort. You can do the Eorzea raids with literally 4 people and get you get scaled up a bunch. That's so cool. Man, I want to do Eorzea. These trailers have solidified. I really want to do Eorzea. It looks like they put so much effort into it. You're the one who piloted that war machina and defeated the sapphire weapon, aren't you? I am. I thought so. I've heard much about you, but I doubt you know who I am. My name is Avelina, and I grew up here. I stayed throughout the occupation and was put to work as a Magitech engineer. Thanks to you and yours, we are now rid of the Imperials, though I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. For 10 long years, we suffered at their hands. A whole generation of young people were forced into the army, sent off to die in some distant land. I suppose I could be considered one of the lucky few. My work here kept me away from the battlefield, and I had hoped my contributions might help the others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most of them never returned. Though my efforts were in vain, I can at least honor their memory. I want to leave something behind for their sake, to prove they haven't been forgotten, a monument bearing their names. To ensure that not a single person is omitted, I'd need to see the official list of conscripts, if one still exists. It would be inside the Imperial facility beneath the town. With the resistance troops and the ironwork engineers closing the place off, I can't get near it. Perhaps you might have a word with them for me. I'll leave as soon as I find the list. Leave it to me. Guten Tag. How you doing, Waffle? Oh, thank you. I'll follow your lead. Also, Veilful Activice asked if I saw the 4.4 trailer yet. That one's probably your favorite because of the drama and music. 4.4 trailer. That's Stormblood. I haven't. We should go back and watch it. Something I can help you with. She needs to go down to find a list, if you don't mind. Ew, she has thick aura tail? I don't like thick aura tail. I see. It's a bit unusual for one of the locals to show an interest in the Imperial's leavings, but it seems she has her reasons. If we're talking about older trailers, the one that still strikes me the most is the 4.2. What happened in 4.2? I don't remember. That was back when I wasn't doing content by the patch. Now I do my YouTube videos by the patch. My thick-tailed male aura is beautiful and juicy. Excuse you. Sorry. It's just for me personally. I'm not crazy about it. Since we're still carrying out our investigations, we've closed the palace. We've closed the place off to prevent anyone interfering. Considering it's you who's asking, though, I can hardly say no. Still, I'd better go with her in case the others kick up a fuss. You're very kind. 2x, 3x patches are mostly running down what's added. The 4.x and forward is when they do more of the teaser trailer format. Those ones we just watched were incredible. I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused. You have my thanks. Think nothing of it. I was glad to help. As I'd suspected, the Imperials kept detailed records of the local conscripts. One name in particular stood out to me. My friend, Melisandre. I had no idea she'd been assigned to the 7th Legion, of all places. How did you know her? It all began while we were serving together in the 14th Legion. We had much in common, both being drafted from the same occupied territory, and we soon became firm friends. Then one day, she was sent to fight in Eorzea while I remained here. The days before she left, she came to say goodbye, together with her foster siblings from the orphanage. Soken did so good. Soken's also doing the music for 16, right? 16, gonna be great game. Just because of the music. The youngest one, Recon, was particularly upset about not being allowed to speak with their adoptive father, Gaius van Belzar, before they departed. It was actually another of his orphans, Livia Sas Junius, who forbid them from seeing him. I can't say for certain, but it seemed that Livia had a strong attachment to Gaius and wouldn't let anyone else near him. As far as I could tell, he tried his best to keep Livia at arm's length whenever possible, but her devotion to him was bordering on obsession, and she became extremely jealous at the slightest sign of affection between him and his other wards. A lot of 14's team are 416, if I recall. Oof. Most of the heavy hitters that worked on Heavensward got moved up to 16. Oh, man. I'm going to temper my expectations like I always do, but that's shaping up very well. Others, however, treated them far more kindly. In fact, a Prefectus Castrorum of the 14th Legion came specifically to meet them. I don't think I've seen anything for 16 yet. While I was surprised that Rogadin had risen to such a rank, I was even more taken aback by the unguarded manner in which he spoke with his subordinates. I had hoped that with people like him serving on the Eorzean front, they would be in safe hands. Watched an interview with the voice of the main character for 16. He's the biggest Final Fantasy nerd? Yes. You gotta love when passionate people get on projects that they're passionate about. Ratatan face reveal. Wait! Who's Ratatan? Who's Ratatan? Like, this is them, right? But who? Forgive me? Oh, Cape Westwind. Has anyone done the remade Cape Westwind fight? Has anyone done that? Is it good? I was still way back when I did it. It was still the old one, and people got me with the meme picture with like, here's how you do Cape Westwind. I fell for it. I was kind of mad. It's so much better now. It's so good. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Reportedly very hard. Nice. It's actually a fight now. Damn. Such a good fight. Okay. I have to see it at some point. At the very minimum, seeing it on YouTube would suffice. If you need more palette cleanser trailers later, could watch the 16 trailers. That's a really good idea, Lem. Shows a different side of the Empire very early on. Actually sentimental. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Okay. Then the time came for... Also, he's a babe. Then the time came... I can't talk. Then the time came for Melisandre to leave. We shared a few final words, and then she was gone. It would be the last I ever saw of her. And the redesigned La Habrea fight. Ooh, did any of you guys do the new, the redesigned Ascian Prime fight? We did it on stream when we heard that it got reworked. It actually has hands. That fight got hands, dude. It wiped us once. After that, I was assigned to the Tribunus... Oh, God, these words. Tribunus Lactate Clavius of the 14th. Nero Tolskeva. I worked on restoring the Ultima weapon. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed, but I escaped aboard an Imperial ship moments before it came crashing down. I eventually made my way back to Wurlit, only to be drafted into the 14th Legion to continue working on the weapon project. Demonetized. Did I swear? Crap. Crap. I'm demonetized. It's over. New Cape Westwind is 3 phases. Gave me an "Are we the baddies?" moment. Really? Lati Clavius, thank you. Not that it'll ever come up again. Thank you, stranger. Even now, it makes me sick to my stomach to think I'd helped bring those abominations into the world. Using a living pilot to feed the weapon's core was part of the design from the very beginning. Of course, they'd never dream of subjecting a true-born Garlean to such a barbaric treatment. Not when the 7th Legion has a ready supply of provincial conscripts ripe for the taking. The pilots were referred to only by their code names, and we engineers were not made privy to their true identities. Even with this list of conscripts, I still don't know who was sacrificed in the name of the weapon project. Let's bring an end to the weapon project together. But what can I do? For years, all I've known is how to build tools of destruction. The 7th Legion is far from finished. They're biding their time, waiting until the right moment to unleash the final weapon. And when they do, it will bring naught but death and woe to all who stand in their way. Even after everything they've taken from us, they still want more. If it weren't for the Empire, Melisandre would still be here. She was the kindest person I ever met. But to the Empire, she was just another pawn in their games. I will never forget her. There's a way I can make a difference. I know there is. But first, I need to speak with members of the Ironworks. I have a feeling that war machina you used to beat the Sapphire weapon will be called into action again! Until then, there's still time to make improvements, and I intend to help. I'll still be going ahead with the plan to build build a monument, but stopping the Empire must come first. I hope Melisandre and the others can wait a little while longer. Let's go! Before I go, allow me to express my gratitude. I don't know what I'd have done if it weren't for you. Until we meet again. Hope? What is this? Hope? In my weapon trials? It's more likely than you think. The person who wrote Heavensward wrote 16, which also means 16 will probably be deep political intrigue. And so far, that's definitely what it appears to be. Hell yeah. Yoshpi said 16 is basically another about a fantasy oil war. Got it. 5.3 was a good patch for everyone. A Realm Reborn flying and knowing that their friends wouldn't have to suffer 100+ ARR patch quests since they took out a chunk of them. Yeah. The flying alone, because you get flying before post A Realm Reborn, right? It definitely saves you a lot of pain. Always darkest before the catharsis. Knowing that Gaius took Livia in made her fanaticism make more sense. Right. Livia, I really like the remade Livia fight. And Livia is very, yeah, fanatical is the best word for it. You get flying at the end of 2.0 now. Oh, bless. Bless. Bless, 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 bless. And then you get into Heavensward and you're like, oof, where's my flag? What happened? Before my cheese sticks, my mozzarella sticks, before they get too cold, I want to take a quick little break here and eat them and then dive into what's next. I just don't want to be like crunching ASMR on stream, so we'll have quick little break. And then it'll probably be trial time, I think. And then pain after the trial. Okay, I'll be back in like just a couple minutes. See you in a sec. Boop. Imagine having 0 penis. Could be 50% of the world.
Maybe we won't drink. I don't know. Maybe.
Do it, Terra. Drink the alcohol. King Pote Terra demands it.
Huh?
No, Terra. Don't do it. It's so bad for your liver. Think about your health.
Okay. What?
But think about how happy it makes people. Gives everyone an excuse to drink.
And have true.
Fun. And forget about the cares of the world.
True.
Make everyone so happy, Terra. Just drink.
Okay.
Wait.
Do we?
Actually, I agree with him. You should drink. Make everyone happy. Have fun. Do it.
Oh. Okay. I mean, I guess we're drinking. The internal monologue has occurred. All right, y'all. I hope you have fantastic sleep. I am going to be joining you in bed very soon. Well, oh wow. Oh, sure. Not like joining you, but like. Oh no, we're gonna be chased. Ah, we knew this point was coming. We knew it was coming. Wait. Oh no, I have to jump off his head? Oh, it's even worse than I thought. It's even worse than I thought. Chase our minions. Have you done the thing with the stub? Yeah, exactly, Random. Whoa! Driver San Francisco and Subnautica for survival. No way, dead man. What? What a bro! What a... Been trying to get as much of the green out of your hair as possible without having to bleach before you... Oh, Echo, you should try a clarifying shampoo. I really feel like a clarifying shampoo would help you. Maybe a clarifying shampoo to clarify your hair.
Why are you hiding?
I want one of these paintings' eyes to like legitimately follow me. Let there be light. Oh God! Not like that. That's not what I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. What? How do I? Huh? Oh, what is going on? Why would I ever want the physics fix? I also don't leave the house, so, you know.
Stay out of here!
Oh! Oh, we are here. No! I saw butterflies. Hang on, Coom Analyst. I'm stickering myself. And we're getting penguin in a Hawaiian shirt as well. Coom Analyst is gone. What do you got there? A needle. Oh no! Ah! Ah! No, what do I do? Oh no! Guys! What just happened here? There we go. There we go. This is so scary. Hey!
A friend of hers.
Get out of here, buddy. I paid.
They paid a hit.
Ooh, $7?
Goddamn animal. Come here.
How do I punch? I don't remember how to punch. That's a gun. That's a gun.
I paid for nothing.
What the hell are you doing here?
That's not what I meant to do.
Trying to play him? Not very well.
You okay?
Fine.
You sure?
Yeah. Nothing.
Look, we are King Potat, but not as many uses for King Potat, but it's still cute. It's still cute though.
The most traumatizing thing just happened to me. I have to end stream. I'm sorry. We can't finish the trial series. I'm already traumatized. So I was eating my mozzarella sticks, right? I took my first one. I had it on my fork. I went to take a bite of it. I did, successfully. And then the second half of it fell off my fork and onto my keyboard. I was like, that's fine. It's like on the little like pad, like the armrest pad part of my keyboard. So I pick it up and I failed at picking it up and I dropped it and then it rolled all the way down on the floor and it was gone. So I'm too emotionally vulnerable right now to continue with the trial series after losing half of a mozzarella stick. So I'm gonna end stream now. I'm sorry. Why was there a fork involved? Because I didn't want to get my hands all greasy. That's the saddest thing from the stream today. I literally screamed. I had to check to make sure my mic was muted because I literally screamed when it hit the ground. Oh, fuck. All right, let's end this out. Let's do it. So, how was your time in Turncliffe? Sufficiently traumatizing. Just munch on it without fork? Nah, listen here. Napkins? Nah, that's too much work. That's a whole other thing. I'm sorry, what, you eat matzo sticks with a fork? Okay, listen. I don't want to get my fingers greasy, okay? Okay, I should clarify right now. I actually have a thing with my hands. I don't know if anyone else is this way, but if I eat anything with my hands, I literally, like, I can't touch anything. Like, let's say I ate with these three fingers, they can't touch anything until I go and wash my hands. It, like, I don't know, it's a thing. It's a thing I have. I know it's a weird thing, but I do that. On a scale of 1 to 10, how dorky is it to go through New Game Plus with just to G-pose with NPCs? Not at all. 0. Is 0 an option, Demi? I see. Fate has dealt her a cruel hand, but now she has a chance to make a fresh start. The same could be said of the whole of Turncliffe. It seems the liberation of that small town will become a pivotal moment in World's history. Perhaps it won't be too long before the rest of the region is free from the Empire. Just rub them on your pants. Ugh. No, I can't. Ugh. That's gross. Then your pants are just greasy, and then your fingers are still greasy. You need soap? You need water? No, I don't know. It's a weird thing, and I know I have a weird thing about it. Naturally, we'd be honored to fight alongside the people of Warlit. We won't rest until the Imperials are sent fleeing with their tails between their legs. Moist tellets, but then I have to remember to keep them on my person, Izagi. Wear gloves, but then the gloves are dirty. This is, the fork is the, okay, what is wrong with you people? The fork is the clear solution to my issue here. Hello? Are you guys, just get gloves, bring moist towel, or just use a fork. Hello? Is DC travel borked? Some DC travels have been taking a long time, Tarkan. There was, when I went from Dynamis to Ether, it took 8 minutes. So buckle up. Buckle up. I just rubbed my hands on my face because, oh God, no. God, no. Until the day.
You're my superstar.
Valk! Just popping into resub. Hope y'all are well.
Just
Oh, there it is.
to resub. Hope y'all are well to rep 16 hypers.
Valk! I love you. Thank you for the 3 months of primer. I appreciate you. Hope your day's been amazing. Bring the plate to your mouth. DC is very hurt right now. Yeah, DC is having a struggle. It's on the struggle bus right now. Until the day arrives, we'll carry on doing our bit to support you and the others in ending the weapon project. I'll be sure to pass on any pertinent information in the meantime. Oh, sorry. Any pertinent information. End sentence. In the meantime, take care. End statement. Boo, 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 boo. Mac, I swear to fucking God, if you uptime me. If you uptime me, I'm gonna scream because we're not ending stream until this is done. I thought you were on Mateus until I squinted more. Modwin! Modwin! It's a Friday night also. DC travel will be slow. Yes, it will, Fume. I wasn't expecting to see you here, considering all that's been happening about Eorzea of late. Still, if you have in mind to assist us, we'd like to share the latest developments in Werlit. Wait! Terra, don't uptime me, Bellum. I can hear you. I don't know why Twitch won't change my icon. Mac, no uptimes. No uptimes. It's Friday night. I got nowhere to be, and I got all the crying to do. The pinned uptime. Hey! Wait, was that pinned before I started complaining? Whoopsies. Also unmod, if you're so mad. I was about to ask, is this covered in no, we'll watch 5.4 later. Let's stay focused. And as luck would have it, here comes the ideal person to explain the situation. Mac is sass, that's why we loved him. Thanks, I'll take it from here. Monago? What do you mean, question mark? I'm glad to see you're looking so well, sir. It's been too long, Monago. Have we met? Oof. Imagine choosing have we met. Oof. Imagine not remembering beautiful cat girl Monago. Yes, it certainly has. I haven't seen you on Ralger's Reach much lately. What? I'm in there all the time for poetic gear. Excuse you. Anyone would think you're trying to avoid me. But as much as I'd love to stand around chatting, I'm afraid I've got some serious business to discuss. Gonna go shower, enjoy cleansing. Enjoy cleansing. I'm gonna fight anyone who doesn't remember Monago. Monago cute bean. If anyone chose that, I'd slap them. Following the liberation of Turncliffe, it seems the people of Werlit also have their hearts set on freeing themselves from the grip of the Empire. Like-minded citizens have rallied under the banner of Werlit revolutionaries. They aim to dispose of the 7th Legion that currently occupies the city. Their ranks include many former conscripts, and between them, they possess no small amount of combat experience. The only thing they lack is someone to lead them. After much consideration, they decided to turn to none other than Gaius Baelsar. Of course, many would balk at the thought of turning to a former enemy, and many did, but desperate times call for desperate measures. His reputation as a legatus speaks for itself, and as most Alamegans will attest, he was far more reasonable and pragmatic leader than his predecessor, and the Mad King Theodoric, or his successor Xenos for that matter. But most importantly, he was the one who led the invasion of Werlit in the first place, so who better than him to take it back? Kind of poetic. After accepting their offer, he requested the delivery of additional arms and provisions from the Alamegan resistance. We've got our hands full dealing with the Telophoroi, as do the rest of our allies in Eorzea, but we'll do what we can. While my comrades see to the preparations, I've been assigned to meet with him in person. I was wondering, could you accompany me to Turncliffe? Finally on the server, where are we all at? We're at Prada something. Porta Prey something in the locks. You can also call her Mazette, which is the name of the M-Tribe cat boy from the regional side quest in the Fringes. Oh no. She'd probably get mad. Thanks, sir. To be perfectly honest, coming face to face with the Black Wolf is a rather daunting prospect, even if he's supposedly turned over a new leaf. But I'm sure having you there will make a world of difference. I believe you're acquainted with our escort, yes? Let him know when you're ready to get going. Aye, aye. Let's do this. I feel like we've had enough of an emotional break. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling happy. Gamers are gathered. gonna be great. Just got all your combat classes to max level. Congrats! What, no healers? What, no tanks, Psycho? Come on. Get it together. No, that's incredible. Good shit. Another trip to Turncliffe, is it? Tarkan! Wait, what is that hair? What are those luscious locks? Are those the new Sanctuary pants? Oof. 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 Healers and tanks are combat. That's what you meant by combat classes. I'm so sorry, Psycho. Combat, not DPS. Sorry. I'm not that smart of a human, okay? John Fantasy doesn't play healer, apparently. Many of my comrades were dead against having Gaius Balesar of all people lead the charge, but as I always say, if you want the job done properly, hire a professional. After all, he's already conquered Whirlwit once, so I'm certain he'll be just as successful a second time. It's a bit grim. It's been a long time coming, but finally, Whirlwit will throw off the shackles of Imperial rule. Goodbye, children. Goodbye, children. White Mage was a pain, but I like everything else. Really, of all the classes, White Mage you didn't like? White Mage mains everywhere, typing furiously in chat right now. Excuse you! Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Holy? Ah, Gaius Balesar, I presume. Checking out Tarkin's Swing? Of course. Of course. Did you see those hot pants? Ooh! I come bearing the Alamegan Resistance official reply to your request for aid. I love when they hold up nothing to their face. What the fuck? Senyax, how you doing? I see. You have my thanks. Does this mean we can finally make our move? With the assistance of the Alamegans, we will soon have sufficient arms at our disposal to stand a chance at victory. But lest we forget, the 7th Legion has been conserving its strength thus far, and we must be prepared for severe casualties should its full might be brought to bear. If our lives must be the price of freedom, we will pay it willingly. Morin. Let me be clear. We Alamegans have not forgotten that it was you who led the invasion of our homeland. The blood of our fallen loved ones is on your hands. Even so, the people of Whirlwit chose you to lead the revolution, and we will honor their decision. I only hope they will not come to regret it. Gaius would not betray us now, I don't think. I was like so certain, and then I doubted myself. I think he wouldn't. As do I. Should I be found unworthy of their trust, I shall submit to their judgment, and whatever that may entail. Forgive me, but might we return to the task at hand? First, I would like to discuss the transportation of supplies from Alamigo. This way, if you please. He's handsome now, there's no way he will. Xenos. Once again, I prepare to lead an army into Whirlwit. The irony is not lost on me. It is a cruel twist of fate that these people, so desperate from years of oppression, should turn to their conqueror for salvation. For most of my life, I believed that only the Empire possessed the strength and wisdom to lead mankind. That only great sacrifice could civilization hope to thrive. And so I led the conquest of Eorzea, forcing the doctrine of Garlemald upon the ignorant and uncivilized. In every territory, I sought out those with the potential for greatness, without regard for one's birth or circumstances, that they may serve the Empire. But there are those, such as Valens, who see being Terrabellum, who see being born Garlean a virtue in itself. One above all others. To think that a monster such as him should be granted the position of legatus and everything that entails, it makes my blood boil. Petey, thank you for bonking yourself. Thank you for being self-aware. I think I did use the bloody lily maybe 3 or 4 times on the full level. Like, oh my god. And do you believe in Eorzea? How very glib. Valens brings shame upon our homeland, makes mock of it, of the ideals it once stood for. By my hand, he shall pay for his foul crimes. No, my hand. My hand, sir. My hand? My hand. I want to be the one. No, Gaius could do it if he wants. We're running out of time, Gaius. We have to go after her. Her? There's something I would show you, but not here. Come with me. Is it his dick? This is moving really fast, Gaius. Things are moving really fast between us. Dinner first? Please? Your little Lala hand shall destroy. Tiny hand. Big destruction. Do woo believe in Eorzea? How very glib. Why did Allie have to keep this all a secret? We could have helped her. Keep what a secret? Chopin? I wonder how scam callers would react. They call you, for whom do you fight? I'm with blah 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 services offering you a how very glib. And then hang up on them. Are we seeing Allie speak? No! Banned! I'm pretty sure Allie's like 15. Although they called Recon the youngest of them. So maybe Allie's not 15. Anyways, you must keep this to yourself. I do not want the soldiers to think I am being distracted by personal matters. Out, all of you. Chat's just in a silly, goofy mood, Mac. It's okay. This letter was found in her room. I am leaving. I'm gonna go save Alphonse myself, because I'm stupid and 15 years old, and I think I can save him. Dear father, I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, but the thought of Alphonse suffering alone is more than I can bear. For his sake, and for the freedom of Wyrlet. Oh my god, if this girl fucking survives, I'm gonna kill her myself! How can you be so stupid? Oh my god. Okay, it's fine. For his sake and for the freedom of Wyrlet, I've decided to take matters into my own hands. I know of a way to save them, a way to end it all. I have to seize this chance before it's too late. My mind is set. Please do not try and stop me, Father. The days we spent together were the happiest of my life, and no matter what happens, nothing can take that away from me. With all my love, Allie. F, literally. Allie, I can fix Valens. Oh my fucking god. I'm not supposed to be swearing, but I'm just so mad. I can't. She's heading for the 7th Legion's stronghold in Wyrlet. I'm certain of it. I'm demonetized. I'm instantly demonetized on YouTube. I can't believe this. Taking matters into her own hands. She must be planning to... I didn't think of that. She must be planning to take control of one of the weapons. She better not, dude! If so, there's no time to waste. We have to mobilize our forces to save Allie and Alphonse. I want nothing more than to save them, but I cannot ask the Wyrlet revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. In any case, if we were to rush into battle without adequate preparation, the 7th Legion would tear our partisan army to shreds. And as capable a warrior as Sir is, if he were to charge headlong into the heart of the enemy, he would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. But if we don't do something, Allie and Alphonse are as good as dead. I know, Sivera, and so did Allie when she wrote that letter. Returning alive was never part of her plan. Oh, I'm a killer. I'm a killer myself. SDB, dude. Stupid, dumb. Can you hear me? I'm in Wyrlet, just outside Castrum Colonum. All hells have broken loose. There was an enormous explosion, and through the smoke and flames I saw what appeared to be another weapon. At this rate, the entire... Confound it, we've lost the signal. This must be what Allie spoke of in her letter, a way to end it all. Alphonse and the others were planning this from the beginning. To bring the weapon project to completion and use it to free Wyrlet from the Empire, even at the cost of their own lives. If the revolutionaries were to hear that a weapon has been released, has been unleashed upon the Imperial headquarters, they would see that as the perfect opportunity to strike. If it's running amok, it may not distinguish between our allies and the Imperials. A large force would draw too much attention, but the three of us should be able to get close enough without it noticing us. Castrum : Okay, but let me try. Let him cook. Let him cook, though. Between us, we'll find a way to save them. Or, I cannot allow it. This is my burden to bear, and I shall bear it alone. Rest assured, I have every intention of making it out alive. I like that one. Very well. For the time being, I will have the revolutionaries stand by and await my signal. An opportunity to reclaim Wurlit may yet present itself, but we must first be allowed to remove the threat of this new weapon. Which DC? Dynamis, Modwin, thank you. Severa, have Sid ready, the G Warrior. Understood. Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside the hangar. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. No valence. No valence. Sometime earlier, in the 7th Legion's Wurlit headquarters. No valence, please. No valence. How wonderful it is to see you again, my dear. I was beginning to think that you weren't coming back. Ah, yes, the place where all joy goes to die. In my impatience, I may have vented my frustrations on that brother of yours. I do hope you'll forgive me. I hate you. How could you do this to me? Lord Valence, you mentioned before that the previous weapons were merely prototypes used to gather combat data within their cores. Yes, very good. I see you were paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. The primals they absorbed and the data they accumulated will serve a singular purpose. The completion of my masterpiece, the diamond weapon. And while you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the ruby weapon before Gaius and his lackeys arrived, Sapphire and Emerald were handed to the enemy on a silver platter. Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceedingly low expectations. As detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gaius Baelsar's band of rebels and reclaim the data. Yes, you've done well, my dear. My engineers have already finished feeding it to the diamond weapon. God, you're so stupid. I mean, you're so young, it's not your fault, but God, you're so stupid. Then all that remains is for me to assume my role as its pilot, and for you to release my brother and the rest of our compatriots, as per our agreement. Of course, of course. A handful of savages is a small price to pay for your remarkable talents. Even though the weapon projects revolutionary... Even though the weapon projects revolutionary technology allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skills of a veteran soldier, only the truly gifted can draw out the full potential of the synthetic Orisite. In addition to their physical attributes and combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can even consider entrusting a candidate with one of my creations, and you are everything I desire. I'm honored that you regard me so highly, Lord Valence. However, in return for my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition to our arrangement. I request that the people of Wurlit be given full imperial citizenship and the right to self-govern. My, how very bold of you, and quite astute at that. Yes, I could grant the people of Worlet citizenship, if I so desired. Unfortunately, a mere legatus such as myself... Legatus? I think legatus. Such as myself is in no position to simply relinquish control of Imperial territory on a whim. Come now, we both know that the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it for yourself, correct? Once you have taken the throne, one small territory would seem a fair reward for those who played a vital role in the ascension of Emperor Valens. Alatek, have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out. I say, for someone so sweet and innocent, you certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well. If it's Worlet you want, it's yours. I'll soon have no need for this stinking backwater province anyway. And what about my brother? Ah, yes. Alwick? Or was it Alfred? Whatever his name is, you needn't worry. I've made special arrangements for him. He'll be perfectly safe, provided you uphold your side of the agreement. Excellent. Now, let's get you aboard the diamond weapon, shall we? That would be horrendous, Ike. Ah, one step closer to my coronation. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I know this isn't what Father would have wanted, but it's the only way. Please forgive me. Do 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 do. The diamond weapon. Ooh. Initiating the synthetic Orsite system. All sensors activated. So far, so good. Diamond weapon. Code name Xenos. Commencing activation sequence. Behold, perfection itself. Melisandria, Recon, and Rex gave their lives, that others may live without fear. The Orsite is taking hold. I'm just glad that you didn't have to go through this, Alphonse, but you'll have to go on without me. You and Father still must work together too. I'm sorry I can't be there at your side. This is the only way. What's that, my dear? Is something the matter? The diamond weapon is mine. Your tyranny ends here, Valens. Please kill him. I don't know if she knows that they can forcefully trigger Oversoul. Don't delay. Shoot something. Unalive him quickly. I think she does not know. I think she did not factor it. Yes! Get him! Oh my god, Pepega. What is this stormtrooper aim? Low-born filth! If you think your little performance had me fooled, you are sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down. Yes, my lord. Transmitting deactivation signal. Uh-oh. It's not responding. Should have installed aimbot. That insolent whelp had me worried there for a moment. Bring her to me alive. Even if it means damaging the machine. When I'm through with her, she will beg for death. Why does he have plot armor? Because he's not done being a horrible shit yet. No, I can't let it end like this. Melisandre, Recon, Rex, guide my hand. Alphonse, wherever you are, lend me your strength. Combat sample ready. Initiating Overmind. Subject name Overmind. Overmind? What is that? Uh-oh. It wasn't Oversoul. I'm holding out hope. This can't be. It's ignoring the shutdown signal and initiating Overmind. But how? I don't care how. Stop that thing before it brings down the whole castrum. Hopium. I'm huffing some hopium right now. Overmind sounds new. Yes! Assuming. They didn't show us the death. But assuming... hopium. It was a glimpse of what I wanted. Hey, you're new. We were asked if we could help a lady named Avelina build a monument to Turncliffe's Fallen. So I sent a few others to lend a hand, rather. I want to see his smoking boots. Me too. Terra claps the same way Valens did. Shut the hell up, Rando. What are you trying to imply with that? I was unable to save Melisandre, Recon, and Rex, but there may yet be hope for Ali and Alphonse. Were it not for you, I suspect Gaius would have ventured to whirl it by himself, with little more than a gunblade for protection. Thank you for persuading him to take a less rash course of action. Just that Valens has ruined too fast clapping for everyone. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna have to start clapping like this. And then a villain's gonna clap like this, and then it's gonna be ruined. Ready to depart. I'll send for Master Garland. Nyin, nyin, nyin. Time to begin learning how to variable clap truly. That's it. No more clapping. Clapping is banned. Kiwasahi clapping slow, literally. Terra clap. We all expected another weapon to appear sooner or later, but not quite like this. According to Valdolin, after it finished laying waste to the headquarters of the 7th Legion, it took to the sky. Though this has dealt a massive blow to the Imperial forces, I am certain that Ali is on board the weapon. It must be halted before she comes to harm, and for that, I need the G-Warrior and airships to transport it. I see that one thing hasn't changed since your days as the Black Wolf, your penchant for gigantic war machina. But if this means the G-Warrior has another chance to shine, I'd be happy to oblige. Only this time, rather than having it unceremoniously towed by airships, I have a more dynamic entrance in mind. The only thing that will completely send me is if we land in with a 3-point landing. It's good to see you again, sir. From what I hear, we have you to thank for Avelina volunteering to help the Ironworks. Since she joined the team, our work has come on leaps and bounds. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to finally put my knowledge and skills to good use. And as far as I can tell, your target is the diamond weapon, the most powerful of them all. What's worse, its design incorporates all of the combat data and abilities of the other weapons, making it far more formidable than those you encountered before. Thankfully, we've had time to prepare for such an occasion. Would you care to elaborate? Let me put it like this. Thanks to Avelina's tireless dedication, the G-Warrior has been reborn. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. And with Valens in the clip screenshot, I hate it. I'm deleting that. I'm deleting that clip. Hope you're ready for a weapon pop quiz. Oh, God. But there'll be time to explain more on the way. Come on, the Enterprise is waiting. It's also got a higher minimum item level, so you know it's more dangerous. Ding, doo, 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 doo. Bum, 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 bum. Oh. Huh? That seems a little unwieldy. Ariadne, paying forward the gift from Non. Yo, thank you for that. I appreciate you. Very impressive, but may I ask what purpose it serves? Literally, Lord Wiz. Since our objective is to rescue the pilot, we've added a means of capturing the diamond weapon. We come to save lives, not to end them. And for that reason, the G Warrior has been reborn. I present to you the G Savior. Kidnapping machine! Getting up, thanks for hydrate. Tacos, big fat tacos. Big fat tacos. Avelina, you did great. You're off to save Melisandre's foster siblings, Alphonse and Allie, are you? Please, do whatever you can to bring them back safely. Duty in the sky with Diamond. While you and Gaius deal with the diamond weapon, I'll be doing my best to aid Valdelin's safe return from Werlet. Hopefully, he's taken the advantage of the chaos to make good his escape. Woo! Okay. Mac, keep in mind it's not entirely their fault. It was probably one of the auto thanks. Twitch defaults to your what's the word? Your browser language, I think, with the auto thank yous. So it's not their fault. Don't you worry. I'll be monitoring the situation from the Enterprise. Should things take a turn for the worse, I'll be ready to intervene. Big fat taco so big. Okay, I'm ready. Once again, Sid and his engineers have provided precisely what we require before we even do it ourselves. Due to the added complexity, we'll have Gaius pilot while Sir handles the various armaments. Agreed. Yeah, thank you, Mac. There will be little opportunity for us to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so, we must succeed at all costs. Boing. Bum, 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 bum. Do we have the party? Is this the full party? Did Ray fail their rolls? Did Ray, did you fail your roll? It was weird to see an invite from not Ray. Instant portrait reverted to default! I hated her. We rotated out the whole group so we'd have all new folks. Love that, Ray. Thank you, thank you. Thanks, guys. You make the parties so easy for me. Gave priority to people that weren't on earlier. Heck yeah. Target in sight. Pin it down with a salvo of missiles. Whoa. Threat detected. Returning fire. Familiar male voice. Xenos. That's a thick missile. He just kicked one of them away. They really said, let's make this cutscene full Gundam porn. This is so sick, dude. It me. Familiar male voice. It's Hildebrand. Countdown on pull. Yeah. Look at all these default portrait looking asses. We got screwed. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Xenos combat data. No. It said familiar male voice. Could have just as easily have been Hildebrand. Won't let you harm my sister. Wait! Huh? Something happened. Something happened. It's not Xenos' voice. Wait, that's not Ali. No, it cannot be. Time for my next trick. G-Savior Mark II, opening containment field. Use the teleporter to move between decks. Where's the teleporter? There it is. 3, 2, 1. Zero. Oh no, Derek. Derek is super dead. Where's Derek's body? Oh, someone got him. Okay. Oofy. That hurt. Big fat tacos, big fat tacos, so big. Accessing Sapphire weapon data. Opening chest armor. I won't let you down, Recon. Oh boy. Oof. This was never going to be easy. Let's see what you make of this. Purging armor, diamond weapon. Show them what you're made of. I have to keep fighting until my dream, our dream, has been realized. The true face of the diamond weapon. Whoa! Oh my god. Stay sharp. It's far more agile than before. The G-Savior cannot take much more of this. Withdrawing for emergency repairs. Good luck! Good luck, G-Savior! Raising Magitech field. There's no escape. Oof! Ouch! Oh, someone's got the res, okay. Tacos, big fat tacos, big fat tacos. It's all I can hear. I wish you guys waited until I was after. I wish you guys waited until after I was on the trial to hit me with the big fat tacos, because it's all I hear. Xenomorph looking ass, truly. Actual Xenomorph, way more sexy though. I mean, what? What? vertical cleave. Whoa. Whoop. Bye, Derek. Bye. You can never unhear it. Oh, shoot, shoot, shoot. I gotta focus. Here? Yeah, here. So this is the same attack from Ruby Weapon before. That dash, but like better. Same but better. At this rate, it'll overheat. Resetting armor. Today, we fight as one. Also, it regrew its armor? Don't worry, Allie. I'll keep you safe. Is Allie inside, I wonder? Removing the armor increases its speed, but it can't maintain that level of output. Now's our chance. Chancinus! Oof, oof, oof! Oh yeah, that's the, oh yeah. Mm-hmm, yep. Yeah, I should have gone to the other side. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. That's the, hey, this AoE's gonna follow you. Yep. Those follow you. Yeah. They were going for Xenosmorph. They got the Xenomorph. You did the extreme mode of this on Black Mage. It was fun learning when you could ley lines safely, which is probably not that often. Well, are you hardcasting? Hey, I appreciate you. That's some dedication right there. All right, I'll see if I can get Derek back up. Oh, someone got Derek already. Big fat tacos, so big. Are these soaks? They are. I think I just saw someone fall off. Oh no! I'm coming! I'm coming! Emerald data, weapon data. Deploying beam units? Beam units. Oh boy. Oh god. I almost noticed that too late. Oof. Oh, there's the hands. Please send me over. Oh my god, that was so scary. if I can reach. Oh, someone got Derek. Okay. There's another soak over there. Okay, you got it. Good. Oh, Ian, you had to reschedule? It's now on the... Oof. Now on the 22nd. For the in-game wedding, right? Yep, that's so exciting. I'm too scared to for flashbang. I want to, but there's so much movement. Okay, good. Someone else has got it. It's not my responsibility anymore. I didn't see what attack this was. Oh! Didn't see the telegraph. Woo! Flashbang incoming. I really wanted to for flashbang, but I was so scared. There was so much movement. Sam LB is so disappointing. Yeah. The ninja one is cool. The dragoon one is cool. I can't remember the others. Reaper one is very cool. Samurai is just kind of... It exists. Gather round, gamers. What angle should we pick? This angle? This angle, I think. I like this angle with the sun in the background. Ooh. This isn't main plot stuff. Oh, hi, Val. Val, this is just trial stuff. Depends on how you feel about trial spoilers. Only cool thing about Samurai LB is the little anime sheet they do at the end. Yeah. It's not nearly as flashy, though. Machinist is cool. I think I've seen Machinist. Gunbreaker LB3 is cool. Just shoot into the sky with reckless text and fury. How do I want to pose for this? Let's do red/RRPA. Red Ranger pose A. Yeah. Hell yeah. Reckless Floridian Fury has the energy of firing bullets at a hurricane to scare it off. Yeah. Yo, Ranger poses! We love to see it. We love to see it. Paladin 1 is fun, just pull out your instant walls. I'm sad that there's not many opportunities to see tank limit breaks. Hi Sable, welcome in, how you doing? Very cool. Carby bum! We got the Carby bum in the screenshot. Love to see it. They're super cool for G-pose. They're literally made for G-pose, in my opinion. Torque bunkle. It's just Chihuahua vibrating right there. Not the panty shot. I'll kill you. He knew what he was doing. I'll kill you. Come back here. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I'll kill you. I will. TOS. That was the true flashbang. I may not have gotten the ver flashbang off, but that was the true flashbang. Yes, officer, right in here. This is the streamer that broke TOS. Oh my god. Well, now we know the color of Tarkan's undies. We sure do. No, I don't trust you. Okay, it was fine. It was a flash, and someone might bang. Let me see Tarkan's plate. I don't think I've seen it. Oh, hell yeah. Usually down to chat. Kind of shy. Kind of shy, though. The Namazu. I feel like there's some other plates here I haven't seen. Wait, have I seen Blurs? I feel like I have. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Zoe, I think we've seen. Urtai seems new to me. And same with Grave. Lala! How did I not even notice? Hi, buddy. You better have the cutest. Ah! That's so cute. Not the Chimkin Chaser. Is that a Fable reference? Chicken Chaser? Oh. Can you confirm those tighty whities look both tighty and whitey? Gunbreaker main, Paladin secondary. Wow, an actual just straight up tank main, eh? Respect. Respect, I say. Your free company made you do it. That was awesome. That was really fun. Shall we move on to emotional damage? By the way, that's you? Are you the Lala or are you the... These two are new to me. These two I haven't seen in game before. You've just been lurking for a while? Well, I'm glad you could join us for something. You're the Paladin! Hey! Let me hug your leg. Let me hug your leg. You're the Lala Gab. Welcome in, you guys. It was nice to run things with you. Thanks for coming. This is our first time running something with Tarkan as well. Tarkan's newer. Hi, Tarkan. Even though I'm gonna be banned for TOS because of you, it was still worth it. Man, you're at perfect slapping height. Ha! Ha! Use the same name for everything? Me too. Literally me too. For like the past 10 years, something like that. Zoe's first name in party. Oh, is it Zoe's first time in party? No shot. Zoe, is this your first time getting in a party with us? Tara, stop licking the children. I'm licking nobody. Well, welcome in. That was so fun. We all did amazing. What is that? Okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving before I get banned. Tarkan isn't like a loose cannon. Same name everywhere, relatable. I'm just not creative. The biggest thing is I'm just not creative. I can't think of new names every time. That's why we rotated out the whole group. Needed to give the newcomers a chance. I love it. Thank you guys. It was a blast. Boop. Boop. Oh, why do I have myself selected? Tara, you're still streaming? Krisha, I said I'm not ending until the weapon series is done. DC travel has been bad since 6.3 Sith. It's been long. Jumping back home for now. Thanks for coming, Blair. Did you see the name of the buff when teleporting between decks? I didn't. There's so much else to look at. It's immobile suit. Nice. Nice. I didn't notice that at all. That was diamond weapon, yeah. We must reach the diamond weapon before the Imperials. There was no oversoul. It was still just overmind. There was no oversoul, so I think it's okay. But that definitely was Alphonse talking. I think maybe Ali was still in there somewhere. Usually 3 minutes to get to Dynamis, 8 to 10 minutes go back to Ether. Oof. In all the years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. I was expecting to find some sign of the 7th Legion here, but it would appear the diamond weapon has already taken them out of the equation.
How very clear.
Gav. I pray we are not too late. Just in case this is really heavy, I'm gonna hit this button. Thanks for the follow, by the way. She wasn't absorbed. Allie. What's wrong with her eyes? What's wrong with her eyes? Please, take her back to Turncliffe. I have some unfinished business to attend to. Hi, Warlord. Now to learn what has become of Alphonse. If you have a score to settle, now is your chance. Show yourself. Oh, God. As if you lived. Come to gloat, have you, Gaius? It's not over yet. You certainly have an instinct for self-preservation. I would not expect nothing less from the coward who sacrificed his own soldiers to further his ambitions. How dare you speak to me of ambitions? You're the one who stood in my way at every turn. If not for your meddling, the Empire would have been mine. Enough of your delusions of grandeur. Where is Alphonse? Why? He's right in front of you. What? Once you hear the answer, you'll kick yourself for not realizing it sooner. You see, in all the previous models, the combat data was either incomplete or unstable in some way, making their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. But then an idea struck me. Rather than using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. Turns out that beloved boy of yours was quite brilliant. When he put his mind to it. By my ingenuity, he has been reborn as the core of the greatest machine ever devised. None but the great Lord Valens van Vero could conceive such a marvel. Evil laughter. And to think that Allie came here to steal the diamond weapon to save her brother, only to find he'd already become a part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she'd envisioned, but I'm sure she was grateful nonetheless. Oh, that might also explain why Overmind activated all by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sister. A fascinating anomaly, but I can't stand disobedience. That such atrocities should continue unabated is proof of the rot that has spread throughout the Empire. Get his ass, Gaius. Your crimes are an affront not only to Garlemald, but to all of mankind, and now you will die. Huh? Have you forgotten, Gaius? I've seen your data. I know your every move. Such pitiful swordsmanship is a relic of the past, just like you. Not if he shifts into maximum overdrive. Oh shit. Hang on. Wait, do gunbreakers get this move? Nah! Terminus S. Sorry, not S. Eorzea more. But this wasn't in my data. Oh god, he named it. He's so cool. He's a hero. Whew. Finish the job. Finish the job. Bro, stop looking at your second monitor. It's a basic line AoE. That's funny. Oh, he was missing his plogons for 6.3. That's what happened. Where plogon? Reactivating synthetic Orisite system. Alphonse Nar! Unless... Alphonse, yes! Splat. Oh, not splat. Just grab. Squish? Alphonse, squish. This can't be! How is it still functional? Removing memory inhibitors. He'll squeeze you until you pop. What? You? Stop this at once. Please let me go. Albert, no, our farm, wait, Even the names of those you sacrificed in your twisted experiments are beneath your notice. You are beyond redemption. Who are you to judge me, Gaius? Do you remember the names of the tens of thousands of men, women, and children killed for the sake of your conquest? I do not deny the blood spilled at my behest, nor will I run from my past. That is why I fight, to prevent the wrongs I committed from being repeated. Let's go. You can't do this to me. I'm Valens van Vero. Better than Gaius. It can't end this way. There was a balloon popping sound. Oh my god. Oh my god. And a trickling noise, yep. That was the end I needed to see. Well, not see. That was the end I needed to hear for VVV. Triple V. Best SFX in the game. Totally. Popped out of existence. Forgot about the pop sound. It was literally like a balloon. The end you needed to know, yeah. Didn't necessarily need to see it, but I needed to know that. Man, Kuiper, the weapons are incredible. Alphonse? Alphonse, my son, I have failed you. But this is not the end. I will see your dreams fulfilled. I swear. I ask only that you, Melisandria, Recon, and Rex watch over me. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Allie. Watch over her in my stead. Father, I cannot go on like this. Please. I understand. Thank you. I'm proud to call myself your son. No matter how much I breathe, it's not it's not making it easier. Oh. This is optional content. Oh man. I would like to argue the word optional right now. Oh man. A crime it's not voiced. Beautiful nonetheless. It's like that feeling in my I guess in my heart won't go away right now. Okay. It's been some time since we last heard from Guy as well, yeah. Okay. I was thinking what Total said, saying that as a parent, this hits so much harder. I'm not even a parent, and I can't even steady my breathing. Okay. Okay. I see. We'll remain here until further notice. That was Gaius. Valens van Vero and the weapon project are no more. Seizing the opportunity, the Whirlit revolutionaries have taken control of the city. Though they still suffered considerable losses, they have at last gained their freedom. And even with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial rule is all we've ever known. This is so hard, you guys. This is so hard. We might never be able to heal the scars left by decades of oppression. While there is hope for those who have survived this ordeal, nothing can bring back the dead. The loss of my wife and daughter left a void in me that can never be filled. Oh my gosh. In the years since, I've struggled to find a purpose, a reason to keep on living. It is the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children are lost. He lost or gone forever. Yeah, total. We talked about that before we started this, and I was like, wait a second, was this patch content? Did you have to wait? And chat exploded with yeses, and I was just like, oh, frick, dude. Just want to let you know, Tara, despite the pain, I'm currently dancing in my chair to the Endwalker background music. You will make it through. I will. Through many tears, I will make it through. This is a story I have to see to the end. I can see how heavily the burden weighs on him, just as it does on me. In truth, it never gets any lighter. We can only hope to grow strong enough to bear it. It's easier to deal with when it's split up. You know what? Yeah. That was our original plan, but I couldn't leave it on that last note. I couldn't. Knowing that I had the option to continue, I couldn't. That's the name of this sorrowful, haunting melody. And love you shall find. Oh, man. Huh? Hang on. Are the kids out and about right now? Or not yet? Do we have to wait? I think you'll be glad to get it all done and not have to know you'll need to come back to it exactly as well. I would have been dreading it too. They won't update. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you. They're not updating yet. They may be on the other side though. I'm gonna need a Hildebrand break. Although people said 5.5 is not so bad. The tentative plans still for tomorrow are 5.5. I do say tentative. I have to stress tentative because we'll see. It's evening already. Okay. Oh, that's local time. Oh, it's 3 p.m. Yeah, I don't know where they are. I don't think they're about yet. I think Zoe's right. I think we have to complete the next quest. Go to Little Copse of Trees to get the kids' last update, okay. Okay. The recent events in Whirlwind have found a profound impact on the lives of many, many people, but none more so than Allie. She's been in a state of shock ever since she returned. We've even called in Sid to see if he can ascertain what the problem might be. You see, there's a strong possibility that the diamond weapon itself is what's caused Allie to close herself off like this. For the time being, all we can do is wait. There was one other thing. Evelina came by looking for you earlier, so perhaps you should go and see to her. Evelina is where? Over there. Yeah, we got the... Oh, we have the orchestron for it. Diamond weapon card. Cool. Yeah, it's decent. Oh no. Cool. I'm so dead right now. If you ever need to cry in your house. Thank you for coming to meet me. I'm glad to see you're none for the worse for your experiences. Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. Thanks to Alamegan Resistance, the monument to the fallen is complete. Though they may no longer be God, I can't talk. Though they may no longer be with us, we'll never forget them. This way, they'll always be part of Turncliffe, and future generations will be reminded of the sacrifices that were made. You were always so kind to me, and now it's my turn to do the same for others. Evelina is absorbed in prayer. Now would be a good time to return to Severa. Ah. Ah. That little glance back. Better be ellipses. I had to get a Lala pray in to cheer myself up. You prayed with her too? I could have done a pay respects, but I went for a pray just to cheer myself up. Never mind, Terra, you're doomed. I'm doomed. Can't go back there yet. I'm assuming the ending zone, Kuiper, for 6.0. Hope all is well with Evelina. Actually, while you were speaking with her, I received word that Gaius will be here soon. I can see... Oh, we heard that already. Perhaps in time, Allie will return to some semblance of her former self. Not even, Tara. I can't even go back to the end zone yet. Not prepared. Oh, man. How you feeling, bud? I wish to see Allie. Will you send for her? Oh, Ray. She's like dead in the eyes. Allie. Does she even recognize me? At first, we thought the weapon's influence had caused this, but it seems there's more to it than that. The chirurgeons say that this is most likely the result of intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred, perhaps irrevocably. I recognize that posture. She boarded the diamond weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know that Valens had used the synthetic Orsite system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine. Then, when she boarded the diamond weapon, she finally learned the horrible truth. I've never heard of anything so cruel. Just a moment. In each of the previous cases, pilots became fused with the weapon's core. So, how was Ali able to escape a similar fate? And that's one of the many things we're still looking into. There is no need. I already know the answer. It was Alphonse who kept her safe. In the end, I was unable to save your brother, my son. All they wanted was a place to call home, where they could live in peace, but after all the pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward. No, this is not the end of their story. I taught them the strong must lead the weak, but absolute power corrupts absolutely, and those who have suffered at the hands of the corrupt are beyond counting. Alphonse dreamed of a land without oppressors and the oppressed, where all may live as equals. Thanks to his sacrifice and that of his siblings, the cornerstones of such a nation have been laid. Melisandre, Recon, Rex, Alphonse, and Ali. They risked everything to win the freedom of Wurlet. And now it has come to pass. I will see their ideals are upheld. This I swear, as their father. The long and arduous process of rebuilding Wurlet has begun. In the days to follow, I shall be working alongside the new government to create a place that people like Ali and Severa would be proud to call home. For so long, all that kept me alive was hate, but the time has come to cast it aside. I'm going with you. I'll only regret it if I don't. And while nothing I do can bring back the ones I've lost, I owe it to them to make the most of the life I've been given. Times change, people change. It's just as well. We inventors would soon find ourselves out of work if everything stayed the same. If you've a need for my creations, just say the word. Sid's such a good boy. Exactly, Morin. Exactly. You know, Gaius, I could fill a book with all the things I've been meaning to say to you over the years, but what would be the point? What's done is done. There is one thing, though. If anyone can get through to Ali, it's you. She looks up to you the same way I did as a boy. Don't give up on her. I would not have made it this far without my constant companions, Vaudelin and Severa. In fact, I believe she has a few words to share with you. Gaius is like 56, yeah. And Sid is 34. It's taken me a long time, too long. But I finally found a reason to live for the present, for the future. This man needs a hug. This man needs a hug right here. For all my life, I've been searching for my place in the world. Everywhere I went, I was always on the outside looking in. But I've realized if we can't find one, we just have to make it ourselves. It's what I learned from Gaius' children. Despite everything, they never gave up, and neither will I. For now, at least, my place is at Gaius' side. I'll follow him and see where this journey leads. And before I leave, I want to tell you how grateful I am that you chose to stand by us until the end. I hope we'll meet again one day. I must admit the thought of returning to Wyrlet fills me with apprehension. And as a half Garlean and former Imperial soldier, it won't be easy to gain acceptance. But if they're willing to turn to Gaius Balsar of all people for help, anything's possible. Livia's relationship. Yeah, stranger, exactly. Go back in time and tell yourself one day you will cry to a cutscene about Gaius. Past me would not have believed you. All this time, I'd been trying to convince myself that Gaius was every bit the villain I'd imagined him to be. The ruthless subjugator of nations, evil made flesh. And while many who fight under the banner of Garlemald are all that and worse, like VVV, I realize now that Gaius was driven by his own notions of right and wrong, misguided as they were. Since then, he turned his back on the Empire and its hateful doctrine. His guilt and anguish only strengthened his resolve. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance to set right the wrongs he had committed, to become the man his children believed him to be. I was a father once, a husband, and in many ways, I still am. And even though they're no longer with me, I want to be someone they would be proud of. Now I, too, have been given the chance to make a difference in a land far from home. I'll never forget my past, but neither will I be beholden to it. When I meet the people of Wyrlet, I'll be sure to tell the tale of your bravery and compassion. May it grant them the strength to face the struggles ahead. Pray, go in peace, my friend. While I may no longer have a place to call home, I now have the opportunity to help the people of Wyrlet rebuild theirs, and who knows, perhaps I will choose to settle down there one day. I hope so. To make you laugh, after this chain, Maya said that as a dragon girl, she was worried that Gaius was going to try and adopt them. Aw, that's cute. Though we were brought together under strange circumstances, Vaudelin, Severa, and I will continue to work together, at least for the foreseeable future. Well, here they are. And who might these charming young men be? They were found in the 7th Legion's headquarters, in one of the few areas that escaped unscathed following the Diamond Weapons rampage. Perhaps that was Alphonse's intention. Do not be afraid, we mean you no harm. That thing on your forehead. My name is Gaius Balsar, and like Valens van Vero, I was once a legatus of the Garlean Empire. Though I believed I was fighting for a just cause, my conquests came at a terrible cost. Pray, forgive me. I do not mean to scare you. If you would lend me your ears, I have a story to tell. A group of courageous young men and women, not so different from yourselves, stood up to protect their people from the tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had, and finally, victory was theirs, but it came at a terrible price. As their father, I still struggle to come to terms with their sacrifice, and yet, they have entrusted the future to me, and I will stop at nothing to see their dream fulfilled. Even so, there is only so much one soldier can achieve by himself. I would be honored to have your support in the days to come. Gaius had a fantastic redemption arc. At ease, lads. He's not as scary as he looks. If he steps out of line, he'll have me to answer to. Though they were fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the castrum, they may have been injured while fleeing. Have the chirurgeons look them over and find a place for them to stay. That's a good point, Gab. He was always a villain with noble principles, so redemption was possible. Plus, they don't let him off easy. No. God, I'm so glad those kids are safe. It seems the time has come for us to go our separate ways once more. I myself can scarcely believe that we were once bitter adversaries, but my encounters with you have led me to question the very ideals I swore to uphold. What is strength? What is weakness? If those who grasp the reins of power are said to be the strong, then those who lack such power must therefore be the weak. For better or worse, however, we are far more complex creatures than that. Was he, Lamb? Wow. I see now that true strength is not granted by others, but resides within us. Strength of character, of spirit, of resolve. Therein lies the power to cast off the shackles of oppression, to overcome any adversity, to stand firm in the face of impossible odds. That is the strength you possess. May it never leave you. It seems I will have to summon all the resolve I can muster if I am to keep my promise to Alphonse. The process of establishing the independent governance of Whirlit is underway. I will do all in my power to see it become everything my children dreamed of and more. For the immediate future, we shall continue to work closely with the Alamegan Resistance, whose role in the revolution cannot be understated. That reminds me, if you're passing by Porta Praetoria, the soldiers stationed there wish to hear your version of events. Please, give them my regards. As much of a meme such devastation is, he wasn't out for absolute destruction. No, he wasn't. I now understand why you fought for Eorzea. How glib I was. Guys, honestly thought that conquering the lands and uniting the varied nations under one banner would bring peace and prosperity. He really, really believed that, yeah. I hope that when our paths cross again, I will have glad tidings to share with you. Until next we meet. Rip the glib line. Oh wait, let's turn the redeems back on. We have it in our stream. It's a channel point redeem. You can glib here. It's still safe. Glib will live on.
How very glib.
There it is. Hey! As if you all have this mount. What's on this channel?
Such devastation.
How very glib. What's on this channel? How very glib. Would the way Lala's look trapped in it? The bun girl's just like relaxing. Lala's absolute. Namazu. Oh, is it just males in general that look trapped? It's just the males in general. Some emotes work while you're inside. Oh my god. It's easy to get. You just have to wait 5 minutes. Oh, that's no problem. Oh. That's incredible. Yeah, I want that mount. I want that mount too. Oh. Help, we're trapped. May I suggest alternate redeems for Gilbert Godfrey's? How very glib. That's a good idea. There are only two legati. or higher rank we've met by this point who aren't complete psychos. Gaius and Regula. Yeah, Regula not a complete psycho. Regula literally sacrificed himself for Unucal highs. So, I mean, by default, not psycho. Ian, would you like a forehead kiss? Mwah. There you go. Rip, dear Gilbert. You want it? You gotta finish Endwalker, Strimmer. Oh no, dude. After you turn in the quest, you can go back to Turncliffe to see the children. That is absolutely what I want to do. I also want to read the last reports. Terra, can you make it so that it occasionally plays the different one? Yes I can. Yes I can. I don't know how I can affect their percentages, but yeah, I can randomize. Welcome back, sir. Congratulations on another hard-earned victory. So rare, Gilbert. If I can make it a percent chance, yeah, we'll have rare Gilbert. That way we don't have to like bloat our channel point redeems with too many different ones. Ever since we first heard the news, I've been dying to hear exactly how it all unfolded. So, what can you tell me of this diamond weapon? By Ralger's beard! Even for the Empire, that must be a new low. Those poor orphans. I only pray that the citizens of Werlet are able to enjoy the freedom that Gaius's wards gave their lives for. At the very least, we need no longer live in fear of the monstrous creations birthed by the weapon project. I shall add your account to our official report. Oh! Thank you for the heads up, Brett. Thank you for the heads up. I kind of assumed we weren't being let off that easily. Isn't that Hillary Mason, stranger? Lahi. Finally, on behalf of the Alamegan resistance, and the whole of Eorzea, for that matter, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Dude, I love Hillary Mason. She goes off on wild tangents, and I love it. My mods scold me whenever I go too far off on tangents. So I'm not allowed to be that bad. Hillary's awesome. Really, really enjoy her. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm gonna have an emotion, I can tell already. What is... Oh, Father. The memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Allie. What? Guys got so well fleshed out, Panda. Livia was one of them too, right? But she was older. Yeah. Yeah. Projections from within the synthetic Orsite. These are his memories, their memories. Stupid weeb game. Stupid weeb game. Oh, my face is soaking wet. Oh. Stupid weeb game for babies. My face is soaking. So I don't know if you guys can see. My face is soaking wet. Oh. It's the onion ninjas, dude. It's the onion ninjas. It's nothing to do with the weeb game. Is this the most tears so far, would you say? 5.3 was a lot. 5.3 was a lot, Ian. If this isn't the... Oh, Jesus. If this isn't the most definitive proof that video games are an art form, I don't know what is. Would you say it's soaking wet, Tarkan? Yes, I would. I love that. I'll see myself out. This one made me cry and I'm not even there yet. Oh, is Lua, you're gonna relive it and you're gonna cry again. Ninja's using Suiton. Am I allowed to post an image link? Non-subs can't post links, but you can post it in the Discord, absolutely. Oh, there you go. If you want to post it in there. Oh, man. I'm so excited to watch that VOD. After this, I like to hurt myself. Oh, man. Oh. I just wanted to do a trial series. Why does it hurt? Oh, hang on. I gotta blow my nose. Guys, I'm so stuffed up. I gotta blow my nose. I'll be right back. I'm back. Also, Edible, welcome in, and DJ's Alice, welcome in, you guys. You pay $14.99 a month to let this game make you cry? I sure do. I sure do. The weapon quests are brutal. This was, oh, literally so beautiful. Terra, I'm not a cat dad anymore. I'm sorry, I couldn't handle the power. My chair! Edible, my chair! How could you take my chair away from me? I managed to do 5.3 without crying, but this trial series broke me. I was simply not expecting any of this. I just wanted to do some trials with some cool weapon designs. I was not expecting this. Oh, man. I'm the only one left. The color came back to her eyes. No, wait. I was done. But I'll never be alone. Father. Stupid weave game. Oh, I'm blocking the fin. Oh. And the sunrise too. Oh. Are you guys throwing? Oh my god! It's like, oh, what is it called? Oh, I don't think it's Diwali. What is it called with the colors? Oh. Oh. Ah, guys, thank you. Holly, H-O-L-I. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking. H-O-L-I. Holly. Somebody along the chat said, imagine people skip this cutscene. Oof. Oof. I hope they're living through it through streamers now, despite skipping it back then.
I like how it's like, you can play this again in New Game Plus. And it's like, no, thank you. I'm good. Once was plenty. I will go watch other people suffer through it, but that once was plenty for me. Oh, the powder is called Gulal. It reminded me of that Festival of Colors in, is it India? Holi, Holy, I believe it's called. Holly. I don't know how to pronounce it. Came to show you my new glamour, did you, Sith? Did you? Oh, you disappeared. Oh, I like that. So, good luck editing that, Terra. This is not making it to YouTube. I have to be honest. This is not making it to YouTube because someone else will have to do it. And I don't have someone else to do it, so it's not making it to YouTube. I'm sorry. I don't know if I can handle that. Unless maybe I'm like hella skipping. If I'm hella skipping, it might just be scuffed. It might be scuffed editing. I'm gonna upload the whole VOD regardless. I've been slowly working through the VOD uploads on the second channel. But the main uploads, oh, this will be hard. This will be hard. Or just wait for the clips to be on Lulu's channel. Is Lulu still making clips? I thought their channel got completely demonetized. Maybe a late edited upload, yeah. Now you'll probably understand why people were saying press X to doubt that you were gonna do it all. But I did. Great job. Thank you, Manillas. We'll do 5.5 tomorrow. Highlight the section for the VOD channel, maybe. Oh, Lulu's still making stuff. Right on. Right on. To after Ruby weapon. Nail's pretty dramatic. There's 2 more. How can this go up more? Oh, boy. Oh, poor naive Terra. You had no clue. And we're gonna go check the town. Yeah, that's the last thing I want to do. Let's go check the town. Come on, guys. Oh, you guys can't come with me. Come on in spirit, guys. We're gonna go check the town, okay? Oh, what is that weapon? That is a cool weapon. Oh, Lulu put out a compilation vid today. Cool. Brett, I'm holding on by a thread. I am holding on by a thread. You cannot give subs right now. Thank you. Thank you for the thank you for the 10 gifted. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, okay. You could probably do a whole react day of pre-Endwalker stuff at some point. Of Lulu's pre-Endwalker videos? Of like highlights? Oh, Sarah, thank you for the gifted to Puff. He just stopped sobbing. I was waiting for it. Oh. All right, let's go.
How very glib.
I forgot about kitty minis. I forgot about kitty minis. Ah, Sable, thank you for the kitty minis. Heading to Turncliffe. Yes, I am. You. I like you, Mac. It's almost 6 a.m. Our timing is like perfect. Hey, what is that? Supper? Your timing is amazing. Thank you, Spess. I got memories of shepherd's pie. It didn't hold together very well, but it's going to be so, it's going to be so delicious regardless. Ah, I made a mess. Oh God. Oh God, help. Oh God, help. I've made a massive mess. Help, I don't know how to do things. Okay. All right, I'm all right. Give me food. Snack trek. Everybody, if you haven't had a snack, you should probably have a snack. And water check. Hydrate. If you've been crying, especially hydrate. You should go get water. Yes, Edible, yes you should. All right, children, where are you? Somebody said it was near some trees, but don't they always start from here? Well, we'll find out right away. Make him mark your streams for you so you can edit it. I'll be okay. I will be okay. It'll be through a lot of tears. 5.0, I cried a lot editing.
And 5.0 I don't think is as dramatic as this or 5.3, so I'll get through it. I'll get through it. I will. Making the videos for YouTube has been so much fun, despite all the crying. 8 Eorzea minutes till children. 2 Eorzea minutes till children. I'm assuming they're gonna spawn from here because they always did every other time. It would be weird if they suddenly switched it up. Hidden! There they are. Hey. Where are you going? Oh, it felt like he just looked at me and nodded. Oh, Mac. Mac, thank you for gifting Lamb a sub. They'll never find me here. There they are. Where could he be? Did you spot him? Found you. I was so sure this was the best hiding place. We knew we'd find you in the end. Where would we be without our big brother? She's the only one left. She's the youngest, but maybe the cleverest. She's with... Then we'll carry on playing with just the 4 of us. I told her to stay with him. She can come and play with us later, much later. Even when we're apart, we'll always be together. I thought it would be cute. I thought it would be cute.
How very glib.
Brett, thank you for the 5 gifted. Oh man. I did change the alert sounds, I did. I need to make them a little bit louder, but yeah, they're the quest complete noises. Oh, they're still by the monument? Gonna go bed now. Welcome to the World and Emotional Vampires Club. Here's your punch to the gut.
Corgo 1000 puppy bitties for you.
Puppy bitties! Isluet, thank you for the 1,000 bitties. The unending hunger will settle in a week or so. Whose turn will it be next? It's Hillary Mason, Andy Maxter. Who are the other streamers that are close to this? They're the 2 major ones that I can think of off the top of my head. Melisandria, Recon, Rex, Alphonse. I won't give up on our dream. My children gave everything so that others might be free. I will not rest until the world they dreamed of becomes a reality. Are there more little kids scattered around now? Or are they just kind of there? If you go to the G-Warrior hangar, go to the left of it. Oh. If you go looking, you can find the kids that were saved. Hell yeah. Oh, not in the hangar. In town. Oopsies. Well, just in case there's something else here, we might as well. Oh, I can't take pictures this time? Because I got my pictures already? Wait. Wait a minute. There was more. Wait. There was more in there. Oh boy, the road to Amarat. Oh boy. You have 2 extra mechs to get pictures of. That was what the problem was. Oh, the G Savior Mark II. Oh, cool. I didn't realize it was red. Oh, I don't want to read this right now. I'm sorry, I don't have the patience. I wanted to take a picture with it. I wonder who could have built the Mark II with it being red and all. Nero. Nero. It's because it's red because Nero drives it, exactly. You can't pose with the G Saviors, unfortunately. That's too bad. God, that's so cool. I think it's important you see it now. Oh. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, boo, boo. Boo, 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 boo. Do, 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 do. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Got you. There's a Discord scam going around. Be careful, guys. Don't accept any links, even from people you know, like links to other Discords. Whew. Unless you're in a voice call with them and can confirm that it's them, don't be joined in no Discords. Because there's yet another little scam going around. It's that time of year. Mm-hmm. Hi, Molly. Molly, I love you. I know it was only an image projected by the synthetic Aurosite, but it meant the world to me to see her face one last time. I'll never forget you, Melisandria. Aw. I wonder where the kids are. Oh, oh. Guys, thank you for the level 5 hype train. So you're saying I shouldn't have joined that Discord link to post my... No, it hasn't reached our server. It hasn't reached our server, but just precautionary warning. That's exactly what Kuro said. They said it's not in our server yet, but just in case. These children are currently in the care of the revolutionaries. We hope to eventually find proper homes for all of them. You guys are gonna find proper homes! And you'll have to work through that trauma forever. I thought we'd never see the ocean again. I like to think that my wife and daughter would approve of my decision. When I think back on our time together, I remember the person I used to be, the person I still can be. Whew. I don't think she ever learns Melisandria was the Ruby pilot. I'd like to keep it that way, stranger. Just remember, the pop. Oh god, that pop was everything, dude. I'm glad they gave us that. I'm considering asking Master Garland to offer Avelina a permanent position as a member of the Ironworks. Not only is she bursting with incredible ideas, she has the skill needed to bring them to life. Hell yeah. I hope we see Avelina in the future. Hell yeah. If I go near the barracks at the west end... Oh, there she is, Severa. Honestly, the most satisfying villain death ever. I can agree with that 100%. Got quite the satisfying end, yeah. The citizens of Werlet and the Alamegan Resistance are still attending to those injured in the fall of the Castrum. That's it. That's all you have to say. Severa. I wanted more from you. Well, we didn't reach 5.5 today, but I can strongly say that I am glad that we did this instead, and all of it at that. I couldn't have handled spacing it out. After that second one, the way the second one ended, I know.
How very glib.
How very glib. I had to finish it. Is there a bit limit? I stopped gaining bits. Was just curious, just randomly noticed. No, shouldn't be. Shouldn't be, G. Just a brief hunt from all the souls he killed. Then pop. Yeah. Time for Spess Hugs. I need a comfort show. My comfort show right now is Futurama, so I'm probably going to lay on the couch, eat my supper, watch Futurama, maybe pass out. I don't know. Congrats on your new exciting emotional trauma. I cannot wait to watch other people go through this. My emotional vampirism, it hungers. Spess Hugs and echoes of a fallen shepherd's pie. So tomorrow, we're going to watch the 5.4 trailer, the 5.5 trailer, and then maybe finish 5.5 or get a lot of the way through it. The current goal is Endwalker by Friday or Saturday. We'll do Bosnia somewhere in between the week to fill the time. Maybe a little Palace of the Dead, maybe something else. But that is the current plan. Things may interrupt it, but that is the current plan right now. Finish 5.5 soon, and then enter Endwalker. Whew. Endwalker on Tuesday? No. Did you see that the test pilot's wife and daughter are among the ghosts that haunted him? I saw so many faces. Yeah. I saw so many faces. I don't know if I saw them directly, but I knew that that test pilot would be in there. You'll cry every time. I know I did. Oh, boy. Don't watch the episode with the dog. We are safely past that. Spess actually would not let us watch that episode. I was down to watch it. If it takes forever, I will wait for you for 1,000 summers. He would not. Jurassic Bark. It came up and he went, no. He went, no, we are skipping this episode. And I was like, ah, okay. Seymour is best. Yeah. He forgets about all the bright moments in that episode. That episode is bittersweet. Is Hillary Mason still on? Is she still going, or did she end? Because that's where I wanted to send you guys, but then we went a bit late today. Oh yeah, we should probably fill next week with some Hildy. No, it doesn't look like... Gotta go get dinner and walk my dog. Brett, thanks for hanging out, and thanks for all the support today. Hildy is a fantastic tone break if you're ready for silliness. Yeah, if we finish 5.5, like if we basically finish everything before Endwalker, our time will be filled with Hildy, Bosnia, maybe Palace of the Dead until we get there. Oh, and maybe some tribe quests if I can get on top of those. The story bits. Whenever I have time to just reflect on Final Fantasy story, I go to Hosherfont. Oh, Lucian, a true masochist. Oh, Hillary took today off stream. Oh no. Damn it. Damn it. I've done a little bit of Hildy. We're still in A Realm Reborn though. I need to get Missile for my Blue Mage. One day we'll have Blues Days and do the raid content on Blue Mage. Blues Days will be a thing one day. For now, we have too much going on. Thank you for the wonderful stream. Thanks for hanging out, you guys. I think I'm going to send you guys to Ponto, if that's okay. Ponto is probably the vibes that we need at this point. I may not be able to hang out if they're talking recent patch. But, yeah, they're talking 6.3. Okay, so I will ship you guys there, but I will not join you. I love Ponto. I wish I could be there today. Bye, Tara. Bye, Curlo. My partner describes the Hildy quest as a wonderful acid trip. That's very accurate. He's usually in a spoiler area, yeah. There have only been a few times where I've been able to safely hang out. Basically, when he's standing on the docks of Redacted Village, and just chatting for 3 hours. That's basically the only time it's safe for me in Ponto stream. I was watching your 5.2 video earlier and wanted to stop by. This was a lot of fun, Tara. Gab, thanks for hanging out. I'm glad you made your way over. Ficus is playing. Oh, Ficus! Where is Ficus in the story? I think I still want to go Ponto, but we should raid Ficus in the future. I didn't realize Ficus was still playing 14. There. What is this? Oh, post Heavensward. Yeah, we'll go Ficus in the future. I had no idea they were still playing, but I want to go see Ponto. Oh. Today we go Ponto. Ponto is good vibes. Ponto is good people. Boop, boop, boop. There's our raid messages. The first is if you're a sub. Second is if you're not a sub. I love you guys so much. Please eat food, drink water, take your meds if it's something you've forgotten to do, and just take care of yourselves. Some self-care, eh? Do some self-care. Take care of your bones, your body. And we'll be back tomorrow to maybe finish 5.5, depending on how things go. Today was a lot. Thank you guys again for all the support. It was incredible and overwhelming. And did I mention incredible? Love you guys. Take care, okay? See you tomorrow. Mwah, mwah, mwah.